You're listening to Into the Fire, Book 2 in the Ending series, a post-apocalyptic fantasy and romance adventure, written by Lindsey Fairleigh and Lindsey Pogue. This is part 2 of the audiobook. You can find more about the series, links to other audiobooks in the Ending world, and our suggested reading order in the description below. Be sure to like and subscribe, and happy listening.
Chapter 19, Danny, March 20, 1 AE. Before she and Mace had run off in the gray morning light, I'd convinced Camille to pay me a visit later that day. As I puttered around the kitchen that afternoon, making one of the two things I could actually cook, tea, I attempted to focus on the questions I wanted to ask Camille when she arrived. It was better than replaying the memory of Mace snapping the patrol leader's neck and him falling to the cement floor limp as a rag doll. I wasn't being very successful. There were so few sane people left alive, I felt like we'd done something unforgivable in snuffing out his life.
You did what you had to do to survive, Dee,
Zoe's imaginary voice said.
Suck it up and move on. It's done.
I shook my head and laughed bitterly. My hatred for General Harrison was reaching a critical level. His mind-controlled colony was making me do things, terrible things, and turning me into someone I didn't want to be. Right and wrong had been blurred for a long time, but the false utopian prison was flipping them upside down. If I didn't get out soon, I would lose it and either make a poorly planned run for freedom and get shot, or attempt to carry out a poorly planned hit on the general and get shot. I wasn't a big fan of getting shot. A high-pitched whistle started quietly, quickly building up to a steamy scream. I let it continue, appreciating the ear-piercing distraction. At a knock at the front door, I switched off the electric burner and let the tea kettle slowly return to a mostly silent state. After the way you both ran off this morning, I wasn't sure you'd really come, I told Camille once I'd opened the door for her to come inside. She was standing on the welcome mat, alone, smiling a small, secret smile. Her eyes were an odd grayish color, like they'd once been hazel but had faded along with her first life. Please come in, I said hurriedly, opening the door further. I didn't want her to stand on the porch long enough to draw the attention of some nosy, mind-controlled neighbor. Camille stepped inside and looked around the entryway. She seemed eager, of all things, her eyes hungrily devouring the furnishings, decor, and layout of the house. So, this is my house, I said as I led the way down the hall into the kitchen. She followed, if a bit slowly. I made tea. Do you like tea? I think I have some cookies, too, somewhere. I disappeared into the pantry that was in one corner of the kitchen, searching for the box of chocolate chip cookies I'd spotted the other day. When I re-emerged, cookies in hand, I found Camille leaning over the stove and fiddling with the knobs that controlled the burners, which didn't bode well, because the ends of her hair were brushing over one of the burners, one that she'd turned on. Camille! I rushed to her, pulling her away from the stove just as the thick, coiled metal started to glow orange. What are you doing? Are you trying to set yourself on fire? Standing between her and the stove, I looked into her eyes, making sure she was still the young woman I knew and hadn't gone through some weird body-snatching process. I wouldn't be overly surprised, I thought, considering everything I'd seen within the colony's walls. Camille stared back at me, her eyes wide. Until that moment, all I'd seen from her had been a young woman with an iron backbone and balls of steel. But looking into her frightened eyes, I found a girl. A scared girl. Her bottom lip trembled. Mentally kicking myself for my harsh reaction, I wrapped my arm around her narrow shoulders and guided her to the sofa in the adjoining family room. She sat woodenly and stared ahead. Tears streaked down her pale cheeks. I'm sorry for yelling at you, but I didn't want your hair to catch fire, I told her softly, sitting down beside her. I brushed her hair out of her face with my fingers. You have such pretty hair. It would be a shame. She shook her head, and her voice was wobbly when she finally spoke, I've never been in a real house before. At least, not that I can remember. Her eyes seemed to be searching the wall across the room. Sometimes I have dreams about a place a lot like this, and there's one about a burning metal machine like that. A stove, I told her. About a stove, except real flames come out of the top, she said, finally meeting my eyes. There's always a woman standing beside me in those dreams, laughing. She makes me feel safe and happy. And then, when I'm laughing with her, she turns on the stove and starts to burn. Flames cover her, and she blackens and dissolves into a pile of ashes and bones. When I wake up, I'm crying. Camille paused for a moment. I don't know who she is. Why does it make me sad that she burns? Because you're only human, I thought, but then I remembered that she wasn't exactly. With a gentle smile, I again wrapped my arm around her and pulled her close. Only when she could no longer see my face did I let myself frown. What happened in her past? What's she remembering? Do you think? Is it possible she's your mom? Or maybe your sister? I know what those are from a book I read, but I don't have any of those. I only have father. No, I mean from before you became a regen. I said the word stiffly, trying not to load it with the disgust I felt for Dr. Wesley and her unnatural science projects. Dead is dead, or at least it used to be. I had no idea what it was like to be a regen, to have died and been brought back to life with fractured memories at best, but it was just wrong. Did any of them even have a choice, or were their bodies stolen and used without their permission? What happened to letting the dead rest in peace? What about souls, if there is such a thing? I shivered, terrified by the possibilities. What if... Dr. Wesley told me most of us don't dream, Camille said, drawing my attention back to her. But that if we do, it might be our memories trying to resurface. So maybe you're right. But she also said our memories shouldn't have been able to survive the process. She said those synapses are too fragile, and they die too quickly. She paused. Synapses. I don't know what that means. Synapses are... I searched for a simplified way to explain the complex processes that occurred within our brains every millisecond. Processes I didn't hold a firm grasp on myself. Talk about the blind leading the blind. Synapses are what happens inside our heads that make us do and think things. There are different synapses that do different things, like store memories or make our mouths open so we can speak. I was pretty sure I was botching the explanation royally. They're electrical, so... They're electrical? Camille asked, pulling away and straightening. She looked at me curiously. Like electrotherapy? I eyed her. Yeah. Do you think that maybe electrotherapy might bring the memory synapses back to life? Her pupils expanded with her excitement, drowning out the lighter gray in her eyes. I don't know, but if it did, wouldn't it affect all of the regens, not just you? Well... Camille raised her eyebrows and pursed her lips, looking like she was deciding whether or not to hold in a secret. I mirrored her eyebrow raise. Well? You know how Mace works with Dr. Max a lot of the time? I nodded, suspicion sneaking around in my mind. Well, he has keys for that electrotherapy lab. Wait, I said, holding up a hand. That electrotherapy lab? As in, it's not the only one? She nodded and continued. Some nights, after all the other regens are asleep, we sneak into Dr. Max's lab and do it to each other. Do what to each other? I squeaked, dreading the answer. I had a sinking feeling she wasn't about to tell me they spent the wee hours of the night playing doctor. Electrotherapy. Camille said. She was practically bouncing on the couch cushions. Again, I paused her with an upraised hand. Let me get this straight. You and Mace sneak into one of the electrotherapy labs and electrocute each other? Why? 'Cause it's so damn fun? She swatted my leg and giggled. No, silly. So we can be more powerful than everyone else. That's not creepy or anything. When we first wake up as regens, we're a lot weaker than normals, regular humans like you, and it takes a lot of electrotherapy to bring our abilities back up to whatever strength they were at before. But we can also become stronger than normals by doing more electrotherapy because it's too dangerous for them. But I heard Father tell one of his controllers that he doesn't want us to be too powerful because he wants to make sure they can avoid any Spartacus situations before they have a chance to turn everyone into regens or TRs. She cocked her head, looking at me quizzically. What does that mean, a Spartacus situation? I couldn't tear my eyes away from the young woman sitting beside me. How does she know all this? And why is she telling me? Spartacus situation would be a rebellion. A slave rebellion, I told her, then whispered. So he does consider us all his slaves. Biting my lip, I studied the diminutive regen. Camille, what's a TR? Is it like a regen? Holy crap, does the general want to kill everyone and make them into perfect little Frankenstein slaves? From his perspective, the plan was genius. Regens, if they were initially trained to follow his every command and didn't electrotherapize themselves at every possible opportunity like Camille and Mace, they wouldn't require the use of his mind manipulation ability at all. But why? Why is he doing any of this? For power? Could anyone be so power hungry? So truly, unequivocally evil? Camille pursed her lips again and shook her head. I don't know exactly what TRs are, but it stands for tabula rasa, and it has something to do with the ability of this new normal who arrived a few weeks ago. Tabula rasa? Blank slate. Oh my God. Does he have someone who can wipe our minds completely clean? Oh no. I'd been betting on the dwindling resources left over by civilization to limit his expansion. But if I was right about TRs, about the new normal who'd arrived, all bets were off. General Harrison wouldn't need to rely on Dr. Wesley or scientific equipment or electricity to make his perfect, obedient slave army. He would just need one person with the ability to wipe a mind free of memories. Shakily, I stood and walked back into the kitchen. Do you want some tea? I'd been planning on drinking English breakfast tea, hearty and full of caffeine, but I searched the little combo box for a packet of chamomile instead. I definitely needed something to calm my nerves, not excite them. I've never had tea, Camille said, sitting on a stool on the other side of the counter. Is it good? I picked out a packet of strawberry fields for her, tore it open, plunked the tea bag in a mug, added a spoonful of sugar, and filled the mug with steaming water. I like it, I told her as I slid the mug across the counter to her and began preparing my own. It's hot, so I'd wait a few minutes. Camille leaned down and sniffed and giggled. It smells sweet and pink. I couldn't help but laugh at her innocence. Not innocence, I reminded myself. Just a weird form of amnesia unique to regens. When I didn't say anything for a few minutes, Camille asked, Are you mad at me? What? I blurted. No, of course not. I opened the box of unbelievably hard chocolate chip cookies and nibbled on one, more wanting something to occupy my hands than wanting to eat a stale processed cookie. It's just, once I think I understand how horrible he is, I learned something else about this place, and I cut my words off abruptly and closed my eyes. I was revealing too much. You mean father? Camille asked. Opening my eyes, I watched her warily. I liked her, despite her moments of creepiness, and I owed Mace big time, but I still didn't know how much I could trust them. Camille stared at me point blank and said, I want a Spartacus situation. That's why Mace and I sneak into Dr. Max's lab to do electrotherapy on each other, so we can be stronger than everyone, strong enough to create a rebellion. But she paused, chewing on her bottom lip and testing her tea with the tip of her finger. This Spartacus situation has to be big enough to get rid of Father and the controllers. The controllers? I asked, hoping to get more information about the General's mind-controlling lackeys than Gabe had given me. Nodding, Camille clarified. The others like Father, who make the normals do what they want. They control all of the people wearing those. She motioned to my yellow armbands with a wave of her hand. I took a deep breath. I'd suspected that taking the General out wouldn't solve the problem. It would just give the problem a new face, an unknown face. Better the devil you know and all that. I munched on the cookie and sipped my tea, thinking, do you know who these controllers are? Camille shook her head. The only people who have direct contact with them are Father and the people they're controlling, and they won't reveal their identities because they're mind-controlled, so... Damn. If I'd known who they were, then I could have made some sort of insane sleeper cell assassination attempt, and probably gotten myself killed, I thought. But still. After a long moment, Camille asked, what was it like before? I watched her as she raised her mug to her lips, took a sip, and smiled blissfully. Apparently she liked strawberry tea. What do you mean? Everything. The world, people, life. What was it like? I tapped my lips with my index finger as I pondered her question. What was it like? It was a question that should have been easy to answer, but it wasn't. I guess it was kind of like it is in here, except way more chaotic and way less mind-controlled. And it was louder, more energetic. People would get angry or laugh or cry a lot more than colonists do. Many people spent hours sitting in front of TVs or their computers just surfing the internet. We worried about making enough money to pay for the things we needed, even though we spent money we didn't have on things we didn't need, and there were too many of us. I frowned. Most scientists agreed that we were killing the planet slowly, and that if we continued, we'd destroy our own species eventually just by running out of resources. And, why is it so hard to explain? Why can't I think of anything positive? Camille took another sip of her tea. When she set her mug down, she opened her mouth and then closed it before saying anything. What? I asked. She shook her head, staring shyly down at her tea. You'll laugh, she said softly. At that, I did laugh, but not unkindly. I might. I can't promise you I won't, but I don't think I'll be laughing at you. Some things are just funny. Camille raised her eyes to meet mine, their gray depths twinkling mischievously. What was it like between men and women? I smiled, not laughing. What do you mean exactly? Camille frowned, searching for the right words. Was it always like it is here? Like with you and that guard in the warehouse? Did men always treat women like that? I've seen... Did they make them do things with their bodies? Did women have a choice? Or did they like it? And why do the men want to do that with so many different women? I wouldn't want to do that with anyone but... She caught herself mid-sentence, blushing. Anyone but Mace? I finished for her. When she nodded, looking down at her half-empty mug, I said, I have someone like that. Someone who's the only person I want to... be with. His name is Jason. I smiled fondly, forcing myself not to dwell on the possibility of never seeing him again. Camille met my eyes. Once, in the middle of the night, I got out of bed to go to the bathroom, and 2 of the domestication officers were in there, and... What's a domestication officer? I interrupted. It was a term I'd heard several times, but I still didn't know what it meant.
The people who watch over regens,
she said, dismissing them with a wave of her hand.
They're not always very attentive. Anyway, when I opened the bathroom door and saw they were in there, I stepped back and watched through the crack in the door. They were,
Her already pink cheeks flushed a bright red.
At first I thought the man was hurting her. She was making these noises, but then I saw her face. I've never seen anyone look so happy.
Her eyebrows drew together and she shook her head.
I thought maybe Mace and I... Have you ever, what were they doing?
Though I tried, I couldn't hold in my nervous laugh. Yes, I have ever, and I'm pretty sure the domestication officers were having sex. Camille's eyes widened in horror.
Sex is forbidden. Regens can't do that.
Slowly, her eyelids narrowed.
But what is it exactly?
I sighed, figuring the apparent regen anti-sex rule was just another way to control them. Pity for her stunted understanding of life overshadowed my embarrassment at the topic. After explaining the mechanics of the act and emphasizing the emotional connection and how important it was, I really didn't want Camille to go off and start sleeping around like crazy. I refilled Camille's mug and sat down on the stool beside hers. Though she'd listened to my explanation eagerly, she turned suddenly glum. What's wrong? She took a deep breath and exhaled in a long, despondent sigh.
It's not fair. I can never do that with Mace.
Why not? Are they physically incapable? Is that one of the differences caused by the regen process?
If someone saw us, they'd know we were different, and we'd be destroyed.
Oh, right. You know, I have other rooms here, I said. A plan was forming in my mind, and Camille had just given me the currency to buy what I needed. Camille's eyes lit up, and a purely devilish smile spread across her face. I'll let you and Mace have the house all to yourselves whenever you want, but I'd like something in return. Camille cocked her head, silently asking, Can you both meet up with me tonight? I have some more reconnaissance to do. At her blank look, I clarified, Scouting, looking around, gathering information. Camille hopped in her seat happily.
Oh, yeah. What are you looking for?
Anything that'll help me get out of here and back to my friends, I told her.
You're leaving?
Her eyebrows drew down and she looked like she was on the verge of tears. I hadn't expected such a strong reaction. Reaching for her hand, I squeezed gently. Yes, but maybe you can come with me. You and Mace. She looked unsure, so I added, I'm going to find a way to stop him. General Harrison and the controllers. I just can't do it from inside the colony, at least not right now. He's too close, and we don't know who the controllers are, and it's too dangerous, and I just need to get out of here. After a long moment of thought, Camille smiled.
We'll help you, but it'll have to be tomorrow night. I can think of lots of places for us to do this, reconnaissancing.
I let out a sigh of relief. Camille and Mace knew their way around and seemed to be really good at staying under the radar. I'd been planning to ask Gabe to join me, but it wouldn't hurt to have more eyes and abilities.
There's one thing you might want to try to get first,
Camille said. Her eyes were narrowed into conspiratorial slits. What's that?
Dr. Wesley's master key. With it, we can get into most of the restricted areas.
I frowned. I don't know how I could get... But the solution popped into my head. Blackmail. I didn't know Dr. Wesley anything, not after discovering her role in killing nearly everyone I loved, so I didn't feel an inkling of remorse at the thought of potentially hurting her. Plus, I had one hell of a blackmail item. The neutralizer. It was made from her blood. Chapter 20. Zoe. March 20, 1 AE. Can't wait to actually bathe, I said, groaning with anticipation. We decided to take a field trip down a deer trail to the river for some much-needed scrubbing, with the exception of Jason, who'd opted to remain back at camp just in case Danny tried to contact him again. Carlos barked a laugh and gently tugged Arrow's head back up. His horse, along with most of the others, had become increasingly distracted by the wild green grasses emerging from the ground for spring. I shared in their joy, reveling in the smell of alfalfa and grass and basking in the periodic rays of sunshine. We'd had a lot of rain off and on over the past few evenings, and mixed with the sunlight, it was encouraging everything to sprout. 1 month closer to summer. I sighed contentedly. Laugh all you want to, Carlos. I looked at him askance, barely able to contain my growing anticipation. I've been waiting for this moment for days. Carlos nudged Arrow toward the river. I've been meaning to tell you. You stink, he teased. Sam giggled from atop his smaller palomino, Buck. Really? I turned in my saddle to face them both, tapping my index finger against my lips in mock forgetfulness. You'll have to remind me, Carlos. When was the last time you bathed? He shook his head, not sparing me a glance as he tried to contain how entertained he really was. At least I took a sponge bath the other day. I wrinkled my nose playfully. Harper and Chris paused their easy conversation beside us and snickered. Everyone seemed amused, and I even thought I saw Jake's lips curve into a slight smile as he rode past me. As usual, Cooper and Jack trotted behind him, blissfully unaware that the world had been turned upside down and that we all smelled like dirty pond water. Tavis's brow furrowed, and his horse, a tall, coffee-colored mare named Minnie, stopped momentarily to pull up another mouthful of grass. What's that even mean, sponge bath? I watched you. It's not like you actually used a sponge. People always use a rag or a towel or a piece of cloth or something. He seemed deeply perplexed, and I chuckled softly. You're funny, Tavis, I said, shaking my head. How many people have you seen taking a sponge bath anyway? Sanchez called, looking back at us. Her tone was light, but as usual, her expression was blank. Should we be worried? Tavis grinned and rested his fist on his hip. All right, I surrender. Up ahead, the dogs started barking, and I could hear splashing as they lunged into the water. Finally, I practically sang and pressed wings on, the anticipation nearly too much to bear. When we reached the edge of the river, we let the horses drink before tying them up in a clearing a few yards away. How's Shadow doing? Harper asked as I untied my bag from Wing's saddle and carried it over to a large, lichen-covered boulder beside the water. He's okay, I guess. I wish you knew more about horses so you'd know if I'm treating his wounds the right way. You're doing fine. He nudged my shoulder. And Carlos is a big help, right? Yeah, he is. In fact, Shadow's not in as bad a shape as I thought. I washed off about 7 layers of muck. Mostly he's just scared, tired, and needs to be fattened up a bit. He finally let Carlos and me get the halter off him, and since he followed us all the way back to the ranch, I think it's safe to say he wants to trust us. I don't blame him for being a little scared. Harper squeezed the bill of a baseball cap in his hands to shape it better before putting it on. Who knows what they did to him? If Danny were here, I said wistfully, it'd be a whole lot easier. Is that what's been bothering you, baby girl? You haven't been yourself lately. Harper quickly removed his hat and tugged off his shirt, draping it over a low-hanging branch. I sighed and sagged against the side of his horse. Yeah, it's Danny, but it's everything else, too. Things just keep getting more complicated. Things with Jake. I scoffed. With Jake, with Jason, and then there's my lying, deceitful family. I groaned. And I've been dreaming about Clara the last couple of nights, I said, the discomfort in my voice too deep-seated to hide. Why is she in my head suddenly, H? It's weirding me out. He shook his head, looking equally discomfited. Stop dwelling on Clara. She's long gone. Besides, your ability's getting stronger, so if she's really around, you'll know. He snapped me with his towel. Come on, baby girl. Let's get you cleaned up. You look like a ragamuffin. Harper winked at me, making me smile, and headed to the water toward Chris and Sanchez. After digging out my washcloth, body soap, and shampoo and setting them on the waist-high boulder I was using as a vanity by the edge of the river, I stripped down to my bikini and tossed my clothes on top of the boulder as well. Slipping on my red rubber flip-flops, I crept over to the riverbank and dipped my right foot in. Big mistake. It was ice cold. I shook my head, taking a deep breath. You've been attacked by crazies, almost died, more than once, and lost Danny twice. You've suffered worse than this, Zoe, I told myself and glared at the water. Cooper and Jack splashed by me, interrupting my internal pep talk. Oh my God! I cried when the water sprayed all over my already chilled skin. The brisk March air bit at my bikini-clad body, but I was determined to deal with it, as long as I could clean the lingering blood and weeks' worth of grime off me. Green togs, Tavis remarked, wading up to the riverbank. I peered over at him. Togs? He gestured to my bathing suit, his eyes wide and approving. Unable to prevent my gaze from wandering, I appraised his disheveled hair and sinewy muscles covered by tanned skin. He wore nothing but plaid boxers, a towel draped around his neck, and a big-ass grin on his face. Looking around at the rest of the group, I realized I was the only one with an actual bathing suit on. Harper was shirtless, laying on his back in the sunshine, his arm beneath his head and the shade of his ball cap covering his eyes. Chris and Sanchez were playing fetch with the dogs in the water downriver, both of them wearing sports bras and gym shorts. Carlos and Sam, wearing only boxers, were skipping stones on the river's surface. And then there was me. I suddenly felt self-conscious. I guess I'm the only one who planned ahead, I said lightly, then looked pointedly at Tavis. At least I'm not standing around in my underwear. At the sound of crunching footsteps, I glanced over my shoulder. Jake stopped a few feet behind me and started undressing. My heartbeat picked up, and I unintentionally held my breath. I watched as he pulled his black t-shirt off over his head, revealing the broad, sculpted chest I'd traced with my fingertips so many nights. I'd seen him shirtless in the dimly lit locker room back in Fort Knox, and I'd memorized the contours of his abs with my hands. But I'd never appreciated Jake's mostly bare body in the sunlight. The dusting of light brown hair between his pecs and the hard muscle beneath his flawless skin. No scars. I thought back to the first time I met him, the night he'd been shot in the shoulder, but there was no mark. There were no burn scars from the fire either. As he stood there, wearing only his gunmetal gray boxer briefs, I couldn't look away. Things had happened so fast since we'd met, and time seemed to be passing so achingly slowly that I hadn't realized how little we'd really seen of each other. We were always layered in clothes. I suddenly wished we'd spent more time together, alone. The thought of his life before I met him seemed more intriguing than ever. Although I couldn't picture him without his reserved veneer, I assumed he hadn't always been so impervious. He must have laughed and gone drinking with friends and made love to women. He must have lived. What would it have been like to go on a date with you, Mr. Vaughn? I couldn't help but wonder what his type of woman was back when he actually had options. Is that all that we are? Convenient? Jake sauntered toward me, oblivious to my mind wanderings, and his eyes raked over me. Narrowing, they shifted to Tavis. I blinked out of my intrigued haze and forced myself to look away. Groaning inwardly, I took a long, deep breath, inhaling the crisp mountain air and welcoming the taunting breeze. It kept my mind from wandering. Again. Jake cleared his throat. I was too busy not looking at him to notice what had passed between him and Tavis, but Tavis walked away toward Sanchez and Chris while I crouched down to submerge my washcloth in the frigid water. When Jake continued to stand there saying nothing, I peered up at him. I was greeted by a raised eyebrow. "Nice suit," he said casually as he bent down to snatch the plastic bottle of body wash I'd brought. I held my washcloth out and he squeezed orange-scented soap onto the wet terry cloth. I gave him a rueful smile. "I like yours too." I shifted my eyes to his tight underwear. His toned thighs alone made my mouth dry out, and I forced myself to swallow. I brought the sudsy, dripping washcloth to the nape of my neck and cringed as I began scrubbing away the grime in the heat from Jake's gaze. He crossed his arms as he watched me, which was apparently the most entertaining thing he'd ever seen. I continued scrubbing, first around my face and then under my arms. "You seem to be enjoying this," I said, glowering at him. "Why aren't you doing that in the water?" I tilted my head. "Seriously? Do you know how cold that water is?" He nodded and glanced over at the rest of our group, who were bathing several dozen feet downriver. "They're handling it fine," he offered. "Harper isn't in the water," I retorted. "I washed up yesterday while you guys were being assaulted by half-naked crazies," Harper interjected. I'd forgotten he was lounging in the patches of sun behind me. "Well, then, I'm a wimp, and I'm okay with that." I submerged my washcloth in the water for a rinse. Jake just shook his head, his sexy grin warming my insides. "You're only prolonging it," he said with a deep chuckle. "Just jump in, scrub, and get out." "Ha! It's easy for you to say. You have, no hair, and you like to pretend nothing phases you. I, on the other hand, pretend no such thing. Lots of things faze me, like cold water." My teeth chattered as the water ran down my body, trickling suds down my chest and stomach. I had yet to wash my hair and dreaded dunking my head into the water. I hadn't noticed Carlos wade up to us. Without warning, he splashed me and I shrieked like a little girl. "Stop it, Carlos, or I swear!" "You'll do what?" He splashed me again and I instinctively tried to block the spray with my hands. I gave him the evil eye and he shrugged. "You're no fun," he said and called for Jack, who was drying off in the sunshine, to come back and play with him in the water. I returned to my diligent scrubbing. "Did I get all the dirt off? And the blood?" I asked, pointing to my face and neck. Jake nodded, and I looked down, taking inventory of my sudsy body. "I just need to wash my hair and rinse off, then I'm done," I said, running through my list of cleansing to-dos. "That's the worst part," Jake remarked. I flashed him an insincere smile. "Thanks." When he only nodded, I continued. "Are you planning on watching me the whole time, or are you washing up at some point too?" He didn't answer, only eyed me, a scheme clearly forming in his mind. I froze with fear and scowled at him. "What are you thinking?" "I'm thinking I'm just going to pick you up and dunk you in the water. Just get it over with." "Don't even think about it, Jake." The predatory look in his eyes made me giggle. "No, seriously, don't. Don't!" I tried to make my voice as stern as possible. Despite my protest, he bent over, picked me up, and tossed me over his shoulder. "Seriously!" I squeaked. "I'll never speak to you again!" Jake said nothing but walked into the water, his arms tightening around my legs to hold me in place. "Let me go, Jake! Please!" I heard his rumbling laughter. "Oh, you're still speaking to me?" I squealed and laughed again, part thrilled and part panicked as he stepped further into the river. "Please, Jake, I'll do whatever you want. Just don't dunk me!" I screamed and squeezed my eyes shut as I clasped onto the back of his arm, bracing myself for the imminent cold. "People are going to think you're being attacked if you keep screaming like that," he said ruefully. "I am!" I heard the water splashing at his feet as he faltered down the rocky decline deeper into the river. "Do you want me to put you down?" he asked. I could tell he wore a mischievous grin. I looked down to see the water swirling at the backs of his knees. No! With little effort, Jake repositioned me so that I was against his chest, his arms wrapped around me as I held on for dear life. At first, I considered wriggling free, but I wanted to stay in his arms a little longer. So instead, I wrapped my arms around his neck, pulling myself closer to his body. Although I shrieked and screamed a little more, my rigidity dissipated, and instead I felt alive, adrenaline coursing through my body as he held me against him. His hold loosened a little. No! No! Jake stepped further in, the water rising to his waist. Please take me back to the riverbank, Jake. Please! I gazed into his eyes, a desperate, innocent expression on my face. I felt a thrill of excitement as he eyed me. I lifted my eyebrows, hopeful. Jake shook his head, and a genuine make-my-heart-flutter smile spread across his face. You're always doing things the hard way. He took 2 more steps, holding me tighter against him. Okay, wait! I peered into his eyes. Wait until I say, okay? Let me just think for a sec. You can't think about it. It only makes it worse, like tearing off a Band-Aid. You're horrible at this. The gang was cracking up behind me, and I wanted to flip them off and laugh with them at the same time. I smiled at Jake instead, taking a deep breath, and then nodded. I let out an exhilarated scream and felt the icy water sting my body as he submerged us both in the river. The moment he let me go, I bobbed back up to the surface. The cold water felt like razor blades cutting my skin. I gasped and cursed as I struggled to stand. Jake emerged beside me, wiping the water off his face, and then wrapped his fingers around my wrist to pull me back underwater. I screamed again, invigorated and awakened in a way I hadn't felt in a long time. Laughing, I splashed him. The water was so cold that I began to feel numb. He splashed me back before he stood up. Sanchez! He called, and a bottle of shampoo was flung into the air. Jake caught it with his left hand and looked down at me. Come here, he said huskily. Let's get your hair washed so you don't die of hypothermia. I stepped closer to him in the chest-deep water and steadied my feet on the rocks at the bottom. Jake's fingers hurriedly kneaded my prickling scalp, and I couldn't let it go unnoticed that he was shaking too. I thought you could handle the cold water, I asked, unable to resist a smug smile. I can. Notice I'm not whining like you. He gently tugged my head back down into the water to rinse again. He twisted the water from my dripping hair, and as I clumsily made my way up to shore, he swatted me in the butt. You can shoot and stab people, cuss like a sailor, and knee a man in the groin like it's nothing, but water horrifies you. Cold water, Jake. And it doesn't horrify me, I hate it. I wish it was summer all year long, I said through chattering teeth. Forcing my feet to work, I scrambled for my towel. Jake finished bathing quickly and joined me on dry land. He picked up his towel, which had been draped beside my dry clothes, and began wiping the droplets of water off his body. I dried my feet and slipped them back into my flip-flops. I can't believe you did that to me, I muttered. Traitor. Jake took a step toward me, and his body was suddenly so close that his heat enveloped me, warming me more than the damp towel I'd wrapped around my waist. He glanced around before he reached behind me and untied the back of my bikini top. Hey! I screeched, my hands flying up to my chest. He said nothing, just stared into my eyes, letting his hand linger on the skin of my back. You should probably get changed, he said, his voice thick with desire. I nodded dumbly. Hold the towel up for me? Jake unwrapped the towel from around my waist and held it up, blocking me from everyone's view, never taking his eyes off mine. I removed my hands, untying the final tie around my neck, allowing my green bikini top to fall with a soggy splat onto the rocks at my feet. Jake's eyes flicked to my chest for only an instant, but I could feel his increasing arousal infuse with my own. I was too busy battling our mutual desire to feel the least bit self-conscious as I stood in front of him, in only my bikini bottoms and a mess of scraggly hair hanging over my shoulders. He handed me the white tank top I'd tossed on the tall boulder beside him. You should probably put this on. By late afternoon, we were approaching camp. I spotted Jason in the distance, pacing back and forth in a clearing behind the stable. Each step was deliberate and intense. What the hell? What's he? Carlos started to ask. I peeked back at Chris, who looked as clueless as I felt. Suddenly fearful something horrible had happened in our absence, we urged our horses forward. An endless cycle of what-ifs looped through my mind. I drew wings to a halt mere feet from the matted line of weeds Jason had trampled before I dismounted. What's wrong? My eyes shifted over his body, taking in the bandage crossing his face. He looks okay. His eyes shifted to me, a wistful smile on his face, but it instantly hardened into a scowl. Are you okay? I can't tell anymore. Jason's mood was constantly changing, and I couldn't keep up with them. Just that Danny and I have been waiting for you. His words startled me far more than his accusing glare. Danny? I looked around like I might find her walking over from the fallen log where Jason and I had opened the box, or sitting on the wooden pasture fence, although I knew she was miles away. Hey, Zo, did you get all clean? Danny asked, and the sound of her voice in my head eased the usual tension in my shoulders. Where have you been, Danny? You were supposed to check in yesterday. We've been a little... I glanced at Jason. On edge, waiting to hear from you. Jason resumed his pacing. Yeah, I was just starting to tell Jason about that. Under his breath, Jason muttered to me, If you don't talk out loud, I can't hear what you're saying to her. I rolled my eyes, even though he had a point. Long story short, I accidentally got this electroshock therapy that... What? Jason and I both shouted at the same time. Can you two be quiet so I can explain? Jason stopped his pacing long enough to shoot me a sideways glance. Sorry, I grumbled for the both of us. Anyway, they call it electrotherapy, and it's specially designed to increase the power of abilities, but a side effect is that the recipient of the treatment can't use their ability for a while. It was an accident, mostly, but if it hadn't been for 2 regens, I would have been brain fried, extra crispy. But I wasn't, so yay. Fucking, damn it all to fucking hell. Jason was stalking around, apparently looking for something to hit. Trying not to picture Danny being electrocuted or brain fried, I frantically asked one of my many questions. What's a regen, D? Oh, right. I've made a few discoveries since I've been out of commission. It worked, by the way. The electrotherapy, I mean. My telepathy is way stronger than it was before. I'm not sure if it's permanent or what, but anyway, regens are people who died and have been brought back to life. Oh, shit, I breathed. Becca, that has to be what happened to her. This time I was the one who started pacing, periodically looking over at Jake, who was standing a few yards away with the others. He was completely oblivious to my realization. Really, it all boils down to abilities and being able to control people. Regens are still people, but their minds work differently, and they don't remember who they used to be. But 2 of them are different. They're helping me. They helped me when when the doctor snagged me and started the electrotherapy. I peered over at Jason, wondering if he'd noticed Danny's hesitation. And, oh my God, you guys are never going to believe this. Chris was right. Someone did orchestrate everything. I don't know all the details, but I do know who created the virus. And I gotta admit, I'm kind of having a hard time not beating her face in. Don't do anything stupid, Jason practically growled. Of course not. I pictured Danny smiling impishly. I'm not surprised about the regens. I'm almost positive we had one of them with us a few days ago. What? Really? Danny seemed almost afraid to ask. It was Becca. I paused. Jake's sister. We didn't know what she was. We just knew she was wrong. Dying and coming back to life definitely wasn't normal. We have to at least try to get her out too, Danny. She's back in the colony now, but she may not be willing to leave. Okay, wow. That's crazy. But yeah, I'll see what I can find out about her. What else has been going on down there? Jason crouched on the ground, seeming to focus on controlling his anger. Not a fucking thing, he grumbled. I hesitated, wondering how much to tell her, but I knew Danny would be hurt if she found out I was keeping things from her, especially when it came to the box. Well, we had a few run-ins with some crazies, and we opened the box, but mostly... You opened it? What's in it? I was reluctant to answer her. Jason and I hadn't spoken about the box since that day. Beyond that, I wasn't sure how much I could tell Danny without breaking down. I gazed over at the rest of my friends. They were leaning against their horses casually as they waited for our conversation with Danny to come to an end. Jake picked a piece of grass from his horse's mane and looked at me questioningly. His idle expression transformed to one of deep concern. Jason cleared his throat, capturing my attention. He glanced up at me, his eyes full of caution. Are you getting tired, Red? Do you need to go? I don't want you to get worn out and... No, I'm fine. Better than fine. It's easy now. Jason ran his fingers through his hair. It was nearly as dark as mine and longer than I'd seen it in over a decade. He said nothing. Guys, the question about what was in the box wasn't supposed to be a stumper. Oh, right. We found out our dad was a liar, I blurted. And that our mom's alive. Or at least she was. There was a letter from her explaining... Well, not much. Holy crap. And there was a picture of her. My voice was cold, but it was better than crying about it. What did she look like? Danny asked. She sounded nervous. My eyes shifted to Jason's once more, and I recalled the argument we'd had before opening the box. Like me, I said. I wasn't sure if the quietness of my voice was a result of guilt, sadness, or anger. It was probably all three. A long moment passed, and when Danny didn't respond, Jason said, Red, are you okay? Are you sure this isn't too much? No, I'm fine, I promise. That's a huge thing. I'm trying to wrap my mind around it. She paused, then added, Did you learn anything else? That our dad was in the military, and that's how they... Jason stood, his head lowered and hands clenched into fists. It doesn't really matter anymore, I muttered, hoping to spare Jason further pain. Oh, I can't believe he hid all that for so long. But don't you think he must have had a reason? Do you have any clue as to why he kept all that from you? I shook my head, lazily stroking Wing's velvety nose before I realized Danny couldn't see me. It doesn't matter, I said bitterly, not wanting to spend another second thinking about my parents and their lies. They're dead now, so we'll never know. We need to focus on getting you out of there. I know. I've only got a few days left until General Douchebag starts using me to draw in more people, which would be bad. Really, really bad. The regens aren't the worst of his science experiments. Regens, Becca, Father, the General. It was all starting to make sense. Jason looked at me sharply. What do you mean? I don't know much, but there's apparently another program being developed here that creates mind slaves without the need for mind manipulation or labs and electricity. They're not regens. There's something else. They call them TRs. Jesus, this guy is taking over the world one brain-dead person at a time. I repeat, we've got to get you out of there, Dee, I said, gesturing emphatically. Jason started pacing again. Exactly how long until you need to get out? I start at the comm center in 3 days. Then we'll get you out the night before you're supposed to start. That gives you a couple more days to gather intel. What do you already know? What do you want to know? We need guard numbers and patterns, the general's schedule throughout the day, even at night, and anything else you think might help us plan the extraction. Gosh, you guys don't want much, do you? Danny joked. It's not funny, Dee, I said, and Jason growled, We just want you back. There was a long pause. I know, sorry. Bad joke. Is there anyone you can trust? I asked, Anyone who can help you? Yeah. There are a few people I can trust. Gabe and those 2 regens I told you about. I'll scout around tomorrow night with Camille and Mace. They're the regens. They know a lot about this place and have some ideas about where to look. Be careful, I pleaded. Promise. As for the info about the guards and stuff, and the general's schedule, I'll ask Gabe tomorrow at dinner. Oh shit, I thought, closing my eyes. What do you mean dinner? Jason asked, his voice low and cold. I had the impression that Danny was smiling. Calm down, Jason. I'm having dinner with Gabe to interrogate him for more information that'll help you guys plan the breakout. Crap, you'd think it was a date or something. Is he coming with you when you leave? Jason asked quietly. Danny didn't say anything, and I scoured Jason's face for signs of boiling emotions. There was only a glint in his eyes. A dangerous glint. Danny. Though Jason's voice was soft, it was filled with warning. Yes, he's coming with me, but... Good. I've got a few words for him. Jason, it's not like... After what he did, it doesn't matter what it's... All right, you guys, this isn't helping. I glared at Jason, willing him to calm down. You can argue about this later when we've got our back, I reassured him. And when Gabe is within punching distance, I muttered. Jason grunted. Danny sighed mentally. Fine, but you should know Camille and Mace might be coming too. Anyone else tagging along? Jason asked. Maybe you should make a colony-wide announcement. No, Danny said tartly. But if you think it's a good idea, maybe I will. Jason closed his eyes, but the hint of a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Sorry, he said. There was a pause, then Danny said, Me too. I miss you, Jason. I miss everything. I miss... Okay, guys, I blurted, unable to handle their loveness. I'm gonna go. Danny, please be safe and promise me you'll let us know if plans change and we need to get you out sooner. I promise, she said. Jason didn't even glance at me before wandering off into the sparse woods beyond the stable to continue his conversation with Danny in private. I turned to face the group, all of their curious, concerned eyes on me. Come on, I said, snatching Wing's reins and leading her toward the stable. I'll fill you guys in. As I ran through everything with them, answering the few questions I couldn't stop my mind from wandering to thoughts about Danny and Jason and how obscenely much they cared about one another. Jake had proven he cared about me many times. I knew that if it was in his power, like Jason with Danny, he would never let any physical harm come to me. He could protect me from bullets and transfuse his blood with mine when I needed it. He could wash my hair and help keep me from freezing at night. But he couldn't protect me from the tension that tightened my neck and shoulders, or the dull, incessant ache that pulsed inside me at the thought of him leaving, like he'd almost done. I didn't have a choice with Mom. She was gone before I could even get to know her. Jason had been gone since we were little kids, leaving me alone with our broken dad, who was always distant and preoccupied. But it was different with Jake. He'd never made me any promises. He's not tied to me like my family was supposed to be. I rolled my eyes. The frequent conversations I was having with myself hadn't escaped my attention. After I unsaddled and brushed Wings in her stall, I moved to the next stall over to check on Shadow. He was standing in the shade of his paddock, his head drooping as he snoozed. His ears perked when he heard my footsteps, and his head shot up. Without the halter, his wounds were able to heal, and the raw flesh lining his forehead and jaw was easily scabbing over. I leaned against the fence, crossing my arms on the top slat. Hey, fella, how you feeling? I asked him softly. He looked better. Although his muscles were wasted, his chest was broad, and his legs were long. He was a good 5.5 feet tall. His onyx coat had blue undertones in the dying light. He walked toward me, his ears never moving from my direction. Are you going to let me pet you again? I asked, holding out the back of my hand. He stopped at the railing and bent his head down to hang languorously, waiting to be touched.
Well, that was easier than I expected. I smiled and reached out to brush his nose with the back of my hand. He took a step closer, making me lean back to allow him into my space. You're affectionate today. Being careful of his wounds, I stroked his face, moving his long bangs to the side so I could rub his forehead and velvety ears. I stayed with him until the sun started to set behind the hills. The clouds were soft and airy, giving the appearance that pink frosting had been spread throughout the pale purple backdrop of the sky. How's he doing? Jake's voice was low and soft as he sidled up beside me. I tensed, my insides both warmed and nauseated by his presence. He smelled so good, like leather and soap and hay, but the uncertain tone of his voice was unfamiliar. I shook all pesky, lustful thoughts from my head. He's doing really well. I examined the dwindling amount of grass in the pasture before shifting my eyes to a cut on my finger. I wondered how I'd injured myself as I looked everywhere but at the formidable man standing directly beside me. Bet you'll be riding him sooner than you think. Jake's attempt to be normal was admirable, but I cringed inwardly. I couldn't bear the awkward small talk. I shrugged, looking at Shadow, not sure if he'd ever let me onto his back. But then he nudged my shoulder, wanting more attention. Yeah, maybe. There was a pause, a breath that turned into 3, and then 4. What's going on, Zoe? Jake asked, suddenly closer to me. His body heat seared through my clothes and into my skin. I wanted to melt into him, but I didn't want to feel the vulnerability that always came with being alone with him. Not anymore. I stepped away. Why are you still upset with me about what happened in town? Back at the river, I thought. I shook my head, not sure if I was lying. I'm just tired, and I've got a lot on my mind. There's a lot going on, and I think I'm just going to call it an early night. I turned toward the house. Jake reached out and gripped my upper arm. Please stop walking away from me. He paused. Is it Danny? I shook my head again. He let go of me, both of our arms dropping to our sides in exasperation. You're not like Jason, he said bitterly. I glared at him. What's that supposed to mean? You can't hold everything inside like he does. I could tell Jake felt slighted. You tried that before and it didn't work, remember? I could feel his anger rising, and I saw an image of me in his mind, the memory of my breakdown at Fort Knox. The night reality had crashed into me and I'd crumpled to the floor in the cafeteria, sobbing. Thanks for the reminder, I quipped quietly. Tell me what it is. The injured look in his imploring brown eyes made it impossible not to say something. I can't. Why not? He took a step closer, and I remembered how his arms had felt wrapped around me down at the river. Because why? Because you're just gonna leave, I blurted. That's why I can't keep letting you in, Jake. I know that's how this thing between us ends. Oh, really? Yes, and I don't have the strength for that. Not right now. My voice was unsteady and quiet. Besides, with Becca and everything, things are changing. His eyes widened. I was floundering, losing my grasp on reason, wanting to give in to instant gratification, to just fall into his arms. But I couldn't allow myself to, so I tried again. Things are already what? He braced his hands against the fence, pinning me in place. Hard enough. I straightened. I can't. Can't or don't want to. There's a difference. You have no idea. I pushed past him on the verge of unrelenting tears. I'm sorry, Jake, but I can't do this. Please, just let me go. Overwhelmed, I hurried into the house, relieved there was no one around to ask me any more questions. I passed the parlor and ran up the stairs to my room. Jake's room. Our room. I looked at the double bed, the old patchwork quilt covered by our conjoined nylon sleeping bags. Just looking at our bed, the one that felt like it changed form weekly, but always felt the same with us in it together. The tears I'd been holding back began streaming down my cheeks. Taking a resolute step forward, I unzipped the sleeping bags, leaving them separated on top of the mattress. I was too exhausted to think anymore. Leaving the door open, I hoped the heat from the fire downstairs would find its way in during the later hours of the night, since I wouldn't have Jake's body to warm me. I was too focused on the growing emptiness I felt to pay much attention to the whispers and movement in the parlor below. I just need some sleep, I told myself. I'll pull myself together in the morning. I pulled my sweatshirt over my head, then wrestled to get out of my boots, eventually flinging them across the floor in frustration. My patience was wearing thin, and my bones were still cold from the river. I pulled off my pants, too exhausted to worry about finding and donning my pajamas, and crawled into the soft flannel lining of the sleeping bag. I exhaled a long, deep breath and nestled into its warmth. The sound of the wooden floorboards creaking jarred me from the brink of sobs. My back was to the door, but I heard heavy footsteps entering the room and then boots falling to the floor. I heard the muted sound of metal being set on the wooden vanity and then the click-clack of Cooper's nails as he padded into the room to sleep on the floor on Jake's side of the bed. The mattress depressed behind me as Jake lay down. He turned to me, curling his warm body around mine outside of my sleeping bag. His arm came around my middle, pulling me against him, and his worry and sadness enshrouded me. I held my uneven breaths, hoping I could suffocate my sobs. Jake said nothing. He whispered no reassurances, nor did he ask me to confide in him again. But he held me, and I clutched onto his strong, comforting arms as they tightened around me. I sobbed silently, thankful the room was dark.
Chapter 21. Danny, March 21st, 1 AE. Part of me wanted to stand up and pace, and part of me craved to reach out with my telepathy to tell Zoe and Jason that I'd found their mom, but I couldn't do either. The latter was off limits because, though I was certain Dr. Wesley was their mother, she was also the one who created the virus, killing almost every person my friends and I loved. Knowing what she'd done would hurt them more than her abandonment. They were better off thinking the virus killed her. As for the standing, I couldn't do that because I was in Dr. Wesley's office with her, trying to keep myself from attacking her. I had to sit on my hands to keep from scratching out her eyeballs. Only a few words had been exchanged since I'd stormed into her office, and at least a quarter of an hour had passed in verbal silence. Staring into her jewel blue eyes, I despised her, even more so for her striking resemblance to my two favorite people and for what she'd done to them, abandoning them. How did I not see it before? I can't believe I was so blind. Finally, my voice low and cold, I managed to ask, "Why?" When she didn't respond, I jumped to my feet and stalked to her desk, planted my hands on the surface and leaned in. "Tell me why you did it. Tell me why you killed everyone." She blinked, slowly, the rest of her body going completely still. "For my family, for my children, I had no choice." Does she know that I know who she is? "There's always a choice," I snapped, but the words didn't sound as harsh as I'd intended. She was talking about Zoe and Jason, my Zoe and Jason, and unwillingly, some of my fiery hatred for this woman dampened. But I want to hate her. "Explain," I demanded. Dr. Wesley sighed, and her strength of will seemed to deflate, like she was letting go of a burden she'd carried all her life. She suddenly appeared an older, more haggard woman than she'd been a few seconds earlier. "Before my children were born," she said softly, "before my husband and I were married, I worked for a civilian company contracted by the Department of Defense. I made a breakthrough that landed our little lab on the DoD's radar,
and the opportunity to receive their funding was one we couldn't turn down, so we relocated from our small Maryland town to a military base. She laughed softly, a sound devoid of humor, and shook her head. Shortly after my team and I moved, I met my husband. As I watched Dr. Wesley, Dr. Cartwright in all reality, lose herself in memory, I lowered myself into one of the worn padded chairs in front of her desk. I didn't think her story was going to be short, but if it contained the answers I sought, an explanation for why any person would do what she'd done, I could sit and listen and be patient. Why she was telling me her story, I didn't know, and honestly, I didn't care, just so long as she gave me answers, information, ammo, assuming she's telling the truth. He was a soldier, one of the men in the unit assigned to guard us, which really meant keep an eye on us so we didn't hand potentially dangerous technology over to the enemy. She smiled wistfully, the past filling her eyes. I hated him for months, but that was really just because I'd fallen for him almost the first moment I saw him, and I refused to give up my career for a man. She was quiet for a moment. When I discovered what the military intended to do with my research, he was the one who helped me escape. So she didn't want to hurt anyone, but she still ended up killing everyone. I tried to imagine Tom Cartwright, my best friend's scatterbrained, hard-working craftsman father, as Dr. Wesley's knight in camouflage armor, but I'd only known him as a troubled, middle-aged man, and picturing him as a soldier was impossible. Quietly, I asked, "What were you researching?" The doctor's hint of a smile disintegrated. A base pair on a specific strand of DNA estimated to be present in a little over 10% of the human population. It held the genetic key to accessing never-before-seen mental and physical abilities. Like what we're experiencing now? I asked. She nodded. One of my colleagues hypothesized that... She halted, her gaze sharp, assessing. How familiar are you with genetics? I shrugged. Not very. I took a biological anthropology class as an undergrad, so I understand Darwinism, natural selection, and all that good stuff. But being able to picture a pretty multicolored double helix is about as far as my DNA comprehension goes. With a frown, Dr. Wesley nodded. I'll keep it simple then. Basically, we discovered the strand of DNA that, among other things, controls our genetic potential to exhibit an ability. I discovered the base pair on the strand that inhibits, or used to inhibit, that potential. All we had to do was determine a way to delete the inhibiting pair, and then we could really see what the strand could do. I held up a hand to interrupt. Can you even do that? Delete a gene? Shaking her head, Dr. Wesley corrected. A base pair, not a gene, and nature does it every day. You have some understanding of evolution, so you know that genetic mutation, one of the driving forces behind evolution, is random, correct? Whatever my personal feelings for the doctor were, I couldn't deny her genius. Her eyes practically glowed with it. I nodded. Those natural, completely random mutations generally take place in 3 ways. Substitution, when one base pair is substituted with another. Deletion, when a base pair is left out. And insertion, when an entirely new base pair appears. Unfortunately, such mutations are completely unpredictable, usually harmful, and, for the most part, uncontrollable, not to mention limited by the reproductive rate of a species. Raising my eyebrows, I said, but the genetic changes caused by the virus hadn't been limited to the next generation of humans. They'd impacted us all, changing everyone who'd survived. But, Dr. Wesley agreed, over 2 decades ago, a few months before my husband-to-be helped me flee from the military, I read an article by a brilliant young microbiologist on something he called gene therapy. Have you ever heard of it? Entranced by her story, I shook my head. It was mind-boggling that the moves leading to the destruction of mankind had been set in place so long ago,
before I was even born. Had anyone known the consequences of their actions? Had the demolition of civilization been the goal even then? Or were the key players just looking to make a new, stronger breed of people?
Essentially, gene therapy is a way to force spontaneous genetic mutation, even in a fully grown subject.
Subject. I snorted and clarified. Person?
Person, cat, apple tree, anything with DNA.
Dr. Wesley explained.
In gene therapy, a virus is the delivery method for the mutation, either to transport a new base pair for substitution or insertion, or to delete an existing base pair.
Dr. Wesley dropped her eyes, looking at her hands instead of at me.
Unfortunately, though the virus we initially used was mostly harmless on its own, our trials proved that the gene therapy was too dangerous to continue researching and experimenting with.
Trials? As in human trials?
Well, we couldn't exactly use a bird, could we? And unless you know of a secret preserve of Homo sapiens neanderthalensis, our only route to test the procedure was to try it on our fellow humans.
At seeing the appall warping my face, she added,
They were all volunteers.
I snorted again. I'm sure. So what happened? You said it was too dangerous. Did the government shut the program down? Dr. Wesley shook her head.
If only. The gene therapy had an unfortunate side effect for most of the test subjects. During the first round, we only chose subjects who were confirmed carriers of the P strand.
P strand?
Pandora strand.
She laughed bitterly.
One of my lab assistants came up with it as a joke. She had no idea how appropriate the name was.
There was a long pause before Dr. Wesley resumed her explanation.
We only chose people whose genetic makeup contained the P strand. But we didn't notice the variation among different test subjects. The gene therapy was designed to take out the final base pair in that strand, which we'd identified as the ability inhibiting pair, but...
She took a heavy breath.
80% of the test subjects in that first group had an additional base pair, which inhibited something else entirely. And in those subjects, that was the base pair that was deleted. We hadn't been looking for it, so we just missed it,
she said, an air of defeat in her voice. So, what does that mean? I thought about my experiences in the post-virus world over the past few months, and I was pretty sure I'd puzzled out what that additional base pair inhibited. Let me guess. It inhibited insanity, and once it was deleted, those people lost it? Eyebrows raised, Dr. Wesley nodded. Apparently I'd impressed her. Go me.
It wasn't obvious at first,
she explained.
Just like the abilities didn't develop immediately. But in time, it became clear. I begged my supervisors to set the project aside. I told them it was far too dangerous, but they ordered another trial, this time with a random sampling of people who weren't pre-selected based on their genetic makeup. I hated myself for doing it, but I followed orders, carried out the trial, and cried myself to sleep every night. Tom was all that got me through it.
Looking into my eyes, imploring me to understand, she said,
There were 100 people in that test group, and 91 of them died within a month of treatment. Not from the gene therapy exactly, but from colds, allergies, blood infections caused by minor wounds, you name it. You see, unlike in the first trial, where we made sure everyone carried the P strand, we didn't do so with the second trial group. 91 of them didn't carry the P strand, the strand that was in the place of the P strand for those test subjects.
At my son's scowl, she amended what she'd said.
For those people related directly to the immune system, deleting the final base pair did something that almost completely destroyed their body's ability to heal. It was irreversible, and no matter how...
An uncontrollable sob choked off her words. Sympathy welled inside me, but I shoved it away. She deserved her pain. She killed Grams, Cam, Callie, Her own husband. Voice cracking under the weight of her sorrow, she said, "No matter how many hours I spent in the lab trying to find a cure, they all died. My superiors wouldn't even let us contact their families so they could speak to their loved ones one last time." After another choking sob, she regained her composure. "Tom said he would take me away, that we could start a new life somewhere else, where we would become other people, normal people, and hide from the horrors of what I'd done. We developed a plan that protected us, and once we were married and had children, protected our family for almost 10 years. Tilting my head to the side, I said, "You disappeared?" Dr. Wesley's answering grin was sly. "Better than you can imagine. Tom and I, we both carried the peace strand, and by some glorious twist of fate, neither of us had the extra base pair. It seemed like destiny at the time, like some higher power was guiding us, telling us we were doing the right thing. So we gave ourselves the gene therapy treatment and waited for our abilities to develop, hoping they would be in some way beneficial to our escape. You know mine, nulling others' abilities." "And amplifying," I said, interrupting her. "The general only knows about that side of your ability, doesn't he? I'd imagine he'd be pretty upset if he found out you could block other people's abilities as well." Her eyes narrowed, but she agreed with a stiff nod. She'd heard my not-so-subtle threat, and it seemed she would continue to cooperate. Tom's ability proved equally useful. He could alter people's memories, making them forget they'd ever seen us. It was the next best thing to being invisible. I stared at her, flabbergasted. Overloaded on insane information, I'd yet to process the fact that Tom, Zoe and Jason's dad, had an ability. Or at least he'd had one before he died of the virus. He died of the virus. Suddenly, several things clicked. The virus. It was different this time, wasn't it? "It was," she said. "It was a modified influenza virus, nearly universally contagious and designed to take advantage of the weakest immune systems of the non-P strand carriers." "And you created it that way, didn't you? You created it to kill everyone." Too angry to wait for an answer, I repeated my initial question. "Why?" "Why'd you create it? Why'd you leave your family? Why'd you kill everyone? Why?" Dr. Wesley met my eyes, then immediately looked away. Gregory, General Harrison, had been one of the lower officers overseeing my project in the beginning. He and I had gone on a few dates before I realized my feelings for Tom, and he convinced me to check his DNA for the P strand. Like Tom and me, he was a viable candidate for the gene therapy. He convinced me to include him in the second trial, which I shouldn't have done because it invalidated the random selection process, but I did it anyway, hoping it would make him more amenable to letting me leave. Raising her furious gaze to mine, she said, "It didn't. Tom and I escaped before Gregory's ability was strong enough to really control anyone's minds, but once we were gone, he had several decades to strengthen and perfect his control, to plant people where he needed them, and for the past 24 years he's used my ability, or half of it, to make his even stronger." From the fury in her voice, I could tell how much she hated him. Good. At least we agree on that. Dr. Wesley took a few deep breaths, then said, "During the 10 years Tom and I were gone, Gregory built up his own mind-controlled army within the military, and eventually he found us." She sounded utterly despondent, broken. Oh, God. I can't hate her. I wanted to scream. We'd gotten married and had 2 children at that point, a young boy and a girl, little more than a baby, and he threatened to kill them if I didn't join him, work for him, be his plaything. She spat out the final word, and for once I didn't squash my sympathy. He told me he loved me and needed me, and that if I attempted anything to be free of him, and my own life, try to end his, he would kill my children and husband.
He had people ready to destroy my family if I hurt him or his plans in any way. He called it his contingency plan.
With liquid blue eyes, she begged me to understand.
So you see, I had no choice. My children
are the only reason you're still alive, I said, standing. Honestly, it was mostly a bluff. I couldn't kill her. Not now that I knew the truth of who she was and why she'd created the virus. But she didn't need to know that. Dr. Wesley eyed me warily.
So you know.
That Zoe and Jason are your kids? Yeah.
I took a step closer to her desk and held out my hand, palm up.
You have a master key. Give it to me. She ignored my demand.
Will you tell them I'm here?
Her eyes were filled with equal amounts of hope and dread. No. I hate lying to them, but the truth would hurt them so much more than if they go on thinking you're dead.
They would hate me. Thank you for...
My face twisted into an ugly sneer. I'm doing it for them, not for you. I spat. They'd blame themselves. Because if you had refused the general and let them die, everyone else might have gone on living. At least that's how they'd see it. She flinched like I'd slapped her. Give me your key. If you don't, I'll tell the general about the other half of your ability and the neutralizer, I said, an icy chill coating my words. Dr. Wesley reached into the pocket of her lab coat and pulled out an inconspicuous key. She placed it on my palm without touching my skin. Does it open his office? She shook her head.
Only he has those keys.
Do you know why he sent a regen to my people's camp?
No,
Her face filled with worry.
Are they all right?
They're fine. Reluctantly, I added, Zoe and Jason know you didn't die in the car crash. They found a letter you wrote to Tom.
Oh, God.
She whimpered as tears leaked from her eyes.
How'd you figure out who I was?
I started stringing the key onto the cord with the red card and the guard's warehouse key. You look like an older version of Zoe. I'm surprised I didn't suspect sooner, but you were supposed to be dead, so...
What are they like?
She asked softly. I sighed, really not wanting to ease her pain, but I could hear Grams chiding me in my head.
I didn't raise you to be so heartless, Danny girl.
Zoe and Jason are... They're two of the best people I've ever known. Strong, smart, stubborn. I love them both very much. I'd die for them, and I'm pretty sure they'd do the same for me.
They might when they try to get you out of here. Then I'll have a reason to hate you as much as you hate me.
God, I hope not. Their deaths were my worst fear. Wait, how does she even know about the escape? I narrowed my eyes. Gabe told you. That little... Ugh! She shrugged.
I'm not the enemy, Danielle.
I raised one shoulder.
You didn't have to blackmail me for that.
She pointed to the key resting against my chest.
All you had to do was ask, and I would have given it to you.
I almost said, I don't care, but I caught myself. I did care, and I suddenly felt monstrous for blackmailing her. It's too late to take it back now. I'll do whatever I can to keep them safe.
If your actions kill my children, then everything I've done to keep them safe will have been for naught. That's on you.
Ouch. I shook my head, irritated at myself for letting her get under my skin. Zoe and Jason might blame themselves for everyone's deaths if they knew about you, but I don't. I blame you. I turned and headed for the door. When my hand was on the doorknob, she asked,
Would you rather I'd killed myself, thus killing the two people you love so dearly? Gregory would have found another geneticist to engineer his virus, and everyone would have died anyway.
I opened the door and exited the office without responding. Not on principle, not to give her the cold shoulder, but because I didn't have an answer. I hurried down the hallway, around a corner, and leaned my back against the wall. Slowly, I slid to the ground. and cried. Chapter 22. Zoe. March 21st, 1 AE. I flung my bent arm up to block Sanchez's elbow strike. When sparring, I was required to focus on something other than the thoughts jumping around like pesky, filthy fleas trying to distract me. I stepped into Sanchez, hooking my left leg directly behind her right, and before she had a chance to react, I shoved her shoulder, throwing her off balance. She started falling backward. Knowing my weakness was not moving away in time, she clutched my thick braid and pulled me down with her. "You're such a bitch," I joked, panting on the ground beside her. We'd been at it for over an hour, and I was feeling it everywhere. "I told you to chop it off. It's not my fault you keep it long enough to pull." She flung her hands above her head and tried to catch her breath. I'd thought many times about cutting my hair, but I was reticent. It was the only old part of me I had left. "I think you'll get those achy muscles you wanted," she said as she rubbed her thigh. "You did a number on me today. Those knees of yours are knobby." I only laughed. A small smile tugged at her lips, and she shook her head slightly. "You did good. You're quicker than you used to be and definitely stronger." That was a relief. I wanted to be better. Beyond that, I wanted my body to be as sore and heavy feeling as my mind. I wanted physical exhaustion to help me fall asleep without trailing, wistful thoughts bothering me before my brain finally turned off for the night. We'd been practicing our abilities, too, stretching and flexing them as much as we could. I sat up. "How are you feeling about your telepathy?" "It is what it is. I doubt I'll ever be able to hear responses like Danny." "Yeah, but one-way communication is better than none. It seems like there are no distance barriers. That's even better." "I'm sure there's a limit to how far. I just haven't found it yet." I shook my head. "Whatever. At least your ability is easy to control. It's straightforward." "Maybe," she sighed. "But your control's been getting better." "Yeah, I guess. I mean, I can turn it on and off. There are some people it doesn't work around very well." I thought about Jake. But that might be more of a me thing than my ability glitch. Sanchez took a long, deep breath and held it. "I'm concerned for you, Zoe." My eyes snapped to her. "Why?" "Your ability is a saving grace in a lot of ways. You can tell when danger is coming now, or at least you're getting better at that. You know when someone's lying and when they're sad." She was right. Feeling what my friends were feeling and seeing their most sacred memories was becoming increasingly easier. "But you'll see things about people that you'll wish you hadn't. To me, that sounds more like a curse than a gift." I thought about it for a minute. About Jake's private memories of his sister and of the intimate feelings Biggs and Sarah had whenever they were around one another. I thought about Sanchez's memories of her abusive childhood and how she'd come to be the woman she was. I agreed with her. My ability was problematic and exhausting, but deep down I knew I probably wouldn't change it if I was ever given the chance, even if I couldn't really explain why. We sat quietly for a moment before she jumped to her feet. "Come on, one more round before we head back." It was my first day riding Shadow, so we only ventured a couple miles away from camp, far enough to give him some exercise and a change in scenery. Much to my apprehension, I didn't use a saddle because the clanking sound of it frightened him, but Carlos had helped me create a padded halter for his face, so I didn't worsen his healing wounds. Shadow had clearly been ridden before, making the experience a good one, even though I worried I was hurting him half the time. Sanchez and I rode between the rocky cliffs of a canyon through a long-forgotten mining community. The sound of clomping hooves accompanied us up the rocky hillside as we made our way back to our little western town. The steady sound of the breeze and the frequent cawing of a hawk off in the distance lulled us into a lazy silence. I thought about life 1,000,000 years ago and how untouched everything had been. Then humans came along and cut everything down, took over, and corrupted most things that were natural and beautiful. But not anymore. I almost laughed as I considered the unexpected twist of fate. We were the minority again.
We were the outnumbered visitors in a place that would continue to thrive. We were the ones fighting to survive. A few paces in front of me, Sanchez sneezed, and I watched her for a moment, realizing how much she'd changed in the months I'd known her. While I found myself hardening into someone I barely recognized, she seemed to soften. She was still the epitome of feminine strength, but she also seemed more compassionate and vulnerable than before.
Starting to think we might actually have a chance,
she admitted as she leaned forward to pat Delilah's neck.
Between all our abilities,
she shrugged.
I definitely think we have a chance.
As long as Jason doesn't null us all in the middle of everything, I scoffed. I immediately regretted saying his name. Sanchez's relaxed expression hardened, and she stared out at the grassland that stretched out before us as we kept moving in the direction of our camp, settled beyond the next bend of trees. Jason seemed to be her own form of kryptonite. She struggled to shrug off his indifference toward her, but she never seemed fully able to do it.
Stop staring at me,
she glared, but I knew her irritation was only a defense mechanism. She trusted me with her privacy the way I trusted her with my life. The corner of my mouth lifted in sympathy as I felt her vulnerability surface for the second time since breakfast. She'd had another unpleasant run-in with Jason while he and Jake were gearing up to go hunting. Their past was one she'd cherished before, but now it ate away at her. Years ago, they'd been friends who could grab a beer when they had a free evening or sit casually outside of a pool hall getting lost in conversation, completely forgetting about the time. Sanchez wasn't typically like that. Neither was Jason, and that's what had made their friendship so special to her. I wasn't sure if they'd ever been lovers, but the years they'd spent together on the same base had shown her that he was someone she could have grown to love if circumstances had been different. None of it mattered anymore, at least not to him. He never so much as glanced her way unless he had to, practically treating her like a leper. His cold shoulder and one-word responses created tension so thick that we all grew anxious when the two were in close proximity. The longer Danny was away, the more palpable the tension became. I wish we had a better idea of what sort of abilities they have access to at the colony, I thought aloud, so we really know what we're up against, so that we can form some sort of plan. I thought about the programs Danny was learning about and the altered people she was meeting. What else is going on that she hasn't seen? The possibilities frighten me. Sanchez took a swig from her water bottle and slid it back into her saddlebag before looking over at me.
We know more than we did,
she said frankly. I nodded, and we plodded through the scant woods and into the ghost town, heading for the stable. When we were finished with the horses, I took advantage of the sunlight to finish a sketch of Shadow I'd been working on, while Tavis, Chris, and Sanchez went to get a fresh batch of water. Jason and Carlos were probably at the sheriff's office, whittling like they had been the last couple days, and Harper and Jake were playing fetch with the dogs. Sam seemed to be the only one unaccounted for. Setting my sketch pad down, I gazed around. I noticed Sam-sized Nike footprints in the dirt and decided to follow them. The closer I came to the sheriff's office, the clearer I could hear a quiet whoosh and thunk coming from the shooting range we'd created behind it. We'd been using the cowboy cutouts we'd found in the general store as targets, and hay bales and sacks of fake sugar and flour as obstacles. I wandered over, only to find Sam standing in the last patch of sunshine in the center of the shooting range, his stance wide and his arms upraised. One arm pulled a bowstring back to his ear, and the other held the bow extended in front of him. He was aiming an arrow at one of the bullet-riddled cowboys furthest from him. I remained quiet, watching Sam's deep concentration and feeling the focus radiating from him.
I can feel you watching me,
he said without looking in my direction. And just like he could see the blood covering my clothes in the darkness. Interesting. A smirk lifted the side of my mouth, and I took a step toward him, arms crossed over my chest. You look like you know what you're doing, I said playfully.
Sam let go of the bowstring, and the arrow flew straight through the air, piercing where the cowboy's heart might be. He readied another arrow, and I watched him go through the same motions again. He let out a deep breath, shifted his feet, aimed, took another deep breath, and then released the bowstring. The arrow sailed off to the left, piercing a cowboy's groin area. "I like the way you think," I said, laughing. "Where'd you learn archery?"
"Tavis."
Sam readied another arrow and, again, aimed and released. When he let go, he hit his target spot on. Another cowboy, right in the chest. "Why a bow and arrow?" I asked, half knowing the answer already. He was young, and I assumed Tavis hadn't wanted him to carry a gun. There was something unsettling about making a child shoot to kill, no matter the situation. Even though it was awkward and harder to carry around, the bow seemed less imposing and more civil in some strange way. It made sense to me. I hated the feeling of cold metal in my hands and the sound of cracking gunfire. "I don't like guns," he answered. "Me neither," I said honestly. I stood and watched him while he walked to retrieve his arrows a few dozen yards away. "Then why do you have one strapped to your leg?" he called. "I need to be able to protect myself," I said with a grin. "Unlike you, no one's ever taught me to use a bow." Sam looked at me as he returned. He was considering something. I could see it in his appraising eyes. "Want to make a deal?" "Perhaps," I said, tilting my head in curiosity.
"I'll get Tavis to get you a new bow from the archery place in town, and we'll teach you how to use it if you'll teach me how to draw."
He stood there watching my thoughtful expression, waiting. "You like to draw?" He nodded.
"I saw your sketchbook in the house. I liked the one you started of a pregnant lady with crazy hair."
It was the sketch of Sarah I hadn't finished in her absence. "Well, thanks. But that seems like an unfair deal, don't you think? You'll give me a bow and teach me how to use it, and all I have to do is give you drawing lessons?" As I finished, I saw a memory of his mother painting in a room scattered with paints and rags and canvases. She'd been an artist.
"Take it or leave it,"
he said sharply. I stifled a laugh. "Do you know how to defend yourself if you don't have your bow?" I asked, an idea forming in my mind. His face was expressionless. "How about you practice hand-to-hand self-defense with me when I train during the day, plus you help me with the bow, and then in the evenings we'll draw." He nodded in agreement.
"When do we start?"
I smiled. "How about now? But we'll have to make this one a short session. I've been training all day and my body aches. Sound good?" He eyed me skeptically. "What can I say? I'm old," I said with a smirk. "Humor me." He handed me his bow and an arrow from his quiver. "Here you go." I stared at the bow for a moment before accepting it, surprised by the weight of it in my hand.
"You have to hold it like this."
Sam maneuvered the fingers on my left hand around the bow's grip, and then showed me how to hold the arrow between my index and middle finger with my right.
"The fletching has to be lined up like this,"
he said, rotating the arrow in my grasp.
"Otherwise the arrow will shoot off in that direction."
He pointed to a pine tree off to my right.
"Stand with your feet spread apart a little. Good. Now raise it up."
He stepped away to demonstrate with an invisible bow of his own. I did as my young instructor commanded and allowed myself a smile. I'm getting archery lessons from a 10-year-old.
"Don't smile,"
Sam chided, and I cleared my throat to stifle another laugh.
"Pull the string back to your cheek,"
he said, observing me.
"No, further."
Sam huffed and groaned as he guided my arm back further.
"Okay, now let it go."
Taking a deep breath, and then another, I squeezed my left eye closed to focus on the painted target. My fingers released the string and it snapped back into place. A grin spread across my lips as I watched the arrow glide past the target and land somewhere behind it. I was far from hitting my mark, but I felt victorious nonetheless. I did it!
"You need practice,"
Sam said dryly.
"But that wasn't too bad."
We continued practicing, and after sighing at me a couple times, Sam finally smiled with pride. After each shot, he had me back up a yard or two, testing me. When I'd let my 7th arrow fly, he crossed his arms over his chest and smirked. "Good," he said, walking beside me to retrieve the arrows. "I kind of like this," I admitted. "I knew you would." I pushed his shoulder playfully. "You think you know me so well, Sam?" He nodded. "Yep." "Having fun?" Tavis called as he pushed away from the side of the sheriff's building. I jumped. "Jesus! I didn't know you were watching." He laughed, clearly amused. "Not long. How'd you do?" "I think I did pretty good, actually," I said, handing Sam his bow. I tied my hair back into a knot to keep it out of my face. "But you'll have to ask my teacher for an unbiased opinion." I looked back at Sam. "Zoe did better than you," Sam interjected with a subtle smirk, and I winked at him in gratitude as my own smile grew. "I wasn't going to say anything," I said with a teasing shrug. Tavis pointed to himself. "Better than May? This guy right here?" Sam peered up into the sky, squinting and ruminating like he wanted to make absolutely sure. "Yep." Tavis's mouth was gaping in mock horror, and then he gave Sam a wry look. "Well, we can't all have perfect aim like you, Sam." He ruffled the boy's brown hair. Having collected all of Sam's arrows, the 3 of us headed back toward the boarding house. "Did you guys bring back more water?" I asked, realizing I was thirsty. Tavis nodded, his thumbs hooked in the pockets of his jeans. "We did, and Harper's making rabbit stew, so I hope you're hungry." "Ravenous, actually. How about you, Sam?" "Meh, I could eat," he said casually right before his stomach grumbled. I nudged his shoulder with my elbow. "Meh? I don't think your tummy agrees with you." I laughed, and when I glanced up, I noticed Jake and Sanchez watching us from the stable. Sanchez acknowledged us with a nod and turned toward the paddocks, but Jake's eyes lingered on the 3 of us. His eyes met mine before he turned and followed Sanchez.
Chapter 23. Danny. March 21st, 1 AE. I twirled my fork, making a nest of noodles and tomato sauce on my plate. This evening was the first time I'd been in Gabe's house, but it wasn't much of a change in scenery. His kitchen was much like mine, filled with taupe counter tiles, walnut cabinets, and an asymmetrical island. We were sitting across from each other at the small, square oak kitchen table. "Are you sure?" I asked after chewing and swallowing my latest bite. It tasted of garlic and tomato sauce from a jar. Gabe wasn't a bad cook, but his skills didn't come close to Cam's. I was spoiled in my previous life.
"I'm too recognizable to be out after curfew. It's an impossibility. And you shouldn't go either. It's too dangerous."
He watched me, his pale blue eyes pensive.
"Maybe you can just tell those regens."
"Camille and Mace," I corrected. I was getting tired of everyone, except for Dr. Wesley, I acceded reluctantly, treating the regens like dogs. They were trained, experimented on, and kept ignorant in the most ludicrous, disturbing ways. And though I knew their brains worked a little differently, they were still human, more or less. They had human emotions and human reactions, and I wanted Gabe to treat them like, well, humans. Gabe took a deep breath and gently set down his fork.
"Maybe you can tell Camille and Mace what you're looking for, and they can carry out the search for information for you."
After a pause, he added,
"I really don't think you should endanger yourself, especially not with everything going down tomorrow night."
I not so softly dropped my fork. "Oh, but I should let them risk their lives because they're what? Not real people? They have feelings like you and me, Gabe. You just have to give them the chance to show you."
"But they're not like you and me, Danny."
He snapped. He lowered his hands to his lap, but I could see his arms tensing as he clenched and unclenched his fists.
"Not anymore.
I know they look like normal people and they talk like normal people, and hell, they probably really do have normal human emotions to some degree, but they're not the same as us. They're not the same as they used to be. Their brains are different. Closed off to me.
Running his fingers through his blonde hair, he sighed.
I don't trust them.
Maybe you're right. Maybe they are different. But you're right about another thing that's more important. They are my friends, as much as you are. More so even, I thought. They haven't betrayed me. Pulling up a folded-up piece of paper out of my jeans pocket, I said, "Any information you can give me to answer these questions will help us plan our escape better."
Our escape?
Gabe repeated as he reached across the table to snatch the paper from my fingers. It was filled with the many questions I'd written to gather information about the colony after my mind convo with Zoe and Jason the previous afternoon. After several long silent minutes, Gabe strode over to the sink, and pulled a lighter out of a nearby drawer. He held the piece of paper over the sink, and with the flick of the lighter, set it aflame. "What are you doing?" I screeched, jumping up as I watched the paper shrivel into an ashy ball. Gabe dropped it before the tiny flames burned his fingers and shook his head.
It's evidence against you, against both of us. I'll gather as much information as I can tomorrow morning, but no list. Someone might find it,
he told me. I forced myself to reclaim my seat. "Why'd you say our escape like that?" I asked softly.
Like what?
"Like you aren't actually planning to join me. We've been over this. You promised," I reminded him. He didn't answer immediately.
Why do you even want me to leave with you?
He finally asked into the sink.
After what I've done to you.
"Because I care about you," I blurted without thinking, and it was true. I do care about him. Probably more than I should. He spun around, facing me, his look hopeful.
What do you say?
Before he could finish, I added, "I'd hate to see you stuck here forever, or worse, hurt because I left you behind. I couldn't live with myself knowing I'd done that." I shrugged. "Besides, I'd like you with me while I plot to take his mightiness down. You know things. You're useful." Gabe leaned back against the counter.
It might also be useful for me to stay here, for you to have someone on the inside. I can do more from in here.
What's his deal? Why could he possibly want to stay? Is Dr. Wesley? "I already have someone in the belly of the beast, and she's far closer to the brain than you are. You're like down in the intestines, but she's working her way up the esophagus." I'd hoped my ridiculous analogy might wipe some of the torn expression off his face, but it only deepened it.
Wes shouldn't have to.
"Why not?" I snapped. "She owes us. She owes everyone." He held my eyes for a moment longer, then looked away as he walked around the island to reclaim his seat at the table.
She's not the monster you've made her out to be in your mind. She didn't have a choice. Maybe she can come with us too.
Bad idea. There was no way I was letting Jason and Zoe find out the truth about their mom, about what she'd done to protect them. She's seeking redemption, Gabe. I highly doubt she'd ever agree to leaving. Desperately, I hoped I was right about that. But if it makes you feel better, ask her, invite her, whatever. I don't care. I lied. Gabe was silent for a long time, looking into my eyes like he was studying my soul.
Fine, I will. And I will leave with you, regardless of her answer.
He looked away, staring down at the table like he was trying to burn a hole in it. "How long have you been working with her?" I asked. He said nothing for a while, then finally,
"I knew of her, but I didn't know her until the virus started spreading throughout the base."
So he didn't help kill everyone. My relief almost choked me. Good to know. I watched him for a few heartbeats, wondering what he was thinking about. Is he making plans for tomorrow? For the escape? "Do you have a way to get your friend out?" I asked. Gabe was always very guarded when he spoke of the woman who was like a sister to him. I knew next to nothing about her.
I'm taking care of it.
Before I could ask for clarification, he said,
You, probably need to leave soon to get ready for your excursion tonight. But before you go, I want to give you something.
Wait, what? Meeting my eyes, Gabe stood. He walked around the table, pulled out the chair nearest mine, and sat. As he reached into the pocket of his slacks, he said,
I wasn't sure I wanted to give you this, but
I had no idea what he was talking about, but I was getting the very uncomfortable feeling that he was about to cross the just friends boundary I'd carefully constructed. My eyes were wide. Gabe set a small digital camera down on the corner of the table.
Take this with you tonight,
he said, looking into my eyes as he nudged the camera closer to me with his fingertips.
It's fully charged and has a 64 gig memory card, so you should be able to take pictures of whatever you find. Just...
His eyes squinted, his expression turning pleading.
Just please be careful with it, if anyone finds it on you.
Gabe, thank you, I said, picking up the little camera and turning it on to get a feel for its various settings. I mean it. This will be a huge help.
I wish you weren't going at all.
I know. Before she left the previous afternoon, Camille had given me the address of the location where I would meet up with her and Mace at midnight. It was an empty house in an unoccupied part of the expansive residential area. At 1:45, I slipped out the back door to my house as quietly as possible. 10 minutes later, I'd made it a block to the south, flitting from shadow to shadow, grateful that the moon had waned to a little less than half its full size. The house where we were to meet was on my right, looking almost identical to both mine and Gabe's. It was a 2-story, modern craftsman, painted a deep earth tone I couldn't make out in the darkness. As I stepped onto the overgrown lawn, I heard a soft whisper coming from the front porch and froze.
It's too dangerous,
a male voice whispered. I was fairly certain it was Mace. Nobody's going to catch us, Camille countered.
That's not what I meant.
After a brief pause, Camille whispered, I have to know. I only know what you told me before, which wasn't much. Again, she paused, and when she continued, her soft voice held a plea. Giant, I need to. Don't you want to know?
I'm afraid.
Camille cooed soothingly. You'll always be my giant, no matter what we find out, okay? I heard nothing for a few seconds, then Camille's, Thank you. Feeling awkward, I took a few more steps and cleared my throat. The noise sounded obscenely loud, and I cringed. Come on, Camille whispered, stepping out of the impenetrable shadows and onto the porch steps. She was wearing military gear, fatigues, and a few weapons, which made her look more like a girl playing dress-up than a soldier. We've got stuff for you to put on. You can change inside. Camille reached for the door handle, and I started up the steps. I could finally see Mace in the inky darkness. Only after I stopped beside Camille did I hear a click, and she twisted the knob. She'd unlocked the door, but she hadn't used a key. Camille? I said quietly. Yeah? What exactly is your ability? I was pretty sure I'd just watched her pick a lock with her mind. She turned her face to me, and her eyes appeared to be $50 pools of night. I control metal. So, why'd you need me to get Dr. Wesley's key? Camille opened the door and ushered Mace and me inside the house before answering. We needed to know how committed she was. She won't talk to me, not really, and she almost never interacts with Mace. She still sees us as, puppets? I offered. The three of us stood clustered together in the entry hall. Someone she can control, sort of like how the general controls everyone else? She nodded enthusiastically. Yes, exactly. And the key? Oh, right. If she gave you the key, an action that could pretty much seal her death, it meant she was fully committed. Committed to what? But before I could ask, Mace thrust a black duffel bag at me and said,
"Put this stuff on."
It took me nearly 10 minutes and Mace's help to shuffle through all the clothing and gear in the bag and get myself fitted up. When I was finished, I was pretty sure I looked as out of place as Camille. Beside Mace, we looked like a couple of elves who'd escaped from the North Pole and bedecked themselves in combat gear. Regardless, I figured it was a better disguise than running around after curfew in black hoodies and jeans. "All right," I said once my pistol, combat knife, and assault rifle were situated. I shifted my shoulders and cringed at the noise. There's no way I can move silently wearing all this.
"Silent isn't the goal,"
Mace said, looking down at me with no hint of amusement.
"We want to look like we belong, not like we're sneaking around."
Hide in plain sight? It made sense, so I didn't argue. I glanced at the door. "So, where to first?" "We're only going one place," Camille said, grinning wickedly. "And that place is?" "Headquarters." I stared first at Camille, then at Mace, before taking a deep breath. "Shit," I said as I exhaled. Headquarters was where the general's office was located, and there were bound to be guards posted at all hours. "Please tell me you have a plan," I said weakly. Camille's expression melted into innocence, and it was Mace's turn to grin. His smile was even more wicked than Camille's had been. The plan, as it turned out, was comprised of Camille using the metals that saturate the human body to hold any guards we came across temporarily motionless, while Mace and I injected them with a chemical compound that would both knock them out for several hours and cause short-term memory loss. By the time they could recall their attackers, if they ever could, we'd be long gone. Or we'd be dead. Either way, we'd be out of the general's reach. Unless he brings me back as a regen. We took out the 2 soldiers guarding the main entrance without complication, and Mace even managed to prop them up against the building so the unlikely passers-by wouldn't suspect foul play simply by seeing the out-of-commission guards. 2 more men were stationed in the dark hallway just outside the general's office, and they went down just as easily. My ability to observe and keep track of the minds around me like a built-in radar was priceless. Mace searched the downed guards while Camille and I waited patiently by the door. Neither had the 3 keys required to unlock the deadbolts barring the door. Fortunately, we had Camille, who was better than any key. She closed her eyes and concentrated. After 2 achingly long minutes, she glanced at me over her shoulder. Her lips spread into a self-satisfied smirk. It was my turn. I concentrated and, not sensing anything beyond the door, gave Mace a go-ahead nod. He shouldered between us and opened the door to the dark office. All clear.
"Next shift change is at 2.
Mace whispered.
Nobody should be walking around the building until then."
He glanced at the high-tech watch on his wrist and pushed a button to light up the face.
"We've got about an hour until we need to be gone."
"Okay." I closed my eyes and focused, searching the night sky with my ability. I couldn't find what I was looking for in or over the colony, so I reached beyond. My consciousness expanded, an undetectable sphere of mental awareness, and I found my quarry less than a mile to the east, soaring over a prairie as they hunted. For the briefest moment, I felt like I was flying with them, like I was them. What the hell was that? The 3 owls were confused when they felt my touch, but curiosity convinced them to heed my call. They flew across the starlit sky with incredible speed, agreeing to keep watch over the building I showed them mentally, headquarters, while we were inside it. I could have used my ability to observe the movement of minds around me, but then I wouldn't have been able to concentrate fully on the search for information. I've called in some friends to keep watch from above. They'll let me know if anyone's coming our way, I told Camille and Mace. They said nothing and simply stared at me, clearly confused. "Oh, my ability works on animals too," I explained. I watched as understanding lit their features in the darkness. "So, I'll take the desk, I guess, if you guys want to start searching the file cabinets?" I reached into the neck of my fatigues and pulled the camera Gabe had given me out of my sports bra. Let me know if you find anything important and I'll take a picture. Again, their faces filled with confusion. Crap. I don't know what a camera is. Just let me know if you find anything that looks important or like it could help us get out of here, okay? Finally, they nodded and turned to the wall of file cabinets, clicking on their flashlights before opening neighboring drawers. With a sigh, I looked down at the general's desk. It took me a moment to figure out why it looked so odd. There was no computer, not the laptop or tablet I'd seen General Harrison using the only other time I'd been in his office. Instead, all that cluttered his desktop was a stack of trays labeled In, Out, and Urgent. A cup holding writing utensils, the usual office supplies, stapler, tape dispenser, and notepads, and a stack of manila file folders. One of those folders was labeled Danielle O'Connor. Has the general been checking up on me? I opened the folder. My face stared up at me from an 8x10 photograph I'd never seen before. I wasn't positive, but it looked like it had been taken inside my borrowed house. Creepy. There were only a few sheets of paper beneath the photo, so I quickly flipped through them, taking a picture of each to read later. The rest of the folders were dossiers devoted to individuals, just like the one with my name on it. Why is mine here with these other people's? Unwilling to waste time searching each and every paper, I photographed the profile sheet contained within each folder. It gave a good overview on each individual, including their personal identifying information, a small photo, basic characteristics, ability, and an additional notes section at the bottom. They must be important to the general, too. Underneath the stack of dossiers was a black leather-bound organizer. I unzipped it carefully, not wanting to disturb any loose contents. My caution proved fortuitous. Several dozen loose papers, tabbed and color-coded, had obviously been organized in a specific order. Messing up that order could easily clue the general in to what his nocturnal intruders were searching for, and I was determined to do everything I could to avoid that. He couldn't know my plans, couldn't know my intentions until I was long gone, not if I wanted to make it out alive. I scanned the top sheet, then the three beneath it. It took my brain a few seconds to register what my eyes were seeing. It was a detailed outline of the general's schedule for the next 2 days, including start times, end times, and locations for each appointment. His schedule was packed, even in the evening hours. I took pictures of the 4 pages before moving on. The next set of papers had been paper-clipped together, and a small green sticky tab had been stuck to the upper right corner of the top sheet. Daily guard rotation had been printed neatly on it. I barely glanced at the words written on the pages as I snapped pictures of each. The remaining papers related to other day-to-day matters, but none seemed significant to my escape. I almost squealed with excitement, and my heart most definitely skipped a beat when I set all of the loose papers aside. The first item bound in the organizer was a detailed, laminated map of the colony. I didn't hesitate before taking a picture. "Danny?" I jumped and looked up to find Camille standing on the other side of the desk, holding a folder out to me. Project Eden. "Sorry," she said softly before waving the folder back and forth. "This looks important. I thought you'd want to see it." Smiling, I laughed nervously and accepted the folder. "Thanks. Don't worry about me. Spy work always makes me jumpy." Camille cocked her head and shrugged before returning to the file drawer she'd been searching. I spared the briefest moment to watch her and Mace as they searched side by side, stealing momentary glances at each other. The breeding program, Project Eden, wasn't on the top of my to learn more about list, but I appreciated Camille's help anyway. "I'd love to find anything that tells us more about the controllers or the Tabula Rasa program," I said quietly. "Please tell me if you find anything like that." Quickly, I flipped through the papers in the Project Eden folder and found that it was a log of some kind, though I had no clue as to why Camille had thought it important. I returned to the top sheet and started skimming. "Camille, I don't understand." My eyes widened as I trailed off. 0113 GT01, subject number 0001 F26CO0021. Pregnancy failed, 2 weeks. Spontaneous abortion, cause unknown. 115 GT01, subject number 0002 F30MT1534. Pregnancy failed, 1 week. Spontaneous abortion, cause unknown. 115 GT01, subject number 0003 F21CO0372. Uterine hemorrhaging, fetus stabilized. 116 GT01, subject number 0004 432 OH1839. Pregnancy failed, 2 weeks. Spontaneous abortion, cause unknown. 117 GT01, subject number 0003 F21CO0372. Pregnancy failed, 4 weeks. Spontaneous abortion, cause unknown. Note, fetus autopsied, appeared far older, possibly 12 weeks. Was fertilization date miscalculated? 117 GT01. Evidence indicating dire circumstances. Extreme measures required. Project Eden instituted. Oh my God. I breathed. But Sarah's pregnant. She seems fine, more or less. I flipped to the last sheet in the folder and read the 3 log entries there. They were from the previous day. 320 GT01, subject number 0103 F23CO0112. Pregnancy failed, 3 weeks. Spontaneous abortion caused by genetic incompatibility. 320 GT01, subject number 0106 F26NV2315. Pregnancy failed, 4 weeks. Spontaneous abortion caused by genetic incompatibility. 320 GT01, subject number 068 F29CO0834. 7-week checkup. Fetus and mother appear healthy. Note, fetal growth extremely advanced. Would place at 27 or 28 weeks if pregnancy hadn't been monitored since fertilization. Treatment rec. Switch to daily checkups. Camille, I whispered without tearing my eyes away from the documents. Did you find anything else about Project Eden? When she didn't respond, I glanced at her. She and Mace were sitting on the floor, each with an open folder, the contents of which they were reading intently. Camille? Chapter 24. Mace. March 21st, 1 AE. Mace watched Camille's silhouette as she handed Danny a folder, replaying what Camille had told him about normals, about the things they did that were forbidden to regens. Danny had offered to use one of the rooms in her house in exchange for the 2 regens' help. When Camille relayed the offer to Mace, his mind had screamed no, while his mouth had formed a single word, yes. He hadn't meant to agree, but something uncontrollable inside him had taken charge. It was becoming difficult for Mace to focus on the files in front of him. He kept imagining doing what Camille had described and forgetting his current task. He wondered how, or if, it could even work. They were just so different. Camille was small and delicate, while Mace was not. He was her giant. She was soft, light, and fragile, while he was hard, dark, and prone to fits of uncontrollable strength and violence. But mostly, he thought Camille just seemed too small for what she described to work. Not that he wouldn't give it a try. Shaking his head, Mace closed the drawer of supply lists he'd been searching and knelt to open the bottom drawer. As soon as his flashlight illuminated the labels on the tabs of the folders, he knew what he'd found. AJ01, AJ02, AS01, BM01, CA01, 01. Regen identifiers, just like the tattoos on the inside of his and Camille's wrists. Each folder had to be devoted to an individual regen. Mace pulled out the CL01 folder, his hand shaking. CL01 was Camille's regen identifier, what everyone besides Dr. Wesley, Danny, and Mace called her. Setting it on the carpet nearby, Mace scanned the tabs in search of another identifier, his. About halfway back, MA01, thicker than Camille's folder, awaited him. He claimed it and shut the drawer, then turned to sit with his back against the file cabinet. He stretched out his legs in front of him just as Camille returned. When Mace handed her the other file, her file, she joined him on the floor. Mace's fingers itched to open his folder, but his stomach twisted into knots. He felt like he'd swallowed a bucket of rocks, and they were churning around and around inside him. He had no idea what he would learn about himself, about who he'd been, once he opened it. He only knew what Camille had told him. Father had found Mace and his men trying to help Camille when she'd become trapped in one of the warehouses. Because Mace had tried to hide her, Father realized Mace was no longer trustworthy and decided it was necessary to enroll him in the Regen program, to control him and his ability, and killed the men with him. Camille had relayed everything that Mace had told her in the warehouse, that he'd known her before she'd been made into a Regen, that he'd taken care of her when she was younger, that he would take care of her still, rescue her. But in the end, it hadn't mattered, and Camille had been the one to rescue him. With truths about his past, Camille had freed Mace from the prison of control Father forced on his newly made Regens, but she hadn't known much. Now he could learn more. With a deep breath, Mace opened the folder, shone his flashlight on the top paper, and began to read. His full name was Mason Kyle Atwell, and he'd been 21 years old. He was African American, not that he understood what that meant, and was from Minneapolis, MN, which he also didn't really understand. As far as Mace knew, there was only the colony and outside the colony. His ability was described as physical enhancement through the manipulation of hormones and neurotransmitters, namely epinephrine. He frowned. Instead of explaining his past, the information contained within the folder only generated more confusing questions. Near the bottom of the first page, there was a short paragraph written in a hand Mace recognized. Father's. The rest of the information had been typed. Curious, he read, 0103 GT01. It has been brought to my attention that CPL Atwell shows resistance to mental manipulation. If his resistance leads to the beginning signs of disobedience, he should be seriously considered for the Regen program. Doctors Wesley and McLaughlin agree that his ability is too important to warrant a simple execution, and they seem certain that the Regen process would bring him back under my control. It is worth noting that CPL Atwell has been with me on this base for over 2 years and has never displayed overt disobedience. I will talk with my advisors and explore possible assessment scenarios. Mace glanced at Camille out of the corner of his eye. He was tempted to ask her if she could explain any of Father's words, maybe tell him what he'd done to warrant Father's suspicion, but Camille was equally immersed in learning about herself. Remotely, Mace heard Danny muttering something, but he turned his attention back to the folder containing pieces of his past life. Beneath the first page was sheet after sheet of service records. Mace knew he'd been in the army, but now he had proof. He scanned the information, paging through the stack until he reached something new, a handful of lined pages stapled together, each filled with handwriting. His own handwriting, it seemed. He started at the beginning.
Your name is Mace. Don't let anyone call you Mason. That name was for Mom and Nana, and they're both dead now. Fuck. That's your favorite word, by the way. I don't know how to do this. They told me to write down my life story, but I've never been much of a writer. Doc suggested that writing a letter to myself, my dead future self, Might make it easier. I don't know why it matters. You're probably never going to read this. Actually, I bet they're just trying to get more information out of me before they give me the juice. Ha, the juice. Don't drink the Kool-Aid. Dad used to say that. Be your own man, Mace. Defend your country, your freedom, but for God's sake, don't drink the Kool-Aid. That's what he said when I told the family that I'd signed the Army recruitment papers instead of enrolling in college. We needed the money. Dad just took a pay cut and the school district let Mom go. We were about to lose the house. Didn't matter that Mom was one of the best goddamn teachers they had. Most of the teachers they laid off were the good ones. Just hadn't been there long enough or didn't teach the right subjects. Maybe General Harrison's right, and the world will be better off after the Great Transformation. Nah. I drank the Kool-Aid. Now I wish I hadn't. It's all turned to shit. I volunteered for some experimental trials a couple years back, right after basic training. The money was too good to pass up, especially with Mom's cancer coming out of remission, and General Harrison's vision of a brighter future, a prosperous society filled with improved humans. His idea was visionary. At first the changes were great, like my shit had been turned into money and my piss into beer, but then I started to notice things. Sure, I was super fucking strong and fast, stronger and faster than anyone I'd ever met, but there were odd things happening around the base. Secrets being kept from superiors off base and people disappearing. About 2 months ago, I was given a yellow band to wear around my left arm and given orders to prevent any person from leaving the base, with force if necessary. People could enter, they just couldn't leave. And just like that, this place turned into Hotel fucking California. I was tempted to disobey, to inform someone off base of the coup, but I've been ordered not to, and I'd seen what Harrison does to people who disobey him. He likes to use family members when his freaky ability to convince people to follow his orders doesn't work. Now I know it's his ability, but I didn't understand it then. His mind control doesn't work on me as well as it does on other people. I pretended to go along with everything he said, not questioning when innocents were hurt or killed. First because I feared for my family's safety, and later, after I knew they were dead, for the simple sake of survival. And for my men, my poor, ignorant, mind-controlled men. But then Camille showed up and the shit hit the fan. I tried to help her, to save her from the punishment General Harrison doled out to unidentified intruders, but the girl I'd once known was gone. She'd been replaced by a deceitful, dead woman. Maybe I won't care once I'm dead too. Or undead. I don't fucking know how it works, other than I die and they bring me back like a fucking zombie. Maybe she couldn't help it because of what she's become, but her betrayal, fuck, it hurts. She was working with Harrison. It was planned, all of it, like some sort of a sick test. Somehow Harrison figured out that we grew up together. For all I know, she flat out told him. He used that connection to prove that I was disloyal, that I was a traitor. If I am a traitor, it's not for this. If I'm a traitor, I'm a traitor against humanity, and I have been since I first signed up for the trials, since I first let them inject me with that gene therapy crap, since I first drank the fucking Kool-Aid. I suppose it wouldn't be so bad that I could accept my fate as what I deserve for looking the other way for so long, but my men are dead. I forced them to agree to keep quiet about Camille, and because they listened to me, because my command momentarily overrode Harrison's or his lackey's commands, and because they didn't have useful enough abilities to warrant bringing them back as regens, they were killed. They're dead. He made me watch while they were executed, shot in the head. Punishment for my disobedience, he claimed. Apparently I needed to be punished, since becoming a regen is supposedly a reward. Yeah, like being turned into a walking dead man is so fucking great. Maybe I shouldn't be mad at Camille for what she did. I know she's not the same person she once was, that the regen process wipes the memory slate clean or whatever. But it's hard not to blame her. Oh, I blame her, but I mean, it's hard not to blame my Camille. The tiny, sensitive girl I watched over all of my life. That's where the feeling of betrayal comes from. But I have to remember that my Camille is dead. No matter how much this thing reminds me of her, she's just gone. Good luck, man. Avoid the Kool-Aid. And don't fucking trust Camille, or whatever the fuck they call her. It.
Mace refused to look at Camille after he processed what he'd read about her. She'd lied to him. Danny was standing in front of them, asking Camille something, but all Mace could think about was Camille. She'd lied to him. She hadn't been trapped in the warehouse when he'd tried to help her, but had been intending to trap him. She'd been a part of the plan to make him into a regen and to kill his men. He wondered if she took care of him afterward because she felt guilty, and then he wondered if it even mattered.
Don't fucking trust Camille.
Mace flipped through the rest of the papers, but his mind was too numb to make sense of any of it. With a quick glance at his watch, he realized he'd wasted enough time. They only had 15 minutes left, and what he'd just read jump-started his determination to get out of the colony. He needed out. Rising, Mace felt off balance. The world had rearranged itself around him with the reading of a single self-addressed letter. He snatched Camille's folder from her grasp, ignoring her protests, and carried both to Danny. Flashlight in hand, she was continuing the regen search of the file cabinets where Camille and Mace had left off.
Danny,
Mace whispered, startling her. He felt instantly guilty for scaring her, she who'd done nothing to harm him, and felt even worse when she looked up at him. Her face was filled with fear. Why? Because Mace was scowling, and his scowl had always been scary and cruel. It took an effort, but he managed to lose the expression.
can you take pictures of the papers in these?
Mace asked, holding the 2 folders out.
They're about me and Camille, and we don't have time to read everything right now.
Danny smiled and took the folders back to the desk. Were there files on all the regens? She asked.
Looked like it,
Mace told her. Before he could turn away, Danny's face blanked. She was completely still, like she'd fallen asleep standing up and with her eyes open.
Danny, is something wrong?
Mace reached across the desk and squeezed her shoulder. For the briefest moment, she came to. She patted his hand and said, "Hang on for a minute. I'm asking someone a quick question," before returning to her waking sleep. That time she closed her eyes. Mace waited, wondering if he should be concerned. He was. Suddenly her eyes popped open and her mouth curved into a victorious grin. "I'm looking for the file on Becca Vaughn, or maybe Rebecca Vaughn. She's supposedly a regen. Can you look for it?"
Yeah. Come on, Camille.
Mace could hear the other regen sniffling on the floor and knew she was crying. It was a sound Mace would recognize anywhere, and hearing it nearly broke through his anger and resentment, through the echo of a betrayal felt by a dead man. It was a struggle not to go to her. His arms wanted to wrap around her, his nose wanted to inhale her scent, and his lips wanted to touch hers, but there was no way he would let himself comfort her, not after everything he'd learned. Slowly, Camille stood and turned back to the file cabinet without wiping her eyes. Mace wondered what she'd read in her folder, but curiosity would have to wait. They had work to do. Chapter 25. Danny. March 22nd, 1 AE. I was sitting on one of the stools at the island in my kitchen, taking frequent sips from an oversized brown-glazed mug. The steaming chamomile tea calmed me as I organized my thoughts. My priceless bounty, the camera containing all the illicit photos I'd taken in General Harrison's office, sat on the countertop in front of me. With Camille and Mace's help, I'd gathered far more information than I'd expected, and all that was left to do was to pass it on to Jason, Zoe, and the others.
thus the organizing of my thoughts. Distractedly, I smiled. Camille and Mace were upstairs in the larger of my 2 guest rooms. At least they can be with the person they love. I forced the smile to stay in place when jealousy threatened to erode it. I was determined to be happy for them, even if what they had was denied to me. Only for one more day, I reminded myself. I'd once told Jason that hope was the one thing that could keep us going when all else seemed lost. He'd just learned his father was dead and had started unraveling right in front of me. I'd never seen him so distraught, but together we'd worked through it. Now hope was the one thing keeping me going. Hope that I would see my friends again soon. Hope that I would finally escape the mind-controlled hell I'd been dragged into. And hope that I would be brave enough to express the extent of my feelings for Jason. To his face. I loved him more than I'd ever loved anyone, and I needed to tell him. He needed to know. But what if he doesn't? No, not now. It was minutes until the 11th hour, the worst possible time for doubts. Of course, knowing that didn't stop me from having them. The very heated, very real argument that started overhead did. Muffled by the floorboards, insulation, and drywall, Camille and Mace had just erupted into an epic shouting match. I couldn't tell exactly what they were saying, but I could hear the tone. A heated mixture of accusation, hurt, and anger. It definitely wasn't the sounds I'd expected to need to ignore. Not too slowly, I crept toward the stairs and up to the 2nd floor. As I headed down the hallway, the guest room door at the end opened and Camille burst out. She thundered past me, sobbing. "Camille, wait!" I chased down the stairs after her, barely managing to catch her wrist before she reached the front door. "What's wrong? Did he hurt you?" I asked softly. Concern was washed away by a sudden rush of anger. If he hurt her... Camille faced me, her cheeks tear-streaked and her eyes red, swollen, and filled with fear. "I thought it could at least have..." Closing her eyes for a moment, she shook her head. "You won't understand. You can't understand." She jerked her wrist from my grasp and choked out, "Just let me go." She rushed out of the house, accentuating her exit by slamming the front door. She was gone, and I was still standing in the entryway, baffled. What happened? What did he do to her? Simmering with accusation, I stalked up the stairs and toward the guest room. When I reached the doorway, fists on hips, I froze. Mace was sitting on the carpeted floor facing me, his hunched back against the side of the bed and his head lowered into his hands. His shoulders were shaking. Is he crying? The biggest and strongest man I'd ever met was crying in my guest room. My fists dropped from my hips of their own accord. "Mace, what happened?" I asked softly. When he said nothing, made no move to respond, I repeated, "Mace?" He didn't raise his head, but he did speak.
"She killed me."
"What?" I blurted before I could stop myself. "I mean, you look pretty alive to me." Mace dropped his hands and glanced up at me, then shook his head. With dull eyes, he looked ahead, staring at nothing.
"Before, when I was normal, she helped Father kill me and make me into this."
My heart seemed to drop into my stomach, leaden and chilled. I sat down beside him, cross-legged and facing him, and gently touched my fingertips to the fatigues covering his knee. "What are you talking about?" He told me everything. After he relayed everything he'd learned from his file, he asked,
"How could she do that? How could she lie to me?"
The angst filling his eyes, the tears of betrayal slipping from them, broke my heart. His hurt was that of a small boy who'd just learned that the world wasn't fair and that bad things happened to good people all the time, or that of a man who'd been misled by the woman he loved. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know how to help him. I'd experienced a hell of a lot of pain in the form of death and loss, but never such a personal betrayal, not even from Gabe. That must be how Zoe and Jason feel about their parents, I realized. You said that whatever Camille found in her folder upset her, right? But that you didn't read it? I asked. He nodded, still staring ahead. His eyes seemed to have lost some of their life. Hold on, I said, jumping up and rushing out of the room. I ran downstairs, grabbed the camera, and hurried back up to the guest room. Okay, I said, a little breathless as I reclaimed my spot on the floor beside Mace. He watched me, curiosity lending some spark to his deadened eyes. Let me see what she read that upset her so much. Maybe it'll help us understand why she did what she did. Mace's eyes narrowed infinitesimally, and I added, I'm not saying there's anything that could excuse her actions, but let's not judge her too harshly until we know the whole story. Grams, my grandma used to say, I adopted my best Irish accent, every story has as many sides as it does people. Mace frowned, looking reticent, but he eventually nodded. I'm pretty sure there was a letter sort of like yours in her folder, I said as I scanned through the images on the small screen. I glanced at Mace. There wasn't much in there, not like your file, but yours was mostly service records and other military documents. I think hers was just a profile sheet, some medical records, and a letter. I pursed my mouth as I waded through the pictures. There were so many. There was no way I'd be able to read all the documents before the breakout in less than 21 hours, but there'd be plenty of time once I was on the outside. Not that I know where I'll find the power to charge the camera, but still. Ah, here it is. I scanned through the images of Camille's letter to see how long it was, then met Mace's eyes. Anticipation gleamed in their depths. If I was reading him right, I was pretty sure he wanted Camille's letter to exonerate her, to prove that at least part of her was the woman he'd come to depend on and love. It's a couple pages. Do you want me to read the whole thing out loud? Again, Mace nodded, so I started to read. My name is Camille Marie Lynn. I'm 17 years old, and I want to die. Last month, I went to my high school's winter formal with my boyfriend, Matt. I wore the dress of my dreams, and Mom even let me splurge to get my hair and makeup done. I'd never done that before. Mom hadn't known that Matt and I planned on spending the night after the dance in a hotel room together. She thought I was going to a sleepover with a bunch of my girlfriends, but I was really going to be with Matt. Like, be with him. And we did. It was okay, I guess, but not amazing like everyone pretends it is. Fireworks? Yeah, right. The next morning, my life turned into a horror movie. When I got up, Matt wouldn't wake. I called my mom and confessed everything. Okay, not everything, but you get the point. It turned out that half the school had to be hospitalized the day after the dance, and Mom and I were admitted the next day. We were both really sick, and they stuck needles in us and hooked us up to IVs and packed us into a room with a dozen other sick people. I eventually got better, but Mom didn't. There were too many bodies and not enough people to take care of them, like bury them or whatever, so they just stacked them up outside the hospital and lit them on fire. I've never smelled anything so disgusting, and it probably didn't help that I was still puking every other hour. I watched from the hospital room window as they wheeled Mom out to the human bonfire and tossed her onto the pile. I don't know what was wrong with me, but I couldn't look away. I watched my mom burn. Why couldn't I look away? Eventually it was done, and I couldn't tell her from the other blackened bones. I didn't want to end up in that pile with her, so I left. I hid in my house for a day, then wandered around my neighborhood, looking for any of the people I grew up with. There was nobody. I stopped by Mace's house. It had always been like a second home to me, but there didn't seem to be anyone there. I sat in Mace's room for a while, wishing he was there with me. He always knew what to do. I knew that he would take care of me,
if he was even still alive. I was so happy when his dad walked into the room that I ran to hug him, but there was something wrong with him. He wasn't sick, not like I'd been. He was mean. I'd known him my whole life, and I knew he was kind and gentle. But he started trying to kiss me and take off my clothes. I screamed and screamed and screamed, but nobody came. And before he could actually undress me, a metal baseball bat flew to my hand like it was magnetic or something, and I swung it. I hit Mr. Atwell in the head, and he fell to the floor. He didn't get back up. I killed Mr. Atwell. When I realized what I'd done, I ran out of the house and into the street. I was so stupid. I ran right in front of a car, and it should have hit me, but it just stopped. It had been speeding and was really close, too close to stop with brakes or anything normal, and I felt it. It was like the bat. I stopped the car. The driver looked scared, but I told her I wouldn't let her car move until she let me in. I promised not to hurt her if she just took me with her. She did. Her name was Kathy, and she was my mom's age. She'd heard a radio broadcast coming from someplace in Colorado. It was on every station, apparently, and finally I heard it too. So we drove and made it here to the colony. I was coping okay, but then I saw Mace. I wanted to run to him and fall into his arms, sobbing and begging for his forgiveness, but there's no way he'd forgive me for killing his dad. I know him too well. So when Dr. Wesley told me about a new program she was in charge of, a program that would make me forget everything, I volunteered. So now I get what I want. I get to die, and Mace never has to know what I did.
That's it, I said, clicking to the next image and finding the profile sheet for Jake's sister, Becca. I made a mental note to ask Gabe to search her out tomorrow, or technically later today. Turned off the screen and set the camera on the bed near my head. Mace? His face was twisted into a mask of grief, but only a single tear leaked from his eye.
I don't
He cleared his throat.
know what to do now.
He squeezed his eyes shut and took a shaky breath.
Became a regen because she was afraid to tell me what she'd done. I know about the normals who went insane because of the virus. He must have been one of them. Would I have blamed her for defending herself? Was I that mean?
I shook my head and fought back my own tears. Watching a man cry, especially one as strong as Mace, was usually a surefire way to jumpstart my own emotional waterworks. I honestly don't know, Mace, but I'd bet she was just afraid of losing you. The old you, along with everyone else she lost back home. I think she panicked and took the only exit in sight.
What do I do now?
He asked. After a moment of thought, I said, "There's one more person who can shed some light on this story."
Dr. Wesley.
I nodded. "I think you should stay here the rest of the night, and we can go and talk to her first thing in the morning. I don't want this thing between you and Camille to get twisted into any more knots before we know everything." I watched him, waiting for his agreement. "At least you'll have plenty of time to work things out with Camille once we've made it out of here. You won't have to worry about people watching over you all the time or doing who knows what for General Harrison." A thought popped into my head. "I know you work with Dr. Max, but what does Camille do for the General?"
She's one of his executioners, among other things.
Mace said, but he sounded distracted, anxious. I spluttered. "Executioners? What? That's... Wow." I really didn't want to think about the implications, but I couldn't help but wonder how exactly the General used her to execute people. Does she tear the metals right out of their bodies? I cleared my throat, shuddering. I suppose we should get some sleep. It's going to be a long day tomorrow." When Mace didn't respond, I asked,
Are you okay?
I
He met my eyes only briefly, then averted his gaze like he was ashamed.
I'm afraid.
Afraid? I reached for the hand resting on his knee and squeezed it, nearly giggling at how childlike my hand looked compared to his. I was filled with anxiety, and it was manifesting into unpredictable, inappropriate ways, as usual. Worry and fear won't help us now, I told him. All we can do is prepare. Mace shook his head, looking like a scared little boy trapped in a huge man's body.
It's not the escape that I'm afraid of. It's after. I've never been...
He took a deep breath and tensed his muscles.
I don't remember ever being outside the colony. I don't know what to do out there. I don't know what it's like. I don't know anything. This is all I've ever known.
He sounded so despondent that I felt compelled to ease at least this part of his unrest. I decided to tell him some stories. My stories. I started off by telling him about my journey from Seattle to Bodega Bay, about the time I spent alone with only Wings and Jack, and finally about the long trek to Colorado. I described my friends to him and shared what it was like to be a modern-day nomad. I told him what my average day was like, starting from waking up in a tent and sitting around a morning campfire and continuing on through writing and searching for a good place to set up camp. Eventually, Mace stretched out on the carpet and his breathing slowed to a deep, steady rhythm. He was asleep. I craned my neck to glance out the window on the other side of the bed. It was still fully dark. The sun wouldn't be rising for hours. Making as little noise as possible, I rose and gathered one of the pillows, the comforter, and a blanket off the bed. Mace was a huge, heavy block of solid muscle, but I somehow managed to ease the pillow under his head and cover him with the comforter, tucking it just under his chin. He let out a faint sigh as I pulled away. Wrapping the remaining blanket around myself, I huddled on the floor, leaning against the wall and watching over him. I wonder if anyone has noticed he's missing yet. Asleep, he looked so innocent, like someone who needed to be protected, which was ridiculous because he'd saved my skin several times already. But there's just something. Maybe it was my knowledge of what he was, or maybe it was my sympathy for what he'd been through, but I felt an almost maternal need to keep him safe. With a deep sigh, I leaned my head back against the wall and closed my eyes. I was exhausted, but sleep proved too slippery for me to hold on to at the moment. Exasperated, I reached out with my mind, searching my friend's camp for Jason. I wasn't surprised to find him awake. "Hey," I said, putting as much tenderness as I could into the single word. "Can't sleep?" I had the impression that Jason was smiling.
No, but neither can you.
True. A lot's happened. Want to hear something crazy about my ability?
Always.
Biting my bottom lip, I considered the best way to explain what I'd experienced for a few seconds in General Harrison's office. I had some lookouts tonight, some owls. When I first connected with them, I sort of became them for a few seconds. I don't know if it was an accident or what, or if I can even do it on purpose, but it looks like I can slip into some minds completely, experience what they're experiencing, know every thought they're having at that moment.
Can you do it with me? I have a few thoughts I'd like to share with you.
My cheeks heated, and I stifled a giggle. I don't know. It only happened that once with the owls. People might be totally different. Although, I wonder if that's what happened before, when I contacted you the first time. I was really tempted to test that theory. But before we get too distracted, I should probably share everything I discovered tonight.
Nobody caught you? You're still safe, right?
He asked, his tone transforming effortlessly from seductive to protective. I'm fine. I took pictures with the camera.
found. Want me to go through them with you?
Yes.
He said intently.
Tell me everything.
I did. Hours passed, and the sun was just making its first attempts at climbing over the horizon when we said our farewells. Tempted as we were to have some long-distance hanky-panky, Jason had information to relay and breakout plans to finalize. I agreed to check in at noon to coordinate the final plan between the insiders, Gabe, Mace, Camille, Gabe's mysterious like-my-sister friend, and potentially Dr. Wesley, and my friends outside the colony. But noon was hours away, Mace was still fast asleep, and I had nothing to do. I figured there was no better time to try out the new facet of my ability. Closing my eyes, I rested the back of my head against the wall and sought out a companion. I found her circling above my friend's camp, a falcon who identified herself as Ray of Sun that melts the winter snow. Slipping into her mind was almost effortless. Ray was more than happy to share her morning hunt with me. On her powerful wings, we soared. Chapter 26, Danny, March 22nd, 1 AE.
The first rays of the sun warmed my outstretched wings as I circled above the female two legs. She was walking like she was stalking prey, but I could see no prey. Though I found the sight boring, she who flies with me wanted to watch her. She who flies with me intrigued me, the way she could meld with me, flying with me, not just beside me. As I showed her what we could do together, she exulted in the joys of flight like a youngling, hooting and squealing with pleasure. She claimed to be a two-legs like the one below, but I was sure she was a wind rider like me. I swooped lower, calling out to the female two-legs.
Danny.
Screeching, I pulled up from a dive, the moment more clumsy than I'd intended.
Danny.
I shook my head and felt she who flies with me start to pull away from me. How could she want to leave the crisp morning air, the feel of it streaming between my feathers?
Danny.
She separated further and thanked me.
Danny.
I opened my eyes and took a startled, shuddering breath. Mace's concerned face was inches from mine, but he moved away as soon as he realized I was awake. Not that I'd really been asleep, but he didn't know that. Holy crap, Mace! There are such things as personal boundaries, you know. He moved further away to sit on the edge of the bed and stared at his feet, shame drawing down his eyebrows. Hey, I said softly as I stood, stretched with a groan, and sat beside him. Sorry, you just startled me. It's cool. No big deal. I'm not mad. Sheepishly, he met my eyes.
You wouldn't wake up. I thought something was wrong.
It was my turn to be embarrassed, and heat flushed my cheeks. I was, flying with a falcon, I told him. I couldn't sleep, so...
It's first thing in the morning,
he prompted. I nodded, not quite grasping his point.
You said we could visit Dr. Wesley first thing in the morning.
Oh, right. I was thinking about that last night. I don't think you should leave this house until it's game time. Mace looked confused, so I clarified. Until it's time to leave the colony tonight. I mean, won't the other regens have noticed you were gone all night? What if they tell someone? But if you stay here, you should be safe. The only people who've seen us together have either had their short-term memories wiped or are people we can trust, so there's no reason for anyone else to search for you here. Mace didn't look entirely convinced.
But, Dr. Wesley...
I can talk to her without looking too suspicious. I promise I'll tell you every single thing she says, I told him, pleading with both my eyes and my voice. Reluctantly, he nodded. Great! Why don't you wash up? I'll head downstairs to make us some breakfast. I didn't tell him that me making breakfast only went so far as opening a box of granola bars and, if he was lucky, making some tea. Take your time in the shower. It might be the last one you get for a long, long time." He nodded again. By the time I made it downstairs, had the teapot on the stove, and was rummaging through the pantry for anything even remotely resembling breakfast, I could hear the shower running upstairs. The doorbell rang. "It's probably just Gabe," I told myself, ignoring the flutter of nerves trying to convince me otherwise. Luckily, the peephole confirmed that it was just Gabe at my front door. "What's up?" I asked as I let him in. Instead of responding, he glanced up the stairs and said,
"About to hop in the shower?"
I could almost see his mental struggle to hide a leer. His eyes narrowed.
"Is someone here?"
He raised a single eyebrow, telling me my idiotic responses weren't cutting it. "It's Mace," I told him. "He stayed over last night." His second eyebrow joined the first. "Not like that," I hissed quickly. I reached for his arm and dragged him into the kitchen. He and Camille had a little tiff after spying last night, which was crazy productive, by the way. Did you know that nobody's been able to carry a child to term since the virus? He didn't give him a chance to answer. Anyway, I passed on all the pertinent info to Jason, and he's powwowing with the others right now. We came up with a pretty solid plan, but I still have to contact him in a few hours to hash out the final details. Want me to do that in your office so you can be in on the discussion? When Gabe nodded, I asked, "Did you find out anything else I need to pass along before then?" Gabe frowned and shook his head. "Did you find out anything?" I asked skeptically. The look he gave me told me it was a stupid question.
"Yes, but nothing essential for the moment. Right now we just need to focus on tonight. What'd you and Jason come up with?"
I crossed my arms over my chest, raising my pointer finger to my lips as I recalled the specifics of the rough plan Jason and I had come up with in the wee hours of the morning. Let's see. Jason thought it would be wisest if we disguised ourselves as a patrol team, like Mace, Camille, and me did last night. That way we'll look as inconspicuous as possible. He also thought that golf course just outside the fence at the southern border would be the best extraction point. There's a window of about 3 minutes every half hour when there's a lapse in the guard rotation there, so we'll have to time our escape around that. I glanced up at the ceiling, thinking, Did you know the fence bordering this place is electric? Again, Gabe shook his head.
"Didn't used to be."
"Well, it is now, and it's charged with enough juice to fry even a regen's brain. Anyway, Camille can cut a big enough hole through it with her ability that we won't have to worry about it." Gabe was still frowning, but the expression appeared contemplative rather than disapproving.
"Are they planning any kind of distraction? Anything would be a big help."
That's one of the things he's discussing with the others right now, but they're all super tactical military trained people, except for Zoe and Jake, so I'm sure they'll come up with something good. I meant what I said. If anyone could come up with a distraction devastating enough to colony forces to enable our successful getaway, it was Jason and Chris. I trusted them with my life, which was why I was entrusting them with my life.
"I hope so,"
Gabe commented.
"What are your plans for the rest of today? Please tell me you're lying low."
I bit my lower lip. Well, I was actually planning to pay a little visit to Dr. Wesley. I got a few things to ask her before we leave. Unless, did you talk to her? Is she coming with us?
"She's not, but I don't know if you should."
It's non-negotiable. I'm going to talk to her, I told him. I inadvertently caused a mess that I need to clean up, and she's the only one who might be able to help. Gabe didn't look happy, but he didn't forbid me or anything ridiculous like that.
"Fine, but you're coming to the lab with me and not leaving until I do. We can't risk screwing the pooch. Not now."
Honestly, I don't think you should ever risk that. With a sly grin, he smoothed his hair back into a ponytail and secured it with a hairband.
"Just try not to screw things up. Sound good?"
Much better, I said approvingly. All of a sudden, something I should have noticed far earlier smacked me in the hypothetical face. Gabe, I can feel you. Oh my God, something's wrong with the neutralizer. It's not working on you anymore. He'll be able to control you. You'll become his slave. He reached out a hand and squeezed my shoulder.
Calm down, Danny. I let it wear off. I didn't think we could afford you not being able to communicate with me this evening.
Oh, that's good, I guess. He smirked.
You were worried about me.
I turned away from him so he wouldn't see my smile and started down the hallway. Shut up. I stopped halfway to the kitchen. Shoot, I forgot to give Mace a towel, I told Gabe as I rushed past him toward the stairs. Be right back. As I snagged a mauve towel from the linen closet, I heard a dull thump from the guest bathroom. I tapped on the door. The shower was still running. Mace, I brought you a towel. Sorry, I forgot there aren't any in here. There was no answer. I knocked on the door with more gusto. Mace, you okay in there? There was still no answer. What the hell? I tested the door handle. It was unlocked. Slowly, I eased the door open and called out again. Mace, everything okay? I poked my head into the bathroom and glanced around from the sage and cream striped shower curtain to the toilet, to the open window, to the sink. He was nowhere in sight, which meant he was in the shower. Why isn't he answering? Did he knock himself out or something? I moved toward the shower curtain and reached out to pull it aside. I'm not trying to be stalkerish or anything, but you didn't answer, and please don't be mad at me for invading your privacy, but... The shower was empty, and the window was open. Shit. Less than 15 minutes later, I'd changed, stuffed the little camera in my jeans pocket, and dragged Gabe to work early, parting ways with him just down the hall from Dr. Wesley's office. I was fairly certain that was where Mace had run off to. Before heading up to his lab, Gabe warned me that my dose of the neutralizer would have worn off already as well. It tended to last only 4 or 5 days, and told me to be very careful about who I spoke to and what I said. I entered Dr. Wesley's office without knocking. Unsurprisingly, Mace was standing in the middle of the room, his back to me. He glanced over his shoulder as I walked in, and I raised my eyebrows irritably.
Sorry,
he mouthed, and his eyes held such desperation that I couldn't stay annoyed. He just wants to understand. I approached him and reached up to pat his shoulder, letting him know we were okay. We'd have a chat later, but we were okay.
I assume you're here for the same reason as Mace,
Dr. Wesley said. Again, she was sitting in the chair behind her desk. I just smiled and tugged her key from the neck of my shirt. It only took me a few seconds to remove it and the guard's key from the cord. Thanks. It's turned out I didn't actually need this, I said, setting both keys on her desk with a thunk. Once I was gone, I wouldn't have a use for either of them. The doctor returned my humorless smile, and I had to remind myself that her resemblance to Zoe didn't mean I had to like her.
Had you told me who would be with you, I would have informed you that any key was superfluous.
So she knew Camille could pick pretty much any lock. I guess that's not surprising. Camille told you about our late night fun. Dr. Wesley frowned the barest amount.
No, she didn't. I haven't seen her since yesterday.
She motioned toward Mace with her chin.
He filled me in a bit. At least when he wasn't making demands.
I sighed. I could only imagine how Mace's anxiety and unsquashable protectiveness of Camille had manifested while he'd been trying to get the rest of the story from Dr. Wesley. She had, after all, been the person responsible for Camille's death and rebirth via the regen process. I doubted that was something Mace would easily forgive. At least, not without proper motivation, like the truth. Why? I asked.
Why, Danielle? I think why must be your favorite word.
Laughing softly, bitterly, I shook my head and closed the final few feet to her desk. I pointed my right hand back toward Mace without breaking eye contact with Dr. Wesley. Don't you get it? He's in pain. He's heartsick because of something you had your hands in, or another thing you had your hands in, and you have the information that might make him feel better. No, you're holding out. I dropped my arm and glowered at her. Your kids would be ashamed of you. Zoe always said she thought her dad's oddities were caused by a broken heart, though she used to think it was because he'd lost the love of his life in a tragic car wreck. Not that it matters now. I expected her eyes to flash with rage, but hurt was all that filled their jewel-blue depths. Whatever her faults, Dr. Wesley loved her family. Unfortunately for humanity, she loved them too much. He was a good man, I added softly. I never knew my dad, and I always considered Tom to be sort of my surrogate father. But he was heartbroken. He wasn't right in the head, not completely. Briefly, I glanced back at Mace and then returned my eyes to the doctor's. He doesn't have to go through the same thing. You can help him understand why Camille did what she did. You're the only one who can do that. Dr. Wesley's features tensed, turning the planes and angles of her face more severe, but then her expression softened. She sighed, a long, drawn-out exhalation of breath and emotion. It was the sound of letting go. Her eyes shifted to Mace, and she began to explain. Camille came here. She came here for revenge, and although you might not agree, she was lucky that I intercepted her before Gregory learned of her. I know you read her backstory from her file. Well, it's not completely complete. Her brow furrowed in thought. Let's see. If I remember correctly, Camille's mother was a nurse, and she noticed a correlation between the people she'd administered a certain batch of flu vaccine to and the first victims of the epidemic in her area. Some part of Minneapolis, I believe. Dr. Wesley waved her hand in front of her dismissively. It was the same in every large city. Mrs. Lynn noticed the correlation and expected it wasn't a coincidence. She checked the batch number and usual place of origin and made a complaint to the CDC. They told her they would take care of it, which was a lie, as they were already under Gregory's control. He's always been very strategic. His ability can be expended, you know, so he has to be selective about who he controls. Dr. Wesley paused for a moment, her gaze flicking back and forth between us. Mrs. Lynn fell ill soon after and died quite quickly, but not before she told her daughter to never go to Peterson Air Force Base in Colorado, that the base was where the faulty vaccines had originated. The rest of her story plays out much as you read it. She waved her hand in Mace's direction. With Mace's father attacking her, Camille killing him, and eventually her ending up in the car with the woman headed straight for the one place her mother begged her to never go. She was looking for answers. Suddenly, exhaustion filled the doctor's face, along with wariness verging on fear. I found her crying in a corner of the hospital shortly after her admittance exam. She'd spotted you, Mace, and couldn't face you knowing what she'd done. She spilled her whole story to me, along with her knowledge of the false vaccine, and in turn, I informed her that spreading such a tale here would mean certain death for her. She was so hysterical that I wasn't surprised when she said she would rather die than keep living with the knowledge of what she'd done. She was just so miserable. So I told her there was another option. The doctor's eyes turned pleading. I know you think me heartless, but I could see it written across her face. The girl would have killed herself before the day was over. She'd given up. So you killed her and brought her back to life as your own puppet instead of Harrison's? I clarified harshly. Dr. Wesley shook her head, telling me she'd known I wouldn't understand. I told her I could transform her, end her current pain-filled life and give her another one. I told her I could help her avenge her mother's death. I told her the truth, and she believed me. The way Dr. Wesley said she told me Camille had believed her in a way she knew I never would, and that she appreciated Camille for her openness.
We started the process the evening of her arrival, and she was reborn the following day.
And me?
Mace asked.
Before she was remade, did she know you were going to make me into a regen too?
What?
The doctor looked taken aback.
Of course not. The original Camille had no idea of what would happen to you. That was partially my fault, and partially yours. Your letter was also not quite the truth. You see, you were using the neutralizer like Danny. You were one of the first who was truly awake, truly free of Gregory's control, even before Gabriel.
For some reason, the revelation shocked me. The original Mace had used the neutralizer like Gabe and me? Did Gabe know Mace before? The original Mace, as Dr. Wesley would have said? If so, why didn't he tell me?
Unfortunately for you, that freedom of mind led to your downfall. But that's where my fault comes in as well. Gregory believes me to be under his control completely.
Her lips twisted into an ugly sneer.
But he commands me to behave as though I am not, wanting to give his fantasy more reality. This means I must give in sometimes to lend credence to my ruse. When your susceptibility to his mind control came into question, he asked his advisors, including me, for ideas on how to test your loyalty. I suggested he use Camille, a young woman who'd recently become a regen, who you just happened to have a close connection with growing up. Gregory thought it was the perfect idea. He used Camille to prove your disloyalty, and the rest is history.
I could do nothing else but stare at her dumbfounded. The whole situation was a mind-boggling, convoluted mess of coincidence and bad luck.
Just when I think I've dug as deep as I can, I sink the shovel in again and make the hole deeper,
Dr. Wesley said softly.
You must hate me even more now.
But before I could answer, before I even knew how I would have answered, I sensed Camille's mind signature. She was walking down the hallway leading to Dr. Wesley's office. I grinned and peeked over my shoulder at Mace.
Camille will be here in 5, 4, 3...
Suddenly I noticed 5 other minds moving along with hers, and my grin withered. One of those minds belonged to General Harrodson.
He's with her,
I hissed, my eyes wide. What did he find out from Camille? I looked from Mace to Dr. Wesley and back. What do we... The door swung open. Apparently, like me, General Harrodson hadn't felt the need to knock.
My darling Anna, I hope I'm not interrupting anything important.
Simultaneously, Mace and I turned to face the newcomers. General Harrodson, dressed exactly as he'd been the first and only other time I'd met him, in a dark blue officer's uniform, stood behind 2 guards, both male, both wearing yellow armbands, and both armed to the teeth. When the guards stepped aside to flank the doorway, Camille came into view. She had a black eye, a fat lip, and seemed to be favoring one of her legs.
Oh my God, Camille, are you okay? What happened?
I asked her silently, terrified both for her and for me. Images flashed through my mind, and I was only partially grateful for her adeptness at communicating with me in the odd, regen form of telepathy. What she showed me was stomach-churning. Camille sobbing as she ran back into a room with row after row of bunks. A guard catching Camille by the arms and asking her something. Camille lying on the floor unconscious. Camille waking up tied to a plastic chair with plastic restraints in a room stripped of all metal. A small child, a girl, strapped to another chair directly in front of her, crying. A guard hitting the child. Camille mouthing, "I'm sorry." My heart raced. General Harrodson, in all his perverseness, had threatened Camille with the well-being of a little girl in exchange for information. I knew his manipulative ability didn't work the same on regens as it did on what Mace and Camille called normals, but I hadn't guessed the heinous alternatives the general would use to get his way. I should have. Oh God, what'd she tell them? What could she have told him? Frantically, I searched through my memory for every interaction I'd had with Camille. Had I told her anything about Jason and Zoe? What'd she know, besides enough information to damn Gabe, Mace, Dr. Wesley, and me? Gabe, I said silently, reaching out to my friend's mind. He was still upstairs in his lab. They know. Get out. Get out now.
Are you okay?
Probably not, but don't you dare come down here.
Danny.
I mean it, Gabe. If you care about me at all, get somewhere safe right now.
Danielle O'Connor, my new communications specialist,
General Harrison said. He was trim, slightly handsome, and easily the evilest person I'd ever met. He blew Mandy right out of the water, if only for the sheer scale of what he'd done. Why did the mind manipulation ability turn people into the worst versions of themselves?
What are you doing here, my dear?
Adjusting my telepathic aim, I found Jason almost instantly. My heart sank. He, all of them, were still at their camp, over 50 miles southwest of the colony. Jason, I said to him alone, don't panic, but we need to hurry things up a bit.
Danny?
He responded, sounding furious.
What are you saying? Are you in trouble? Are you hurt?
General Harrison asked what I'm doing here. Right. I pulled the cord over my neck, glad I'd already removed the keys, and held the red card proclaiming my health status as not suited for work. I forced a smile, trying my hardest to make it appear genuine, and said, I was just returning this. My sleep wasn't at all disturbed by my headache last night, so I figured I'd start work today. I'm fine for the moment, but I think they know. I mind spoke to Jason.
Tell me what's happening,
he demanded.
Lie,
a woman said from behind the general. Like the guards, she was wearing fatigues, but she didn't appear to be armed. Silently, I told Jason, oh yeah, they know.
Fucking fuck. Okay, listen, we're about to leave. We'll be waiting for you by the pond at the southern tip of the golf course south of the base. Carlos will signal our arrival and provide a distraction.
How? I asked.
An electromagnetic pulse. When the lights go out, you'll know we're there. Do what you have to do to stay alive, Red. I mean it. Anything. Just stay alive. For me, for you, for whoever. I don't care so long as you stay alive. A pity,
General Harrison murmured. During the entire exchange, his eyes never left me.
I had hoped CL1's information was wrong. Restrain the telepath and the regen,
he ordered, and his guards took a step forward.
No,
Mace bellowed. He stepped in front of me, blocking me from the guards. Predictably, they paused. With his ability, nobody sane would confront him, but the mind-controlled guards were more living zombie slaves than sane humans. Still, they paused. Mace could be pretty goddamn scary. Stop, Mace, Camille cried out. You'll both live if you just do what he says. He promised. Let them restrain you.
Camille, why?
Mace asked, his voice breaking as his posture relaxed. No matter what, he would do what she asked. I had no choice.
Did you hear me?
Jason asked in my head. Yes, I said. I was having a hard time following both conversations. Sorry, about to get restrained. It's fine, Mace, I told the behemoth, my friend, protecting me from the general's lackeys. I rested a hand on his shoulder blade. We'll do as they say. We don't want anyone to be hurt any further. In his head, I added, especially not Camille. His muscles tensed beneath my fingers, but he eventually backed down, following their commands as they bound his wrists behind his back with handcuffs. I was next. Okay, I'm officially restrained now, I told Jason.
How?
He asked. My hands are handcuffed behind my back.
How many?
Handcuffs?
Men,
Jason said, no hint of condescension accenting his tone. Oh, duh. 2 guards, the general, a woman who's like Ben, and another man I don't know. And they have Camille with them. She's been beaten. And Mace is restrained like me. Oh, and Gabe was upstairs, but I warned him already." The general turned his attention to Dr. Wesley, who was still sitting at her desk.
"I sincerely hope you had nothing to do with this, Anna."
With his statement came the realization that Camille had managed to hold at least a few things back. Maybe more than a few. There was still hope. And where there was hope, there was still the possibility that things might work out.
"No,"
she said calmly, and when the truth guard nodded, confirming Dr. Wesley's truthfulness, I knew the doctor was using her nulling ability to prevent the other woman from feeling her lie.
"Okay,"
Jason said.
"sit tight for now. We'll be there sometime this evening. If you haven't found a way out by midnight, I'm nulling everyone in the whole fucking state and coming in."
"Jason, don't. It's too dangerous."
"If you're not out by midnight." "Sir,"
the other man, the one I'd yet to identify, blurted,
"someone's using an ability, a really powerful one."
"Well, I'm using my ability, Gregory, to augment yours as usual,"
Dr. Wesley said. The man shook his head.
"There's another."
"Knock the telepath out,"
the general said quietly.
"We can't have her calling for help from God knows where."
"Jason, Pain. Blackness. Nothing."
Chapter 27. Zoe. March 22nd, 1 AE. I stood by the dusty, cobweb-infested window in my room. The inky sky steadily brightened over the jagged tops of the Rockies as dawn neared, and from the sound of it, everyone was still asleep downstairs. Is Jake down there? It was strange not waking up beside him. I've succeeded in pushing him away. I peered down at the street of dilapidated buildings stretching out on either side of the house. It was like I was living in an alternate dimension where everything was slightly off. I felt like my life had become a giant pinball machine, and around every corner there was another obstacle waiting to bounce me around. The world ends, ricochet to the right. Get Danny back, launch upward. Danny's abducted, recoil to the left. Learn how to fight, win more time, a crazy jumps out, bounce to the right. Find out mom didn't die in a car accident, roll down to the bottom. Another crazy jumps out, careen to the left. Fall in love with Jake, double points. Becca shows up, drain ball. Becca's vision, the bottomless pit of dead, discarded regens, had been replaying in my mind since I'd inadvertently witnessed it a few days before. I hadn't told Jake about it. There hadn't been a decent time. I wasn't sure he needed to know. Not if we were planning on breaking her out of the colony anyway, changing her fate. For Jake's sake, I hoped Danny had been somewhat successful in finding her and somehow convincing Becca to come with us. But I knew that was a long shot. Becca didn't want to leave the colony, and I knew Danny wasn't willing to risk her own life in order to convince Becca we could protect her. I sat down on the edge of the bed, the morning chill biting at my ears and nose and fingers. I ignored it and lowered my eyes to my hands. My skin was darker, tanned from spending so much time in the sun, and my nails were short, uneven, and dirty. I shook my head at the implausible direction my life had gone, that all of our lives had gone, and I glanced over at the picture on the vanity. It was the one Danny had brought from my childhood bedroom, a photo of us sitting on the edge of the deck, her telling me a secret. I'd been arguing with Jason, and she'd come over to console me. To distract me, she'd admitted to having a crush on the new boy in school, Mark or Mike or something like that. As always, I'd felt better having her there. Only she could make me laugh and feel like a normal kid. A few days later, Dad had developed a roll of film, all pictures of his woodwork to add to his portfolio. Like me, he'd been surprised to find the photo of Danny and me mixed in the stack, and as I'd stood there, my teenage self in complete shock, I'd put two and two together. Jason had taken the picture. Even though he'd said I was a burden and that he wished I would just go away,
he'd cared enough to snap the photo of us. I'd snatched the glossy picture out of the stack in my dad's hands and run up to my room to frame it. I'd been happy my brother had made the effort to do something nice for me. I smiled at the memory. Cooper stirred from sleeping on the floor on my side of the bed, yawning as he stretched before curling back up into an oversized ball of fluffy fur to resume his slumber. I figured Jake had sent him into the room at some point during the night. My chest tightened and my eyes burned at the thoughtful gesture. I tried unsuccessfully to reduce our relationship to physical attraction. We don't really know each other. I told myself we were just shells of who we'd once been, and therefore there could be no depth or true connection between us. But in my heart, I knew I was wrong. Our old selves didn't matter. We weren't them anymore and never would be again. What mattered was that Jake had saved my life, that he'd been making it his mission to protect me ever since. He clearly cared about me. The hurt in his eyes every time I pushed him away mattered to me. How despondent I would be if he left me mattered. My chest ached when I tried to diminish our relationship to something less than it was. Then why'd I put so much effort into distancing myself? I could have been savoring our time together. Why'd I work so hard to make everything harder than it already was? As if she was sitting on the edge of the bed beside me, her head resting on my shoulder and her wild hair tickling the side of my face while she patiently waited for me to gather my always turning thoughts. I could almost hear what Danny would say to me, her words honest and her voice kind. "You're scared, Zoe. You've always been afraid you'll lose me, and you did. And now you're afraid you'll lose Jake. I know you think you're protecting yourself, but you're not. You're only hurting yourself. You can't keep pushing people away." A despondent, hysterical laugh escaped from my throat, and I threw myself back on the bed. I'm losing my mind. Taking a deep breath to steady my trembling chin, I rubbed my hands over my face in an attempt to scrub away the mounting pressure behind my eyes. Jake was right, too. I wasn't like Jason. I couldn't keep pushing everything beneath the surface and expect to remain in control. I couldn't be who I once was, the guarded, almost friendless, starving artist. Too much had transpired between Jake and me to simply push it all away and hope for the best. And realizing that made my heart swell with a sense of urgency. I needed him. I wanted him. Now. Not bothering to take the time to change, I pulled combat boots on over my sweatpants, leaving the laces untied, and hurried out the door. I left Cooper to resume his morning slumber, and hoped I didn't trip on my shoelaces as I rushed down the stairs. I half expected to see Jake lounging in a chair beside the fireplace, but nobody was sitting by the dying fire. Tavis and Sam were sleeping on their pallets on the floor, and Sanchez and Harper were asleep in the opposite corner of the parlor. I didn't see Jake anywhere. I tiptoed to the front door, careful not to let it creak too loudly as I opened it, and stepped out into the pale light of the early morning. Easing the door to a close, I strode toward the weathered stable across the dirt road. Shadow and Wings were among the horses out in the attached pasture, grazing on dewy grass. They raised their heads, only partially acknowledging me before refocusing their attention on their morning meal. I'd had my hair in a ponytail, but it suddenly felt too tight. Anxiously, I pulled the rubber band out, and my scalp sang in relief as my hair fell from its snare. Jake wasn't outside by the horses, or in the wagon area attached to the paddocks, but I heard a dull thud inside the stable, and then another. Assuming it was him, I meandered inside. A violet hue saturated the stable's interior, and I inhaled the comforting scents of leather and alfalfa. I heard another thud. The noise was coming from the tack room a few doors down from the stable entrance, so I headed toward it. Leaning through the doorway, I peered inside. Jake was sitting with his back to me on the edge of an old wooden bench that ran through the center of the room. His long sleeves were pushed up,
His elbows were resting on his knees, and his face was lowered into his hands. I opened my mind to his, trying to gauge his mood. When I felt his overwhelming frustration and sadness, my eyes pricked with tears. "Hey," I squeaked and cleared my throat. Surprised, Jake lifted his head, confusion and concern warring on his rugged features. "I've been looking for you," I said as my eyes took in every inch of him. His scruff was thicker than usual, and his hair was disheveled, like he'd been running his fingers through it over and over again. He looked exhausted, and I wondered if he hadn't slept all night. An invisible band tightened around my heart. I did this to him. Jake sat on the bench, appraising my face. The corners of his eyes wrinkled as he squinted, but he didn't say anything. "I'm sorry," I rasped, unable to watch the increasing uncertainty in his eyes, the uncertainty I'd caused. I looked at the saddles on the racks and at the blankets hanging on the walls. I looked anywhere but at him. "I know I've been—" A tennis ball dropped to the ground as Jake shot to his feet, surprising me, and he took a step toward me.
Do you love me?
My eyes widened and my skin heated.
Do you love me?"
He repeated. The fierceness in his eyes and tense set of his jaw startled me. Do I love Jake? I took a hesitant step inside the room. Yes. The moment I said it, any remaining doubt in my mind cleared. I was certain that things between us would work out. I took another step closer to him. Jake seemed taken aback by my admission, but only for a split second. He strode toward me, confident and determined, and I could feel the flurry of his unusually impulsive emotions swirling around me. Need, anticipation, excitement. They were like smoke invading my senses, making me feel feverish with desire. His eyes were keen and wild with growing impatience as he moved closer, his gaze shifting from my mouth to my eyes and back. Without ceremony, his rock-hard body forced me backward and pinned me against a saddle blanket hanging on the wall.
"Don't ever do that to me again,"
he growled. Before I could respond, he was tugging off my sweatshirt with one hand and gripping my waist with the other. His mouth covered mine with a frenzied yearning. My boots and sweats were gone within seconds, and I was left to stand in my black boy shorts and tank top, and Jake in his jeans and untied boots. I jumped into his arms, my legs coiling around his hips, tightening to bring him closer. His mouth was rough and urgent against mine, pulling my bottom lip between his teeth. His hands caught in my hair, and my body arched against his. I gasped for air and licked my lips as he nipped and kissed the sensitive flesh beneath my jaw. Moaning, I tilted my head to the side, providing ample skin for him to ravage with his mouth. Everything about him was lust and desire, and the acuteness of what he was feeling devastated my composure, making me feel nothing but need. His need and mine. I needed his hands and lips on every inch of my body. I needed him to take me until I had nothing left to give. I could hardly breathe. I didn't want to breathe. I just wanted him. Craving more than Jake's mouth, I wrapped my arms around his neck and leaned into him to steady myself as I lowered my legs to the ground. My nails raked over his shoulders and down his back as they skimmed toward his pants. I unzipped his jeans, letting them fall to his ankles, and grabbed onto his butt. The muscles flexed against my hand. He fumbled with his boots and kicked off his pants, while I shed my tank top and underwear. When I looked at him, he was completely naked. Jake's hands were on me again, all over my body. I quaked under the power of his fingertips as they moved up my arms and over my shoulders to my back. He pressed harder into me, making my breasts ache and my body burn with an invisible fire. I could feel his arousal against my abdomen, and I gasped. He tightened his greedy hands around my waist, but took a step back, his possessive eyes raking down the pale peaks and valleys of my trembling body. An unruly hunger possessed him as he examined every visible inch of me. Unable to tolerate any distance between us, I pulled him closer. My arms wound around his neck, and I stole another taste of his deliciously curious tongue. I shuddered. He gripped my loose tresses once more, pulling my head back against the wall with an arousing jerk. His urgency only spurred my own desire, and my insides warmed and clenched in excitement as I thought of really being with him. Finally. Pure bliss escaped from my lips in the form of another breathy moan, and my fingernails dug into his back. Jake growled as his teeth grazed the top of my shoulder. One of his hands dropped to my lower back and continued downward, tracing the curve of my butt, my thigh, and finally the crook of my leg. He lifted my knee and was inside me with a single possessive surge. He was raw, unrestrained power. I craved more of it, more of him. My heart raced with the thrill and astonishment that we were finally together. No thoughts, no words, just his flesh against mine. As he pulled back to look at me, his body gleaming and straining in the dim sunlight leaking through the wall, his overwhelming desire for me became my complete undoing. I gripped his shoulders harder to steady myself and cried out. The tension in my body melted into a warm, tingling pleasure that filled every part of me. My senses winked in and out of focus, confused between his feelings and my own. Comfort, passion, relief, love. They all washed over me in a chaotic rush. I never felt so uninhibited or intoxicated. Every kiss, every needy touch was more abandon than the last, and I never wanted it to end. But it had to end. When it did, Jake's unwavering hold was the only thing preventing me from collapsing to the floor.
Promise me.
He whispered into my ear through heaving breaths, his chest slick against mine. I nodded, unable to form coherent words, and reached for his face. I pulled his mouth to mine, stealing one more deep kiss. "I'm so sorry," I breathed against his lips, trying not to sob. "I'm so sorry." His eyes held mine, their savagery softening. Gentleness replaced his urgency as he brought his hand up to cut my cheek. He placed his lips against my forehead and moved down to the tip of my nose before he settled a tender kiss against my mouth.
I'm sorry too.
We stayed in each other's arms for what felt like only moments, but eventually I noticed the sun shining brightly through the open doorway of the tack room, and I could hear the others hustling around in the house. I was about to suggest that we head inside when I heard the front door to the house fling open.
Zoe!
My brother roared.
Where the fuck are you?
I gave Jake an apologetic groan and wrapped my arms around his broad shoulders, wishing I could have just one uninterrupted day with him.
Damn it, Zoe! Danny's in trouble!
Danny? I could hear Jason walking away from the stable, and I hurried for my clothes. Oh, shit. Chapter 28. Danny. March 22nd, 1 AE. Pain was the first thing I noticed when I came to. It lanced the back of my skull, making me feel dizzy before I even opened my eyes. My head was drooping, my chin resting against my chest, and I seemed to be sitting up. Yes, I confirmed after assessing the rest of my body. I'm definitely sitting up, but I can't move my arms or legs. I tugged both of my arms backward,
but something cold and hard was clamped around my wrists, immobilizing me. All I received for my effort was a pulse of pain in the back of my head from the jarring motion. I groaned. My poor brain had been taking a lot of damage lately. I was hoping none of it ended up being permanent. "She's waking up," an unfamiliar female voice said softly. "Tell the general." Slowly, I cracked my eyes open and raised my head. Mace was the first thing I saw, the only thing I saw for several long seconds. He was hanging by his wrists, a thick metal chain stretched taut between him and the ceiling, and his feet were barely touching the ground. He was standing on his tiptoes, probably to alleviate some of the strain the metal cuffs placed on his wrists and shoulders. The top of his fatigues had been stripped off, leaving him in only a gray t-shirt and camouflage pants. His massive arm muscles twitched with the effort to maintain his position as his eyes tracked something else in the room. Based on the soft sounds of footsteps, he was watching whoever was moving around behind me. The woman who spoke? "Mace," I whispered, and his eyes snapped to mine. Why hasn't he broken free? I was certain he was strong enough. "You okay?" His face softened a little, and he nodded. "Oh, MA1 is doing just fine, aren't you, big guy?" It was the unfamiliar female voice again, only this time it carried a sadistic edge. She laughed, low and throaty. "For now, at least." Ignoring the pain as best I could, which really wasn't all that much, I turned my head to catch sight of the woman behind my chair. She moved too quickly, and all I saw were the wispy ends of her long, golden blonde hair. She doesn't want me to see her. Fine. I scanned the rest of my surroundings instead. I wasn't overly excited by what I found. I was in a concrete room. The walls, floor, ceiling, and even my chair were all formed of concrete. Comfy, I thought sarcastically. I guessed the room was larger than the average bedroom, maybe 20 feet on either side, with me in the center and Mace several feet away in front of me. Above us, fluorescent lights flickered and buzzed, washing out everything in the room. The space had the feeling of a bunker or a basement. Or a dungeon. Oh, come on, who even has dungeons these days? Unfortunately, part of my mind answered, General Harrison. The room was suffocatingly enclosed, and unless there was a door in the wall behind me, the only thing breaking up the unrelenting stretches of dirty gray concrete was the metal door behind Mace. Well, that and the handful of guards lining the walls, armed just as heavily as the two had accompanied General Harrison into Dr. Wesley's office. Each had an assault rifle, a sidearm, a combat knife, and who knew what else hiding on their persons. It was starting to make sense why Mace hadn't pulled his bonds free. Suddenly, dizziness forced me to close my eyes or risk throwing up on myself, and I really didn't think vomit would improve the room's ambiance. I considered using my ability, but if even opening my eyes pushed me to the verge of nausea, communicating telepathically might knock me out completely, and I couldn't afford that at the moment. With a metallic clang and the screech of rusty hinges, the metal door swung open, and several sets of footsteps marched into the room. I finally attained enough control over my roiling stomach and spinning head to reopen my eyes. I wasn't surprised by who I found standing off to one side of the door. General Harrison and his human lie detector. I took a deep, apprehensive breath. Shuffling footsteps preceded the entrance of 4 more people, including Dr. Wesley and Camille. Camille was the source of most of the shuffling. She was being forced into the room by another guard, his unyielding hold restraining her arms and torso, and her feet dragging on the ground as she was unwillingly hauled inside. The man who'd informed the general of my telepathy use earlier, a lanky, scruffy-haired man, entered alongside them, gripping Camille's upper arm so tightly he had to be hurting her. Nobody else entered behind them. Complete and utter relief flooded me, temporarily easing my headache. Gabe wasn't there. I hoped it meant he'd managed to get away, to hide, to do something.
Delightful,
General Harrodson remarked quietly. He reached out a hand toward the door.
Come here, dear Anna. Come see the future of mankind. It's a beautiful thing.
Dr. Wesley wound around the others to his side and linked her arm with his. Her face was absolutely blank. If there was one thing I was certain she'd passed on to her children, it was a knack for hiding her emotions.
I'd hoped this wouldn't be necessary,
General Harrodson began.
but it would seem that some people are more resistant to my power of suggestion than others.
He looked from me to Mace and back again.
Take MA1, for example. He'd been on this base for over a year and had always been loyal and obedient. But once the Great Transformation began, every once in a while he showed small displays of defiance. Now, even as a regen, he defies me.
General Harrodson smiled congenially.
So you see, when you started displaying similar signs of defiance, I could hardly make the same mistakes I made with him.
What's he saying? That he's not going to turn me into a regen? So is he just going to kill me? He paused and watched me thoughtfully.
I would just kill you, but I find myself in need of your rather unique talents. Telepaths I have, practically more than I know what to do with, but none like you. They're all one-way radios, only sending, never receiving, but you send and receive.
He dropped Dr. Wesley's arm and took several steps closer to me, skirting around Mace with reasonable caution. The regen's feet weren't secured to the ground, and I didn't doubt he could lash out with his legs, chained wrists or not. Stopping barely a foot from my chair, General Harrodson cocked his head from side to side, studying me.
Tiny little thing, aren't you? Where do you keep all that power, I wonder?
He reached out with one hand to tilt my face upward.
Pretty, too, if you like redheads. Myself, I prefer dark hair.
His hand shifted, seizing my jaw, and he squeezed. I didn't want to do it. I hated doing it. But his grip grew too painful, and I couldn't help it. I cried out. Mace's chains rattled, a dull clanking, and concrete dust rained down from the ceiling. It took me a moment to realize that the low, deep rumbling I was hearing was Mace, growling. It sounded so similar to Jack's vicious growl that I half thought a dog had found its way into the room. It's funny, the random thoughts you have when you're pretty sure you're about to die. Without warning, General Harrodson released my face and hammered his fist down on my left forearm. There was a crack and a moment of bright, glittering white light, which was instantly eclipsed by the sharpest pain I'd ever felt. I howled in agony and squeezed my eyes shut, again fighting nausea.
If you do anything like that again,
I heard the general say, sounding far away and tinny,
I'll cut off her hand completely. A telepath doesn't need hands, at least not both. Now, where was I?
Fingertips touched my cheek, patting gently.
Open your eyes, Danielle. I wasn't done speaking to you.
Gritting my teeth and panting, I somehow managed to peel my eyelids open.
Good.
General Harrodson turned away from me, returning to Dr. Wesley's side. Was that a hint of strain I saw around her eyes?
Why do I need you so badly, you must be wondering. Well, I'm having a bit of a problem drawing people to me, and you seem to have been designed for exactly that.
He smiled faintly.
I view it as destiny.
I was tempted to tell him I hadn't been designed for anything, let alone his sick plans, but I was terrified of adding a second broken arm to the count, or a missing hand. I'll kill you. I'll kill you and feed you to the animals, you sick fucking bastard. General Harrodson continued, oblivious to my silent defiance.
The whole point of the Great Transformation was to scour the earth clean of the cancer of humanity and start again, here, We'll build a clean, stable, crime-free civilization where this next evolution of mankind can thrive in peace.
Your peace, I managed to rasp. The general patted Dr. Wesley's hand and nodded sadly.
It is the only peace there is. Or at least it will be, once we work out a few kinks, which brings us to our current task. There's someone I'd like you to meet.
He motioned for someone behind me to approach him, and the blonde woman rounded my concrete throne. She was tall, slender, and pretty, in an ice princess kind of way, but there was something about her piercing blue eyes that seemed off.
This is one of the gifted people who make our new TR program possible. With her remarkable ability, I can completely erase all of your memories and implant new, useful ones that will promote our cause and make you more pliant.
He paused, then smiled.
Ah, yes. I forgot to introduce you. Danielle, this is Clara.
Clara. I stiffened. Is it possible? The age, the hair, the oh-so-creepy eyes. It's her. It has to be. Clara, the woman who'd poisoned Zoe, who'd killed several of Zoe's friends in a fire meant to destroy them all, was here, staring at me. Oh shit. Oh shit. Panic and pain flooded my body with adrenaline, and my mind cleared momentarily. I had to get word to the others. I knew I didn't have much time, minutes at the most, and probably not even that, with the ability-sensing guy in the room. I found Gabe's mind almost instantly. He was above me and a little ways off to the right, but not too far. I described my surroundings to him and told him, if he could, to figure out some way to contact Jason and Zoe and coordinate the rest of the escape with them. I didn't wait for him to respond, instead using my dwindling time to search for any of the rescue party's minds.
Sir, she's doing it again. I can tell it's her this time. Dose her. We'll have to finish this later,
General Harrison said. He sounded irritated. I hadn't noticed Clara leave his side, but suddenly she was beside me, sticking something into my upper arm. In seconds, my world ceased to be. I ceased to be.
Wake up,
someone sang softly. My head spun, and my eyes refused to open. Wake up, the voice hissed. I moaned. I said, wake up! The person, a woman, repeated immediately before she slapped me. Groaning, I managed to crack one eyelid open. Clara's face was inches from mine. She smiled sweetly, an expression that should have looked angelic, but fit on her face about as well as a lullaby in a horror movie.
I set the guards outside, so it's just us girls,
she murmured conspiratorially. She shot a glance over her shoulder, presumably at Mace.
Well, him too. But he doesn't really count, does he? I mean, it's not like he's a real person.
She tilted her head to the side as she studied me, reminding me of a vulture.
I have something I've been dying to share with you.
She giggled, sending a wash of chills over my skin.
I was with the team that stole you away, and guess who I saw?
She paused, her eyebrows raised as though she actually expected me to guess. Again, I groaned. Her voice was making my vision swim, and I just wanted her to shut up.
You're no fun,
she pouted. Her expression shifted instantly, her mouth curving into a gleeful smile, and her eyes alighting with delight.
While we were hiding from your frantic little group, I spotted none other than my dear, dear friend Zoe. What a small world,
she exclaimed. Her voice turned razor sharp.
So you know what I'm thinking? You're that bitch she was always whining about. The one who was supposed to be with her brother.
Her upper lip curled into a sneer.
She's out there, isn't she? Her and the others. And Jake. They're coming for you, aren't they?
My sluggish mind finally processed what she'd told me. While my friends had been searching for me in the woods, Clara and who knew who else had stood by, hiding, and watched. How? How had they gone undetected? How? I said, voicing my thought. She snorted.
How should I know?
I had the feeling we were talking about two different things, but my brain felt groggy enough that I couldn't connect the dots. With a supremely sinister grin, she said, "Even if you ever get to see that whiny, sanctimonious bitch again, you won't know her. When I'm done with you, you won't remember anyone. You won't even know who you are. Go to hell." In the back of my mind, I wondered what would happen if I never escaped, was never rescued, and ended up as the General's personal PA system. Death, my death, was a better option for everyone. I started mumbling nonsense, hoping to lure Clara closer. She leaned in. "What was that?" "It's okay, you can tell me." "At least she'll have Jake, you psycho bitch." Clara screeched like a banshee and slapped my face repeatedly until finally the world faded away. Again.
"I'm not pleased,"
I heard the General say from far, far away. Is he talking to me? What'd I do to anger him now?
"If I didn't need you as much as I needed her, you'd already be dead."
Is he talking to someone else?
"There are other ways to make your life very unpleasant. Pull a stunt like this again and I'll show you,"
he said. "I'm sorry, sir." "Ah, Clara."
"Apologies prove nothing. Just don't do it again."
General Harrison snapped. "Yes, sir." There was a long pause. Then the General said,
"Good. Now wake her up."
I felt another prick in my arm, followed by a burning sensation that spread outward through my body. My forearm flamed with pain, as did the back of my head and various spots on my face. I turned to vomit over the side of the chair.
"Clean that up,"
the General said. I heard movement beside me.
"We expected as much, what with your many injuries."
His voice sounded matter-of-fact with a hint of kindness.
"I didn't intend for this to turn so ugly, Danielle. The nausea will pass in a few minutes, once your brain has a chance to equalize the pain."
Slumped sideways in the chair as far as the arm restraints would allow, I simply breathed. In and out, in and out, in and out. I hurt so badly. But the pain, I soon realized, was both a blessing and a curse. When I focused on it, embraced it, my head cleared a little. The pain drove away some of the haze of whatever medications they'd injected me with, and my ability flared to life, just out of grasp. I needed a little more time, a little more clarity. Just another minute, I thought desperately. Just one more minute.
"Can you sit up?"
I felt hands on my upper arms, righting me before they let go.
"There we go. Better, no? I would gladly drug you further to prevent such undue suffering, but alas, Clara can only work with your mind when it's awake and unclouded with medications. So we have a bit of a dilemma. I need your mind clear enough for Clara to begin the TR process, but I can't have you communicating with whoever it is you keep communicating with. I've had a little chat with my advisors, and they all agree that since my influence worked on you in the beginning, it should work on you again, at least for as short of a time as we need it to, so."
When he spoke again, his words were laced with will-bending power.
"Open your eyes."
I did, instantly. I want to tear out your throat with my teeth.
"Good. One more little test."
Again, his voice filled with the power of undeniable influence.
"When I touch your broken arm, you will not make a noise."
I watched as his hand slowly neared my broken forearm, dreading the pain I knew would accompany his touch. When his fingertips pressed down on skin that was swollen and just starting to show hints of bruising, my lungs tried to force a scream, but the sound caught in my throat
Wonderful,
General Harrison said.
Now listen very carefully. You will not talk to anyone telepathically. You will not try to escape. And you will answer all of my questions truthfully.
He offered me a fatherly smile and added,
And because I'm not a monster, you will not feel any more pain.
Blessed relief! The lack of pain blanketed my body. The aches and throbs weren't gone exactly, but they were distant, almost like memories of pains long past. Freed from the burden of pain, I was able to notice the other people in the room. Mace was still dangling in front of me on trembling muscles, and Clara was skulking in a corner. There were even more guards lining the walls than had been there before, making me feel claustrophobic. The truth guard was back, along with the guard holding Camille and the man who could tell when abilities were in use, who was still grasping Camille's arm in an iron grip.
Better,
General Harrison asked. I nodded, grateful despite myself. I hate you. You are a monster.
Good. Now tell me about your little rebel friends on base. Who are they?
Compelled beyond personal restraint, I answered. Mace and Camille and Gabe. Somehow I hadn't felt the need to provide Dr. Wesley's name. Is it because she's not my friend? Or is it because the neutralizer is still working, even a little?
Gabe? Gabriel McLaughlin?
General Harrison asked skeptically, frowning.
Why didn't I see that coming?
He turned away from me and barked several hurried orders at the guards nearest the exit. 2 of them rushed out of the room, practically slamming the door. I squeezed my eyes shut as the clang resounded in the room.
Eyes open, Danielle,
the general commanded, and I obeyed. He met my eyes, seeming to see inside me.
What about your other friends, the ones outside who are supposedly coming to rescue you? How many are there? What can they do? Where are they?
I'm not sure how many are coming. Maybe a couple. Maybe a dozen or more. I wanted to bite my tongue off to stop the words from tumbling out of my mouth. They can do many things. Walk, talk, jump, shoot gun.
What are their abilities?
I considered how to order their abilities to hide the most dangerous, but then I realized that in his hands they were all dangerous. Visions, telepathy, changing the magnitude of others' abilities, something with electricity, empathy, mental healing, regeneration, lie detecting, sensing volatility, and some we're unsure of. Oh, and I don't know where they are. I smiled.
Have you come across any other large groups of survivors?
Yes. He pressed his lips into a thin line.
Where?
One near Lake Tahoe, and the other on the California coast a little north of San Francisco. Again, I'd been able to answer truthfully without revealing everything. He hadn't asked for any names of towns. He just asked where. General Harrison sighed.
I see that there is already some resistance to my influence. Very well. I'll have Clara search for the things I want to know while she's erasing your memories.
Gone was the pretense of kindness, and his steel-gray eyes turned to ice.
Sometimes the TR process requires several swipes of the hard drive. You should know that to test your obedience, I'll be ordering you to kill your sweetheart.
My heart skipped a beat. Does he have Jason? Oh, God, no. The general backed up and looked at Mace.
An interesting choice. I wasn't sure if regens were still sexual creatures, but I know this one spent the night at your house, and you seem quite concerned about his well-being, so I can only assume you two. It's quite enlightening.
He's going to order me to kill Mace. A thrashing and screaming Camille drew my attention. You promised. You said you wouldn't hurt either of them if I told you. You promised. But Camille was as small as me, half the size of the soldier restraining her, and she hadn't had any combat training. She didn't stand a chance of breaking free. Hell, were I in her place, I wouldn't have either.
Wait, why isn't she using her ability to...
If you're hoping she'll mentally gut us all, don't hold your breath.
General Harrison said, seeming to read my mind. He turned to watch Camille's struggles as well.
Frank, the man holding her arm, has a very unique ability. Not only can he sense when others are using their abilities, but through touch, he can suppress others from using theirs.
He sighed, sounding wistful.
Unfortunately, Camille will also be disposed of when this ugly business is completed. She was useful, but you can't always get what you want.
Turning, he beckoned Clara from the corner.
Come, start the process. I'm tiring of this. I want to be done with it.
I watched Clara slink closer, watched her reach her slender fingers out to touch my temples. Her presence in my mind felt like an oil spill, toxic and clinging. Defensively, my ability kicked in, and I sought out the nearest familiar mind. Ray was circling in the sky above the colony, swooping and soaring along currents of wind. Slipping out of my mind and into hers was the most welcome relief imaginable.
Chapter 29. Zoe. March 22nd, 1 AE. It was a couple hours past nightfall, and we'd ridden nearly 50 miles. Our horses were worn out by the time we made it to the south end of Silver Spruce Golf Course. We hadn't been willing to linger any closer to the colony than necessary for fear of running into patrolling black bands, so we'd settled for our tucked-away ghost town and exhausted horses instead. Thankfully, having known we would be leaving, we already had most of our belongings packed by the time Jason received Danny's panicked communication. Tavis and Sam had decided to stay with our group, riding with us to Colorado Springs to rescue Danny, and then on to Durango to meet up with the others. Shadow was still healing and putting on weight, so he was ponied behind the brown mare I'd saddled up to ride on our journey. As soon as we reached the pond, the place where Danny was supposed to meet us, Carlos, Chris, and Jason dismounted and moved a few yards away from the rest of us. Carlos needed to focus on sending out an electromagnetic pulse strong enough to shut down the ever-stretching sea of electricity. We needed to signal to Danny that we'd arrived and were ready for her to make her escape, and the disorientation caused by the blackout would aid her breakout. Anxiously, I stood beside Jake, Harper, and Sanchez amidst the overgrown green, taking in what we could see of the infamous colony. The very idea of its existence festered in my mind. The place seemed alive, radiant even. It had been months since I'd seen something so inexplicably awe-inspiring and obscene. The longer I stared at it, the hotter the deep, septic hatred burning inside my gut became. Killing people? Kidnapping them? And for what purpose exactly? I knew there was no acceptable reasoning behind it, and I wanted to hurt everyone responsible for causing so much pain and heart-wrenching grief. The doctor, maybe, or Gabe, and the general. In fact, knowing the general was responsible for creating the 2 regens that were with Danny made me restless. I'd witnessed how loyal Becca had been to her father, how much she feared his wrath, and how desperate she was to please him. What makes Danny's regens any different? But every time I thought of Danny stuck inside that glowing, mind-controlled encampment with the general, who wanted her ability so badly he'd probably waste no expense to retain possession of her, I knew my only choice was to trust the regens and Gabe. I had to believe they would keep Danny safe and get her to the electric fence in one piece. I had to believe that Camille would not only use her metal-controlling ability to successfully cut through the deadly fence, but also to detain any guards who crossed her path, and that Mace really would use his superhuman strength and speed to fight off any who made it past Camille. And I had to believe that Gabe, using his knowledge of how the colony worked, would get Danny out of there once and for all, and that he wouldn't betray us all again. I had to believe that together they would help keep Danny safe until we met them outside the fence, and I had to believe that tonight was the night we would all ride away and never look back. I sighed. God, I hope they know what they're doing. Jake leaned into me, nudging my shoulder with his. Apparently my mental scowl was readable on my face, too. I shook my head in disbelief at the glowing city spread out before us, but quickly my determination resurfaced. We're getting Danny out of that fucking hellhole. There weren't walls lining the perimeter like those of a castle, nor were there machine gun stations atop battlements like I'd half expected. There was only a heavily charged electric fence. It's not so impossible, I mused. Then again, I guessed the general didn't need towers and tanks if he was mind-controlling everyone so expertly and had walking weapons at his beck and call. Danny had told us that guards weren't scarce along the colony's border, and that they patrolled the roads and the buildings surrounding the base, watching and waiting for any possible dangers. The colony was well equipped, to say the least. They had electricity, and from the intense aura of light around it, they had a lot of it. We didn't stand a chance. At least, not without Carlos's ability. Unexpectedly, shooting and distant yelling echoed from inside the colony, and my heart seemed to stop in momentary dread. What the hell's going on? Is it Danny? I glanced over at Carlos's shadowed form kneeling on the grass. Even in the darkness, I could tell he was shaking. Chris's silhouette crouched on his right, while Jason stood to Carlos's left, each with a supportive hand on his shoulder. We were relying on the darkness and the weeping willows to shield us from any watchful eyes. Hearing another burst of gunfire, I grabbed Jake's hand, clutching it tightly while I squeezed my eyes shut. Please work. As if Carlos himself had heard my plea, the humming sound of electricity faded. My eyes flew open in time to see a wave of darkness flowing away from us, away from Carlos.
Chapter 30. Danny. March 22nd, 1 AE.
I was Ray. It was moon time. I spotted my prey again, flitting from branch to branch in a tree with budding leaves. It squawked once before launching itself into the air. I dove, striking at it as I crossed over its back and watched it fall to the earth. Lazily, I sank through the air, landing beside my prey with a victorious cry. I tore into it, savoring its warm flesh. Sated, I extended my wings fully and launched back into the air immediately before she who flies with me withdrew.
I slipped out of Ray, and like I was sloshing across an ocean of tar, crawled back into my own mind. Instantly I regretted it. Despite the general's power-laced command to not feel pain, a deep ache pulsed through my body, and the fact that I was still strapped to the damn concrete chair by shiny steel restraints wasn't helping my comfort level. But, yes, I'm also still me. I'm not a TR. I didn't understand it, but somehow fleeing into Ray's mind had protected me from Clara's ability. Thank you, Ray. Opening my eyes, I glanced around the room. Camille was still there, standing with her wrists handcuffed in front of her and Frank at her side, suppressing her ability through his touch. I could hear someone moving around behind me and figured it was Clara. Mace stood in the same place in front of me, his arms still extended over his head by heavy iron chains, and sweat streamed down his face and neck. General Harrodson, on the other hand, was gone. The only other people in the room were two yellow armbanded guards, watchfully flanking the door. Where'd the general go? Why'd he take most of his people? "Where's Harrodson?" I croaked. At my question, Clara skipped around to the front of my seated prison, blocking only some of Mace's massive body with her slender frame. "You're awake! That's a relief," she exclaimed, sounding genuinely relieved. General Harrodson was super pissed. He thought I did something that broke your mind, but I knew I didn't. You did something. She balled her hands into fists and placed them on her hips in an exaggerated motion. "You made me look like a fool in front of him." She glared at me. "What did you do?" I half expected her to stomp her foot in indignation. What did I do? What? Clara's eyes narrowed to slits, and she moved closer to me, setting her hands beside my wrists on the wide cement armrests. She leaned in so far that she was almost close enough to kiss. I was tempted to spit in her face. Instead, I whispered, "You're in my bubble." Slowly, a sly grin turned up the ends of her mouth, making her eyes glint with malice. "You know, he won't be back for a while. He has some crisis to deal with, something with those regen freaks. But that doesn't mean we can't play while he's gone. I may not be able to wipe your mind, yet, but there are other things we can do for fun." Clara smiled sweetly. "And who says you're the only one I can play with?" Turning, she took several steps in Mace's direction and placed a hand on the side of his rib cage. Ever so slowly, she walked a circle around him, tracing her fingers along his sweat-soaked t-shirt. A bit damp for my taste, but he's definitely burly enough. When she was behind him, she reached her right hand around to his stomach and slipped it down to the waistband of his fatigues. I bet I could have a lot of fun with him. She traced a line along the coarse fabric, barely dipping her fingers lower. Mace jerked away from her touch as much as possible. His eyes were squeezed shut, and his face was locked in a strained grimace. I looked past the disturbing scene and met Camille's eyes. They were wide, imploring with me to pay attention to her, to the words she was mouthing slowly and deliberately. "Use your telepathy on me." Her eyes widened further, demanding. Use my telepathy on her? But I can't. The general commanded me not to. Oh. He'd said I wasn't allowed to use it to talk to anyone. But he hadn't forbidden me from listening to, or in Camille's case, seeing, what other people were trying to tell me. She wanted me to connect our minds telepathically. I jerked my head in a single, minimal nod.
"Don't look at her!"
Clara screeched.
"She's not a part of this. This is my game."
I shifted my gaze back to the psychotic blonde, settling a bland expression on my face. It was harder than it sounds. Her left hand was clutching Mace's arm just above the elbow, her fingernails digging in deep enough that several thin streams of blood were sliding down his arm. I leached all emotion from my voice, doing my best to look bored. "What do you want from me?" "I want you to watch. Just watch, that's all," she cooed. Keeping my eyes locked on Clara's, I reached out to Camille with my mind. I had to swallow a cry of relief. I could connect with her mind, even if I couldn't actually say anything because of the general's damn command. I saw myself in Gabe's empty lab, lying on the floor while he injected me with the neutralizer, and then I saw myself start screaming. Camille, peeking through the door from the hallway, dropped to her knees, clutching her head in her hands. I saw myself as I currently was, restrained and broken. The rest of the concrete prison was in place, guards and prisoners alike. Again, I saw myself start screaming, but only Frank, the man touching Camille's arm suppressing her ability over metals, seemed affected by my outpouring of power. I saw myself running down a dark corridor with Camille and Mace. We were free and fleeing together. Blinking, I refocused on Clara and Mace. Only seconds had passed since I'd started receiving images from Camille's mind, but Clara's hand had dipped further into Mace's pants. It wouldn't be long until she'd violated him completely. With renewed determination, I focused on my ability. Camille wanted me to use it like I had after receiving my one and only dose of the neutralizer and remembering all of the memories and pain of the last few months. Wait, she was there? I shook my head. Focused. But I'd had heartbreaking memories, an aching sense of loss to fuel my scream the last time. None of that was as fresh now. All I had was artificially dulled pain. Will that work? In a surreal moment, I stepped outside of myself, assessing my emotions. What else do I have to work with? Anger, panic, fear. I had an overabundance of fear. I was terrified of never escaping from the colony, of being wiped clean and remade into someone else. And what if something happens to Zoe and Jason? My gut-wrenching terror was so powerful that once I started screaming, I feared I might never be able to stop. But that was assuming it would work at all. I didn't know if the general's command not to use my ability to talk to anyone telepathically would extend to mind screaming. There's only one way to find out. Shifting my attention to Frank, I opened my mouth and focused all of my mental power on my unrestrainable fear. I let it nourish me, consume me, transform me. I embraced it, and when I pushed the air out of my lungs, I used that fear to make my scream as mind-shredding as possible. Oh, God. It felt like shooting a never-ending laser of pure telepathic power into Frank's mind. I strained under the force of it, watching him convulse as blood leaked from his nose. Nobody else seemed to realize what was happening to him. Nobody but Frank and Camille, probably because everyone else was staring at me. My scream cut off almost as abruptly as it began, and I hunched in on myself, panting. "What's wrong with you?" Clara asked me warily, drawing my attention back to her. I risked the briefest glance at Frank. Blood was leaking from his ears, too. Crimson tears started streaming from the corners of his eyes right before he stiffened and sank to the floor, releasing Camille, freeing her ability. She didn't hesitate in unleashing it. "What the hell?" one of the guards at the door exclaimed, while his counterpart simply struggled in place. Their bodies weren't frozen. They could still move a little, so I knew Camille wasn't restraining them by the metals in their blood, but they appeared stuck enough. Stunned, Clara still stood behind Mace, one hand partially submerged in the front of his pants. Camille pointed to her and said, "She doesn't have any metal on her. I can't hold her in place." "Mace, pull!" I shouted. He didn't falter. At the exact instant my steel restraint snapped open, chunks of concrete rained down on Mace from the ceiling, and the heavy chain clattered to the floor. Clara followed almost immediately, collapsing into a limp heap. There was blood on her temple. I stood, cradling my broken arm, my legs shaking. Camille's fingers were hovering over the locks holding the manacles around Mace's wrists. Keeping an eye on an unconscious Clara, I approached my friends. "What do you mean about the metal? Why can she still move?" Camille was clenching her jaw. She didn't look up as she said, "The low concentration of metals in the body. It takes a lot of effort to hold someone that way, but almost everyone has metal on them, and holding that in place is easier, a lot easier. I can do more that way." The iron that had been around Mace's wrists clanked to the ground, and he rubbed his raw skin.
"Thanks, Camille,"
he said softly before striding around the room, knocking out each of the guards quickly and efficiently. At least, I thought he only knocked them out. Camille crossed her arms over her middle, her eyes narrowed with strain as she watched Mace. All of a sudden, a thick stream of blood started leaking from her left nostril. "Crap! Camille, did you get hit in the nose?" I lurched forward so I could get a closer look at her face. She turned wide gray eyes on me. "What? No. You're bleeding." Tentatively, she raised a hand to her face and touched her shaking fingers to the blood. Looking at her crimson-coated fingertips, she frowned. "I wonder, it must be because I'm holding so much metal in place right now. If her ability's making her nose bleed, what's it doing to her brain?" "How much metal, Camille?" She glanced around the room. "All of it." "In here?" She shook her head. "In the colony. At least, all that I can reach, except what's on us." My heart sank, and I reached for her good arm with my good arm. We need to get out now so you can let go. Mace hurled his body at the door, and after several failed attempts at breaking it down, Camille asked him to stop. There was a low metallic click. It's unlocked now, but what? I asked, stopping midway to the door. Camille sagged in place, remaining on her feet for a few seconds before falling to her knees. I can't go with you. I can't do anything else. I'll lose concentration. Raising her eyes to mine, she made a silent plea. Leave me. I'll hold on as long as I can. No, Camille. Mace had apparently heard enough. Having already opened the door, he stomped back to Camille and hoisted her up, flinging her over his shoulders in a fireman's carry. He turned to me.
Let's go.
All of a sudden, Clara was on her feet and sprinting out of the room. Mace, she's... I started to say, but his hands were full with Camille, and the sadistic woman was gone before he could do anything to detain her. Damn it!
Forget her,
Mace said.
We need to go, now.
I followed him to the door and froze. I couldn't move. No, that wasn't quite right. I could move backward, back into the room, but I couldn't step through the doorway. My stomach soured and bile rose to my throat when I realized what was going on. General Harrison had also commanded me not to try to escape. So far, everything I'd done had been to help free Camille and Mace as much as myself, but leaving the room, that was definitely me trying to escape. Shit, I hissed. In the hallway, Mace turned, his eyebrows drawn down in confusion. I can't leave. The General's commands... There was the sound of a throat clearing in the hallway to the left of the doorway.
I believe I could help with that, if I could move more than my mouth, fingers, and toes.
I didn't need to be able to see him to know it was Gabe, and wanted to collapse to the ground in equal parts relief and frustration. I couldn't get to him, but he was all right, for the moment.
Ah, thank you, Camille.
Looking harried, Gabe stepped through the doorway and into the interrogation room with me. His eyes flicked around the room, taking in the 5 motionless bodies, but he shook his head and returned his attention to me. He scanned me from head to toe, shock and fury pinching his features.
I thought you might need this,
he said, holding up a small metal case. I desperately hoped it held the neutralizer. Without pretense, he removed an inoculator and a glass vial, fitted them together, and injected the neon liquid into my neck. Within seconds, I felt the General's influence erode until it released me completely. Luckily, it wasn't like the previous time, when all my old painful memories had resurfaced at once. Unluckily, it was physical pain that threatened to drown me. I stiffened, shutting my eyes tightly while I struggled to hold on to consciousness under the sheer agony. I gritted my teeth. I won't give in. Slowly it abated, fading to a more manageable level. I reached for Gabe's hand with my good arm and gave it a squeeze. Thanks. Let's get out of here. Tugging on his hand, I pulled him through the doorway, took a single step into the hallway, and froze again. At least that time it wasn't because of the General's commands. A pretty dark-haired woman wearing jeans and a navy blue hooded jacket waited with Mace and Camille, her words speeding and her gestures emphatic as she spoke to them. I caught snippets of what she was saying, had a vision, slaughter, warned them, uprising, all regens, so much blood. She looked familiar, but I couldn't place her. Gabe, who...
Ah, yes,
Gabe said.
This is the woman I told you about. RV1. I mean, Becca.
Becca, I repeated, and her familiarity slipped into place. I'd recognized her from the photo in her dossier. I was staring at Rebecca Vaughn, the formerly dead sister of Jake Vaughn. I'd forgotten all about her, about trying to find her and taking her with me when I fled. How'd you...
Not now. Right now, we need to run.
As if our friends on the outside heard him, the power flickered several times, then failed completely, leaving us in total darkness. It was my signal.
Aw, you gotta be kidding me.
Gabe muttered. No, it's good. It's Carlos, I told him. It's my people. They're here. I've seen this, Becca said off to the left, her voice raspy. The way she said seen reminded me of her ability, prophetic visions. We must go now. The rebellion will only distract Father and his guards for so long, and not all are restrained by CL1's power. They will be here soon. I know the way. I've seen it. Come. We must hold hands. Gabe didn't give me a chance to protest. One second I was standing, holding his hand and gaping into the darkness, and next I was pulled into a fast walk. Mentally, I found Ray, who I was still connected to by a thin tether. I pictured Jason and showed her the image. By the time Ray reached him, drawing me to his exact location, we were outside and running down the street, the half moon glowing like a beacon in the night sky. I was surprised to discover that my concrete prison had been in the basement of the communications building. My telepathy was slipperier than usual, making it almost impossible to lock onto Jason. Finally, after multiple failed attempts, I made contact. We're on our way, I told him, barely managing to complete the thought before my telepathy sputtered and winked out of commission. I'd burned it out. Again. Shit. But I didn't have time to worry about my damaged ability. I needed to focus on my feet, on keeping them moving. Each step jarred my arm, making invisible shards of glass stab into the swollen flesh. At least I'm not dead, I told myself.
Chapter 31. Zoe. March 22nd, 1 AE. Jason shot up from his squatted position. She's coming, he said as he started pacing. With a sporadic, increasingly loud hum, the electricity flickered back to life, once more illuminating the darkness beyond the golf course. My head snapped to Carlos, who was still unsteady on his feet from overexerting his ability for the first time. Fuck, they're back in business, Jason spat. A few seconds later, the humming dissipated, and the colony faded back into blackness. Carlos dropped to his knees, his breathing labored, and his palms seeming to be the only thing keeping him from falling completely over. Without hesitation, Chris ran to his side. "Carlos, why would you—" she asked, her words trailing off as she wrapped an arm around him, trying to soothe him. I began to feel strange, foggy. Is it his exhaustion? Anticipation? They're going to be looking for the source of that now, Harper said. I glanced around at the others. What do we do? I was growing dizzy, and I blinked the sensation away. A splitting pain shot through my mind, and I stumbled forward. Jake caught me by the arm and pulled me against him. Are you all right? I nodded, squeezing his hand in reassurance before pointing to a willow tree a few yards away. I think Carlos's emotions are getting to me. I just need to sit down for a minute. Although I felt his apprehension, Jake helped me over to the tree, easing me down to sit at its base. I'll be fine, I said, leaning my head back against the trunk, trying to breathe away the dense fog creeping into my mind. Zoe, Harper called from over near Carlos. Bring me the medkit from my saddlebag. When I tried to stand, Jake's arm eased me back against the tree. I'll get it. I could feel his concern and conceded. Jake jogged toward the horses, who were drinking out of the pond. Zoe. In my muddled mind, I thought I heard Danny's soft, frightened voice. Zoe. I tensed. It is her. The voice wasn't in my head, though, like her normal telepathic communications, but echoing all around me. I couldn't hear the others, my mind too fuzzy to concentrate on anything other than Danny's voice. Danny? I whispered.
Zoe!
I heard the acute panic in her tone.
Where are you, Zoe? I need your help. Please.
Oh my God, Danny. I rose unsteadily to my feet as I looked for her in the darkness, running toward me, sending me a signal. Something. Anything. I squinted, trying to see her, as my heart raced.
Come find me, Zoe.
With her words, an image of Danny hiding in a copse of trees at the border of the colony came to mind, and I knew where to find her. I turned to call for the others, who were all huddled around Carlos. Can't they hear her? But before I could call to them, I was distracted by Danny's urgency and fear. It felt like I was the one hiding, scared and alone. I needed to get to the trees. I needed to help her. Without a second thought, I ran straight for the colony, toward Danny.
Chapter 32. Danny, March 22nd, 1 AE. Our crazed dash from the communications building to the golf course was the longest mile I'd ever run. It was as though the laws of physics chose that moment to rearrange, expanding distance and slowing time. The distance was endless. The time it took to cross it, eternal. Exhaustion clawed at my hamstrings and quadriceps while pain-induced adrenaline raged through my body, keeping me from collapsing into a trembling, twitching pile of limbs. My heart pounded, warring with my lungs for space, and my vision narrowed to a dark tunnel seeming to accent my route with silver and red starlight. Swollen and bruised, my face slowly stopped aching. The shards of pain shooting up my arm dulled, and my feet turned leaden. They belonged to someone else, someone who had the will to keep moving, fleeing, surviving. We were getting closer to the south end of the colony, closer to the golf course and my friends and safety. So close. Two men dressed in brown long underwear and wearing yellow armbands sprinted directly across our path only a few yards ahead. 3 more people, regens based on the scrubs they were wearing, followed them, close on their heels. What? I gasped and stumbled. Gabe's arm latched around my waist, gripping so tightly that it was almost painful. Or it would have been painful if I'd been able to feel a single thing in my body. I could use my limbs, clumsily, but they didn't follow my brain's commands well enough to keep me moving ahead. If it hadn't been for Gabe, I would have been on the ground.
Doesn't matter.
Gabe grated hoarsely as he dragged me along beside him.
If they're not after us, we just ignore them and keep going.
But who? Why? What's going on? I managed to ask between several short breaths.
The regens rebelled. Becca had a vision of Harrodson ordering and carrying out their mass execution and told them about it. There are enough of them to give Harrodson's forces a good fight.
I was shocked, or as surprised as I could have been on the verge of passing out from exhaustion. A regen rebellion on the night of our escape was an eerie coincidence. Good for them, I breathed. And then for minutes, or maybe hours, all I did was run. With the power down, passing through the usually electrified chain-link fence surrounding the colony and into the overgrown golf course was easy enough. Camille was able to multitask with her ability enough to tear a man-sized hole in the fence, allowing the 5 of us passage, and surprisingly, the Border Patrol guards were absent. They must have been called away from the fences to help squash the rebellion. It was weirdly convenient, but I wasn't about to complain. Suddenly, shouting surrounded me, a chaotic miasma of sound that sent my head spinning. I couldn't make sense of it. Hurry! Get to the horses. They're here.
Danny? Holy fuck, what? Help her, please.
What's wrong with her? Let me see. I scanned the darkness ahead of me, but all I could see were shadows. There were too many voices, too much confusion. I couldn't tell who was saying what. We need to go, now.
No, we find Zoe first.
What's she doing here?
Becca, how did you...
Hands jerked me away from Gabe's supportive hold, jarring my broken arm. The new hands shook as they traveled over my face and clothes, searching.
Can you ride?
Belatedly, I realized the question had come from Jason. It was his hands that examined me, tender and trembling.
Her arm's broken, and she almost dropped on the way here. I'd guess she's on the verge of passing out.
That's Gabe, I realized. No matter how hard I focused, coherent thought slipped further away.
Guys, this one's not looking so good.
What are you
Jason started to snap, but his words cut off as my knees gave out. He eased me to the ground, cradling me against his body.
Danny.
If he said anything more, I didn't hear it. There was only silence and darkness. In the past 4 months, I'd lost consciousness more than I had in the previous 26 years of my life. Knocked out, drugged, or fainted. It was getting old.
Danny.
Jason whispered softly, his warm breath brushing my face. I wasn't surprised to find his eyes inches from mine, sapphire turned midnight blue in the dark of night. They held so much emotion, so much fear and elation. Too much. They swallowed me, becoming my whole world. Heart soaring, I raised my left hand to his face. Before I reached him, before I moved my arm a scant inch, pain enveloped me, and I whimpered, but I didn't look away from his beautiful eyes.
It's okay.
He murmured as he brushed a sweaty curl out of my face.
We'll get you fixed up as soon as we get somewhere safe. No one else is going to hurt you. I've got you now.
Feather light, he pressed his lips against mine. Someone else licked my cheek. Not someone. Jack. Help me up? I asked, pushing off the overgrown grass with my good hand. Beside me, my dog wagged his tail excitedly. Jason's arms were gentle as he raised me to a sitting position and ran a hand up and down my spine. I maneuvered my feet under me and carefully rose first to my knees, then my feet. I wasn't standing for long. "Oh my God, Camille!" I wailed. Chris, Gabe, Harper, and Mace were kneeling around Camille, her body stretched out on the grass. I stumbled the several yards separating us and fell to the ground beside Mace, who was holding her head on his lap. Silvery moonlight made her paler than usual. She looked almost dead. "Is she okay?" I asked. Shocking the hell out of me, Camille's eyes snapped open and focused on mine. "Danny," she breathed. Dark, thick blood streamed from her nose, staining her lips and teeth a ghastly crimson. "Come closer." Her voice was thin, strained. I did as she asked, leaning in so all she had to do was whisper. Dread solidified in my stomach when I noticed that her nose wasn't the only thing bleeding. Less intensely, but no less frightening, blood leaked from her ears as well. Does that mean her brain is bleeding? Like Frank's? "I had to let go. I'm sorry." She took a deep breath and squeezed her eyes shut. "Let go? It's fine, Camille." I hadn't noticed the tears leaking from my eyes until a sob bubbled up from my chest. "We did it. We made it out. We're going to be okay. You're going to be okay." She smiled and her gaze shifted to the man stroking her dark hair with intimate delicacy. "Giant?"
Yeah?
Mace's voice was hoarse. "I have to tell you something. Come here." Mace leaned over her, turning his ear to her lips. I could see her jaw moving, but her words were too faint to hear. Mace's eyebrows drew down, and he frowned as she spoke. But when she was done, his face hardened with resolve. He nodded and pulled away. Camille's eyes didn't leave him as she mouthed, "I love..." Abruptly, they rolled back into her skull, and her mouth formed a small O. Her body started jerking violently.
Hold her down.
Harper exclaimed, securing her legs.
She's seizing.
Someone nudged me out of the way with careful forcefulness. Jason, I realized as I scooted off to the side, only to have Carlos crouch down and wrap a sturdy arm around me. Huddling together, we watched as Jason helped Gabe restrain Camille's shoulders while Chris sat astride her, holding down her midsection, and Mace cradled her head. I'd never felt so useless. Almost as suddenly as they started, the tremors ceased. Camille was absolutely motionless. The others froze in place, seeming to hold their breath. "Is she breathing?" I choked out. Shock had interrupted my tears, but the sorrow swelled anew in my chest. I did this. This is my fault. I asked her to. It's my fault.
No pulse,
Harper said. He'd reached up to her wrist, although I hadn't noticed him move.
Camille.
Mace sobbed, bending over her head.
Camille.
Chris shoved Jason's shoulder and shouted, "Move him! We have to open her airway!" Jason met Gabe's eyes and nodded once in Mace's direction. They moved behind the regen, crouching to drag him back several feet. He dragged Camille with him. "You have to let go, Mace, or they can't help her," I cried. His eyes met mine, pleading, and I crawled closer. "Let go, Mace. Please, let go." After a breath, a lifetime, he did. Jason and Gabe tugged him backward, and Chris rose up on her knees, lifted Camille's neck so her head tilted back, and swept a finger into her mouth, making sure her airway was clear. Locking her hands together, Chris placed them on Camille's chest and glanced back at Harper.
"I'll do the chest compressions. You do the breaths?"
Harper nodded and crawled around Camille's body until he was kneeling by her head. "Now," she said, then waited for him to act as Camille's lungs before resuming compressions. 3 times they went through the cycle with no change. 3 times Chris barked, "Now!" And 3 times we all watched as Harper touched his mouth to Camille's, offering her his breath. On the beginning of the 4th cycle, a strange cackling sound rang out above us, breaking through the repetitive sounds of CPR. "Cack, cack, cack! Cack, cack, cack!" I stared up into the starlit sky, searching for the source of the sound. A shape, white against the darkness, swooped down. It glided past, barely a few yards from my head, and repeated, "Cack, cack, cack! Cack, cack, cack!"
"One of yours?"
Jason asked, catching my eye.
"It's been following us since early this morning."
Understanding almost brought a smile to my face. Ray! Before I could reach out to the gleaming falcon with my mind, before I could even find out if my ability worked, gunshots cracked in the not-too-far-off distance in the same direction Ray had come from. Is she warning us? An instant later, 2 people coalesced in the moon shadows between the trees separating our current stretch of grass from that of another hole.
"Chris! Harper!"
Jason hissed in warning as he rose to his feet.
"Jake and Sanchez are returning. Sanchez says there's no sign of her. You've got until they reach us to bring the girl back or call it."
He paused to study the 2 people sprinting toward us.
"I'd say you've got 30 seconds max."
I glanced around at my companions and then back out at the approaching runners, realizing Zoe was nowhere in sight. "Where's Zoe?" I asked, gut clenching. Jason's jaw tensed, but he did answer.
"We don't know."
It wasn't much of an answer.
"Can you ride?"
Jason asked Mace, tossing him a pistol. Mace caught the gun and shrugged. "What do you mean? You don't know where she is?" I shrieked. I shot a look at Chris, who was pumping Camille's chest with renewed fervor. "Come on, Camille, breathe." "Zoe came with you guys, right?"
"She wandered off. Now we can't find her."
Suddenly, Jason's night-darkened eyes pinned me in place.
"Can you feel her?"
I opened myself up to my telepathy, or tried to, but I couldn't reach it. I can't feel anyone." Oh God, Zoe! I started to wring my hands, but winced at the sharp stab of pain the motion caused. Burnout. My telepathy's not working at all, I whispered, terrified. We have to keep looking for her. We can't just leave her. Zoe, gone. Camille, dead. And why? So I can be with my friends again? My life's not worth theirs. How could I be so selfish? How could I let them risk themselves for me? How could I... A gasp, soft and stuttering, broke my mental flogging. Wide-eyed, I spun to stare at the trio of people still sitting in a cluster on the overgrown grass around Camille, who was alive. Camille isn't dead. Chris was hanging her head, and Harper was running his fingers through his hair. An encore of gunshots from multiple directions shattered the anxious tableau. Jake and Sanchez reached us seconds later, Sanchez calling out, "We gotta move now!" Pain, exhaustion, shock, and fear immobilized me while the others moved around me. I should have been doing something, I knew, but I just couldn't. But Zoe... Again, gunshots cracked through the night, dangerously close. Hands were on my hips, lifting me, and instead of standing in the untrimmed grass, I was sitting in a saddle. Wing's saddle. She nickered softly and looked back at me, nodding her head in greeting.
Are you fine to ride?
Jason asked from the ground. I nodded dumbly, watching as he mounted his chestnut gelding and turned him in a prancing circle.
Follow me,
he called softly and kicked his horse into motion. Glancing around at my companions, I noted that everyone had a mount, with Camille riding in front of Carlos. She was seated across his lap, unconscious but alive. I spurred Wings into motion and rode away from the colony, from hell, without Zoe.
Chapter 33. Zoe, March 22nd, 1 AE. I was standing. No, I was on my knees. They were damp. I was cold, and my body felt lethargic. My mind was a jumbled mess of partially coherent thoughts and pain, a searing pain centered in my brain and radiating to the base of my skull. I tried to open my eyes, but I couldn't. An uneasiness replaced my grogginess. Where am I? I heard the rustling of leaves and felt a slight breeze on my cheeks. I'm outside. I heard the leaves again. Footsteps? When the sound stopped, I could feel the warmth of someone near me. My fingers twitched at my sides, yet I couldn't lift my hands or ball up my fists. Why can't I move? I vaguely recalled trying to help someone, hurrying to get somewhere to help. "Danny," I squeaked. It felt like I was teetering on the edge of something, about to plummet into a void. Yes, it was a fissure between something full and chaotic and something foreign and desolate. There were memories and images in it, muddled with blackness. "Danny," I breathed again as an emptiness swelled inside me. I felt like my soul was being sucked from my body. "Guess again." A familiar, sickly, saccharine voice cooed near my ear. Clara. Hysteria crept over me. "Jake," I whispered. I wished he was nearby, but I knew he wasn't. What have I done? The muscles in my arms and legs clenched, and all I wanted to do was sleep and cry. What's happening to me? The voice, the images. She implanted them. She manipulated my mind, just like she did with Tanya. A whimper escaped from my throat. The pain in my head worsened, and the hot tears that rolled down my cheeks felt like liquid fire against my cold skin. "Clara, please," I whispered, begging for relief from the surmounting pain. "I don't think so, Zoe," she said, and I could hear the smile on her lips. "I finally have you all to myself,"
She began humming. I felt more tears spill down my cheeks, followed by a dull pulse of sadness and fear. But why am I sad? I suddenly couldn't remember. Chilled fingertips brushed my temples tenderly, and I couldn't recall why I had been scared in the first place. Why am I crying? My clenched jaw relaxed, and an emptiness trickled into my mind. As the soft, angelic humming continued lulling me into a rolling wave of sleep, I felt lighter than what? Lighter than I'd felt a moment before, I was sure. I didn't know why. I didn't care. Sleep was all I wanted. A woman's cold, hard tone pulled me back from the precipice of darkness.
What the hell are you doing?
Growing panic filled the void inside me. I strained to open my eyes, but it was pointless. The gentle hum ceased. Dr. Wesley? How did you...
What are you doing?
The new woman, Dr. Wesley, enunciated evenly.
You're supposed to be in the interrogation room working on the TR candidate. I don't recall the general giving you leave.
The other woman sounded nervous as she struggled to find the words. Slowly, my eyelids began to peel open. I could just make out the blur of the two women's outlines. The one who was standing further away was wearing a white lab coat. That must be Dr. Wesley. The other woman was standing beside me, dressed in something so dark she seemed almost hidden in the shadows.
Get away from her,
the doctor ordered, her eyes narrowing on the petite blonde before veering to me with what looked like concern. Do I know these women? I thought I should, but the more I tried to recall them, the more severe the shooting pain in my head became. My hands flew to my temples, and I doubled over in pain. The blonde turned to me, her sharp inhale audible, even through my own cringing and gasping.
How are you doing that, Zoe?
She bent down to me, twined her fingers around my braided hair, and yanked my head back. Why is she doing this? Why is she hurting me?
How are you fighting my ability? I swear to fucking God if you... Get your hands off her,
Dr. Wesley demanded.
You, the blonde woman screamed. You don't get to tell me what to do. I don't care who you are. She's mine. I'm warning you, Clara. Get your fucking hands off my daughter or I'll...
Her daughter? Me? My eyes landed on the doctor in time to see her swing a large, gnarled branch at the blonde's, Clara's, head. When Clara fell to the ground, the invisible fingers digging into my brain retreated completely, and the remnants of fog in my head dissipated. Although shaken, my mind felt amazingly clear. Zoe, are you okay? Dr. Wesley crouched down beside me, her fingers tentatively reaching for my face, and her eyes filled with an emotion I didn't understand. She's my mom? Rubbing the back of my scalp, I nodded, wondering how the hell I'd gotten myself in the current situation to begin with. What is the situation? Out of nowhere, a fist-sized rock grazed the side of the doctor's head, making her stumble to the ground. Your daughter? Clara laughed demonically from beside a tree trunk. She dry-washed her hands and sighed. Interesting. And how did you know I was out here? I know the general rarely lets you off your leash. The doctor rubbed the side of her head, momentarily stunned, and I tried to stand. Clara's interest shifted to me. And what did you do? Why isn't my ability working anymore? She screamed in frustration. What the hell is going on? RV1. The doctor grunted with what appeared to be a smirk on her face as she staggered to her feet. RV1 told me where you'd be. She wanted me to protect Zoe. Why would she care about Zoe? Well, I suppose that has to do with who her brother is.
She said you might find his identity interesting." Sneering, Clara crossed her arms and rolled her eyes. "Oh, I can barely contain my curiosity," she said snidely. "Please, Dr. Wesley, tell me, who is her brother?" "His name is Jake." I watched the color drain from Clara's face. RV1? Jake? My heart was thundering in my chest. Why can't I remember anything? "Jake?" The shrill pitch in Clara's voice was gone, replaced with astonishment. Taking advantage of Clara's momentary surprise, the doctor rounded on her, backhanding her across the face and sending Clara sprawling to the ground. As the doctor reached for the branch again, Clara grabbed onto the tail of her lab coat and yanked her down to the ground beside her. Clara did this to me. Whatever's wrong with me, she did it. Dr. Wesley tried to save me. She called me her daughter. Before I realized what I was doing, I picked up the branch the doctor had been reaching for and swung it at Clara's head with all my might. Clara's body went limp as she fell to the ground, but she'd done that once before and gotten right back up again. My body trembled with a surprising surge of adrenaline, and I hit her in the head again. Dr. Wesley motioned for me to stop and crouched down to check Clara's neck for a pulse. "She's dead." When she stood, her eyes were on me and filled with sorrow. Why is she sad? Shouldn't she be relieved? Happy even? "Thank you," she said quietly, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. I nodded, still shaking. "Thank you." I brought my hands up to my face to study them. I'm not sure what would have happened if you hadn't shown up." I looked down at Clara. I don't even know who she is or what she was doing to me. Panic began to resurface as the adrenaline running through my veins reduced to a simmer. I don't even know who I am. The doctor idly stroked the edge of a rolled-up manila envelope that stuck out of her coat pocket before she took a hesitant step closer to me, her own chest still heaving. A million unspoken thoughts seemed to dance in her eyes. "I don't understand why I can't remember anything. Where am I? What?" "Shh," the doctor murmured, and her warm, trembling hand cupped the side of my face. "They'll find you. You'll be safe." She stroked my cheek with welcomed affection, and I wondered if we should hug, especially if she was in fact my mother. But I was glad we didn't. It didn't feel right to hug a complete stranger. The doctor blinked, and a few tears escaped from the corners of her bright blue eyes. "I'm sorry I didn't get here fast enough. I couldn't get away from... I'm so sorry, Zoe." Chapter 34. Mace. March 23rd, 1 AE. Camille's tiny, fragile hand was limp in Mace's grasp. He was kneeling on the carpet at the side of the bed where Camille lay, watching her. Like her hand, the rest of her was limp. Mace studied Camille's angelic face, looking for any sign that she was still in there. But she didn't twitch, didn't moan, didn't sigh. She just lay there, still as the dead. Camille had been dead, but she wasn't anymore, because of Chris and Harper. It was a debt Mace wouldn't soon forget, and it wasn't the only one. The man named Jason had guided them all to an enormous house on the outskirts of a settlement, a city, Mace remembered from his lessons, that dwarfed the colony. They had yet to reach the wild lands Danny had spoken of, the lands untouched by man's structures. Mace wondered what it would be like, and he feared he wouldn't be able to take care of Camille in such an unpredictable place. "Trust her. You must promise me, Giant. You will listen to her and trust her." Mace didn't understand the words Camille had whispered to him before she'd had her seizure. She already knew Mace trusted Danny and that he would listen to her. It didn't make sense to him. He heard quiet footsteps and looked up to see RV1 enter the bedroom. She stopped on the other side of the bed, hesitating for a few seconds before gingerly sitting on the edge.
Will she make it?
Mace asked, surprised by the hoarseness in his voice.
Will she come back to me?
RV1 had been the most powerful of Father's seers. If anyone knew Camille's fate, it was her. RV1 studied Camille for several long minutes before finally meeting Mace's eyes. She will, but she will not be exactly as you know her. She will be both what she was before and what she has become, and she will be neither. Mace shook his head and stroked his thumb across the back of Camille's hand.
I don't understand.
You will.
RV1.
Please, call me Becca. Mace felt himself frowning. RV1, Becca, had been made into a regen before either him or Camille, and to his eyes, she'd always acted like a model regen. She'd never shown any signs of the differences he and Camille displayed. Was she changing? Would she start having the memory dreams too? Was she reverting back to who she once was?
Becca,
Mace said, enjoying the rebellious feel of using a normal's name for another regen.
why did you leave with us?
I started the rebellion. I could not stay.
What?
Mace asked, sounding as shocked as he felt. It had to be, she answered. Our options were regen rebellion or death to us all. We'd shown ourselves to no longer be suitably reliable to Father. Since he cannot control us with his ability, losing his conditioned control meant we had to be eliminated. He would have replaced us with TRs in time.
Will any of our brothers and sisters survive?
Becca shrugged, averting her gaze. Time does not share all of its secrets with me. Mace was pretty sure that meant she didn't know. But what if she was lying? What if she was really there to track Mace, Danny, and the other rebels for Father? Mace felt a sudden pang of fear and reached across the bed to capture Becca's neck.
How do I know you're telling the truth? You're his favorite. How do I know you're not here on his orders?
I told Camille how to escape the interrogation room before. She managed to gasp. Mace relaxed his grip, and Becca collapsed over Camille. Trust her. You must promise me, Giant. You will listen to her and trust her. Mace wondered if it was possible that Camille had been talking about Becca, not Danny.
Danny's friend is missing. Do you know where she is?
Mace asked, testing Becca's loyalty. Before Becca could answer, there was muffled shouting and a loud crash from somewhere else in the house. It sounded like it had come from downstairs. Becca sprang up from the bed and sped out of the room, and Mace followed close behind her. It didn't take them long to find the source of the commotion. Side by side, they froze on the bottom stair. Jason had Dr. McLaughlin pinned against the front door a few yards beyond the foot of the stairs. Jake, a man Mace hadn't heard speak a single word since they'd arrived at the house, was trying to pull Jason off the doctor before he could strangle him to death. Jake wasn't being very successful. "Mace!" Danny called from a doorway to another room. "Please, help Jake!" It was all she said before stepping into the battle zone. Chapter 35. Danny. March 23rd, 1 AE. "Mace, please help Jake," I called, never taking my eyes from the terrifying scene playing out in the entryway. I rushed over to the brawling men, glass from a broken mirror crunching under my boots. Luckily, Mace didn't hesitate in following my request. Together, he and Jake pulled Jason off Gabe and held him back by the arms and shoulders. Jason was struggling and glaring at Gabe, but I thought I spotted a self-satisfied glint in his eyes.
Gabe's back was against the front door, and he appeared remarkably unscathed, aside from the ring of raw, red skin circling his neck. I wondered if he'd said or done something to goad Jason, though I didn't think it was strictly necessary. Jason was, well, Jason. He was also stronger and 50 times the fighter, and Gabe didn't stand a chance against him. Ever. I stalked to Jason and hissed, "What the hell are you doing? Zoe's out there somewhere, and you're wasting time picking fights?" I wanted to scream at him, to hit him, to do something to relieve my mounting anxiety. Jason's eyes were filled with heat as he glared at me, and not the good kind.
He almost got you killed,
he ground out through clenched teeth. His saliva was tinged pink. Maybe Gabe's not as helpless as I thought. I stepped closer until I had to tilt my head back to look him in the eyes. I returned his glare. He also saved my life, several times. The bandage crossing Jason's face bunched along with his features as his eyes traced every visible bruise and cut marring my skin. Finally, he lowered his eyes, and I watched the tension leave him. "Please let him go," I told Mace and Jake. When they did, reluctantly, I reached for Jason's hand and led him to the stairs.
Jake,
Gabe started to say, but his words cut off with a loud smack, followed by a thunk. Jason and I spun mid-step. I wasn't surprised by what I saw. Not much surprised me anymore. Gabe's back was still against the door, but he was no longer standing. He was slumped on the floor, his head lolling forward. A few feet away stood Jake, shaking out his hand and scowling. Ignoring the drama, Jason and I turned and resumed our walk up the stairs. Only once we were enclosed in an unoccupied bedroom did either of us speak.
"Danny,
Jason said as he strode away from me toward a wide window. He looked out at sprawling grounds, the scattered lodgepole pines, and vast expanse of scraggly grass covering the rugged landscape. The house was on a big enough lot at the western edge of Colorado Springs, about 10 miles west of the colony, and deep enough in the foothills of the Rockies that we were fairly well hidden from prying eyes, at least for a little while. I just hoped we would be safe long enough to find Zoe and finally get the hell away from the colony. "Don't apologize, please." I sat on the bed, sinking into the fluffy down comforter. An elaborately carved dresser and matching nightstand fashioned from some dark wood were the only other pieces of furniture in the room. Sitting on the foot of the bed, I stared at the dresser. He did deserve to be knocked around a bit, but he didn't deserve to die. For a long time, Jason said nothing. He just held a floral brocade curtain out of the way and stared out the window.
"He has feelings for you."
"Sanchez has feelings for you," I countered. It had been a guess, but from the way his head hung as soon as I said it, I knew I'd guessed right. Jason turned to face me, his eyes burning with hatred, but not for me.
"He fucking took you away from me."
"Yes," I said, standing. With a sigh, I joined him at the window. "But I didn't choose to go with him, and I came back to you." Raising his hand to my face, Jason almost touched me. His fingertips hovered millimeters from the bruised, swollen flesh of my cheek. I hadn't had the courage to look in a mirror yet, but I knew it was bad, if only from the way everyone winced when they looked at me.
"The man who did this will die,"
he promised softly. I smiled and promptly winced at the dull ache. Harper had given me some pain meds, but they didn't mask it completely. It was a woman, actually. Clara. The same one who poisoned Zoe. She's the one they used to wipe memories, to make TRs. I told him, knowing he would recall the information I'd passed on early the previous morning. Jason's gaze sharpened, his calculating intelligence showing through.
"Are there others like her?"
"I think so."
"Is she still alive?"
I nodded, and was suddenly sick of thinking about Clara, General Harrison, and the colony. I was beyond frustrated that I couldn't use my ability to search for Zoe. I pretty much hated myself for the role my escape played in her disappearance and Camille's comatose state, and I was on the verge of diving into an endless ocean of hysteria. I needed a distraction. I'd been away from Jason for a week, and for a few stolen moments, I could allow myself to focus only on him. "Take it off?" I asked, brushing the edge of his bandage where it reached his jawline. I'd known about the injury, but I hadn't expected the dressing to be so large. The bandage crossed his face, covering an inch-wide strip from hairline to jaw. How bad is it? He and Zoe had definitely played it down. I needed to see how seriously he'd been injured. He flinched, turning away so I only saw the unmarred side of his face and the corner of the gauze and tape on his forehead. Does he think I'll be disgusted? I shook my head. He can be such an idiot sometimes. "Come on," I said, reaching up to trace my nails along his neck. Goosebumps rose beneath my fingertips. "I showed you mine." I pointed to my battered face and kept my words light, flirty. "So you have to show me yours." The hint of a dimple shadowed his cheek, and Jason murmured, "Tease." "Only for a little while, once I'm healed enough." The full dimple made an appearance as Jason's delicious, sultry grin curved up one side of his lips. When he met my gaze, his eyes were again filled with heat, this time the good kind. I took his mood change as assent and again raised my hand to his face, tracing the bottom outline of the bandage. I hadn't known undressing a wound could be sensual, but the heat in his eyes flared. As I slowly peeled the bandage away, the heat dampened, turning to worry. My eyes flicked to Jason's periodically, letting him see the concern and affection I felt for him. Finally, I reached his hairline and uncovered the last of the wound. I set the tape and gauze on the windowsill and studied his face, committing the changes to memory. His face, however it looked, was the one I loved. Raising my fingers to his forehead, I hesitated before touching him. "Does it hurt?" He shrugged, never looking away from me. Lightly, I touched my fingertips to the skin above the top of the wound and began tracing around the edges. It was red and a little puffy, and the stitches had yet to be removed. Jason's breath caught. I jerked my fingers away. "Did that hurt? Did I hurt you?"
No.
His voice was rough and deeper than usual.
It's just a little sensitive.
He reached for my hand and raised it back up to his forehead.
Please, keep going,
he said, and I saw in his eyes that he needed me to do it, to show him that his altered appearance didn't disgust me. I started where I had before, just above the place where the red, angry gash began about halfway between his right eyebrow and hairline. Using my fingertips, I traced the skin around it as lightly as possible as it angled toward his nose, turned back to slash over his eyebrow, just barely missing the inner corner of his eye, and cut down his cheek, from cheekbone to jaw, almost touching the edge of his mouth. Standing on tiptoes, I brushed my lips against his in a gentle, wordless claiming. Jason didn't deepen the kiss, didn't pick me up and ravish me against a wall, but he did smile. His lips curved against mine.
Red,
he breathed. Dropping my heels back to the floor, I sighed. Lay down with me? I moved to the bed and scooted into the center, waiting. Jason joined me instantly, lying on his back and letting me figure out what position was most comfortable for me to snuggle against him. When I finally settled on my back with my head resting on his outstretched arm, he turned his head to the side and just watched me. I looked into his sapphire blue eyes, so much like Zoe's eyes.
You're thinking about her, about Zoe, aren't you?
My mouth fell open. How'd you know?
I narrowed my eyes. You haven't developed some new mind-reading ability, have you? I was only half joking. The results of such a development could be disastrous. If he finds out about his mom. A soft chuckle escaped from his throat. No, but I can read your face. He frowned, and again almost touched the side Clara had beaten. Even like this, he added quietly. Oh. I studied his expression, trying to read him. I just wish my stupid telepathy was working. I wish I could find her. I took a deep breath, holding back tears. It's just so unfair. Everything is so ridiculously unfair. I know, Jason said, bending down to press the gentlest of kisses against my forehead. Sanchez will keep searching for her. She's not as good as you with the telepathic radar thing, but... He frowned, the expression pulling on the lower portion of his wound. She's better than nothing. I know, I said, offering him a small smile. Rest now, Red. Wearing yourself out won't do Zoe any good. I sighed and closed my eyes. I missed you. I started awake, cringing as I jostled my broken forearm. Jason's arm was still beneath my head, but he'd propped himself up partially with his other elbow and was staring at the bedroom door, which someone was gently knocking on. Jason, what? Shh, he murmured, easing his arm out from under me. I'll take care of it. He stood, stretched, and strode over to the door. What? He asked as he jerked the door open a few inches, irritation evident in his voice. I could hear Mace, but he was speaking too quietly for me to make out his words. She's resting, Jason said. I sat up and groaned. No, I'm up. What's going on? Looking over his shoulder at me, Jason said, Mace says he needs to talk to you. Becca's with him. I ran the fingers of my good hand through my tangled curls and frowned. Yes, I was injured, but I didn't need to be treated like I was made of glass. Just let him in, Jason. At least he didn't argue. Mace entered the room first, Becca trailing right behind him. They both stopped at the foot of the bed, neither speaking. So what's up? I asked, feeling awkward. Mace nudged the other regen, who was staring at me with a curious smile. For several long seconds, nobody said anything, and then Becca opened her mouth. I had a vision. I saw where Zoe is. It is not far from here. Wait, what? I asked, scooting to the edge of the bed as quickly as I could, which wasn't very quickly. Why didn't you just tell me that to begin with? Jason snapped. Even as irritated as he was, he still hurried to the side of the bed to help me to my feet. Is she okay? I asked before they could respond to him. She is somewhat changed, but she is unharmed, Becca said. What do you mean changed? Jason's voice dropped in temperature to well below freezing. Her memory has been wiped. She has no idea who she is, and you will definitely be strangers to her. Oh my God. But I managed to stop myself from freaking out completely. I couldn't afford to lose it, not right now. Finding her, making sure she was safe and sound, and getting the hell away from the colony was all that mattered. I took a deep breath. We need to go get her. With barely a glance at me, Jason turned away. I squeezed his arm, holding him in place. Wait. I think it should just be me who goes to get her. With Chris and Sanchez. You boys can, hold down the fort. No. Damn, he can be so stubborn. I gritted my teeth. She's more likely to be afraid of you or Jake. You're big, scary men who she doesn't know. Not anymore. I mean, come on, Jason. We don't want to traumatize her more than she already has been. She'll get over it. I know my sister. But that's just it. I was nearly shouting in exasperation. If what Becca says is true, she's not our Zoe anymore. Jason shook his head.
She may not remember who she is, but she's still my sister. Deep down, she'll still be Zoe.
I wanted to believe him, to agree with him, but even his own statement held a hint of uncertainty. I glanced at the regens, then back at Jason. You don't know that, I said, my voice small. Turning back to me and leaning down, Jason pressed his lips against mine.
Come on, let's go get her.
He snagged my hand and led me to the door, Mace and Becca close on our heels. Jason, I still don't think...
I know,
he said over his shoulder. We were in the upstairs hallway, heading for the stairs to the ground level.
but we're all going.
Single file, we led our horses through a gate in the fence wrapping around the back of the house Becca led us to. Sanchez and Harper stayed out front with their new companions, Tavis and Sam, keeping watch, while Mace, holding Camille, Gabe, Becca, and Carlos settled themselves in the backyard with the animals. Jack came into the house with me, along with Jason, Chris, Jake, and Cooper. I led the way, Jack at my side, and Chris and Cooper right behind us. The ladies and dogs were taking point on Operation Rescue Zoe. At least I'd won that battle. We entered the house through a sliding glass door leading from the back patio. Zoe? I called out. To my right was a carpeted, slightly shabby living room, and to my left was an open, outdated kitchen. The house was single-story, with maybe 2 or 3 bedrooms. I didn't think we'd have to search for long. As we entered the second bedroom down the hallway beyond the living room, Cooper and Jack wagged their tails and barked. They trotted side by side to the giant mirror on the sliding closet door and whined. "Good boys," I said, following them into the room. I scratched first Jack's scruff, then Cooper's, and gave them the hand signal to lay down, an open hand, palm down, partially out of habit and partially out of necessity. My ability was still burned out, which meant I had to rely on good old-fashioned hand signals. I glanced over my shoulder, meeting Jason's eyes. He was standing just inside the doorway, Jake blocking the opening beside him. "You're nulling her, right? I don't want her to, I waved my hands back and forth beside my ears, referring to Zoe's ability, and get freaked out by what she sees or feels. Jason simply nodded. Chris, on the other hand, stepped up beside me and whispered, "I'll do what I can to calm her, but I've got to touch her first." "Sounds like a plan." "Okay, Zoe," I called softly through the mirror. "I'm going to open the door, so don't be afraid. There's another woman here with me, and a couple dogs who are real sweethearts." I glanced at Chris and shrugged. "Ready?" I mouthed. She nodded, and I slowly slid the door open.
Chapter 36. Zoe, March 23rd, 1 AE. I sat on the hard, creaky bed, almost too scared to move. Why did Clara do that to me? What did she do? I set the manila envelope on the mattress beside me and stared down at my shaking hands. I was on the brink of tears, but didn't know why. The tremors in my hands worsened as I tried to remember something, anything. Watching them tremble escalated the brewing storm of tears and unease. I did my best to will my hands to be still. I couldn't think while I was so scared. But I was scared. I didn't understand why. Dr. Wesley told me that I'd be safe here, at least until my friends came for me. She saved me, I told myself. I can trust her. She says she's my mom. It's not like I have much of a choice. The sound of multiple voices and heavy footsteps startled me. Holding my breath, I listened. There were so many footsteps. Too many. I jumped to my feet, frantically scanning the room for a place to hide. The footsteps were getting closer and the muffled voices louder. The closet was my only option. I panicked. Plunging into the darkness, I slid the door shut behind me, hiding my face in my knees and hoping the shadows would swallow me from sight.
"Zoe?"
a woman said timidly. I heard hushed voices outside the closet door and an ear-piercing barking.
My fear increased, my heart beating so loudly in my ears that I couldn't concentrate on what the voices were saying. Before I could think what to do next, the closet door slid open. I glanced up at the people staring down at me, hoping to feel some sort of relief at seeing their familiar faces, but there was nothing about them I recognized. I know them? Something about their appalled expressions and their stillness made me think I did. I studied my hands again, not wanting to meet their expectant, scrutinizing eyes. These are my hands, I thought. They're my hands, yet I feel like I've never seen them before. I balled my fists, clenching them as hard as I could, and dropped them to my sides. I let my fingernails jab into my palms. I needed the diversion of physical pain. I needed a distraction from the horrified, unfamiliar faces that were staring at me as I huddled in the closet, confused. They were waiting for something.
Zoe?
The curly-haired woman with the bruised face said. She was speaking to me, and I struggled to process her words. She seemed sad, uncertain. Something about her fire-red hair seemed familiar, but a sharp pain shot through my skull as I tried to recall why. I winced and reached for the back of my head, trying to rub the pain away.
Name is Danny,
she continued, holding one of her hands out to me. Her other arm was in a sling, and I wondered how she'd injured herself. I glanced from the redhead's hand back into her wide green eyes. Her eyebrows were pulled together, and her chin quivered a little. She squatted there, blinking, waiting. Slowly, I reached for her hand, curiosity winning over any lingering reluctance. She clutched my fingers lightly in hers with a small smile, and then let my hand go. When she released my hand, she nodded to the woman crouched beside her and said,
"This is Chris."
Just like Danny had done, Chris held out her hand and waited for me to meet her halfway. I felt better, less afraid, as soon as my hand touched hers.
"This is Cooper,"
Danny said, interrupting my thoughts. She was petting the head of a large husky who was lying nearby.
"And this,"
Danny turned to the dog sitting beside her,
"is Jack."
She held her hand out to him, and he raised his paw, shaking her hand just like I had. I couldn't help but smile. I pulled my hand from Chris's and reached for Jack, but hesitated. My fear resurfaced, creating a knot in my stomach and forming a sudden lump in my throat. Chris touched my other hand, and I immediately felt better. I like her, I decided.
"Let's get you out of there,
Danny said.
Smells like old people in there."
She wrinkled her nose. It was a cute expression, and I felt my smile grow a little. With the help of the two women, I crawled out of the closet on shaking legs and stood between them. The other dog, Cooper, was standing and wagging his tail excitedly. "Cooper," I whispered happily and dropped both women's hands to bend down and pet his furry head. I heard a collection of inhales, and the feel of eyes on me made me self-conscious. I straightened and scanned their faces. Danny's mouth was gaping open.
"So?"
I felt my face scrunch, and I cocked my head to the side, unsure if I was supposed to answer her.
"Do you remember us?"
The slight chirp in her voice made her sound hopeful, and I felt a pang of guilt. I shook my head. When her face fell, I held my breath for a moment, and my eyes shifted around the room. Two large, formidable men were standing in the doorway. The black-haired man was intimidating. He had brilliant blue eyes and a bandage crossing his face, and he was scowling. The way he concentrated on me with his arms crossed over his chest made me feel like I should be frightened of him. But for some reason I wasn't. I was uncomfortable, but not frightened. The other was tall and equally unnerving, but in a different way. He stood in the doorway, one white-knuckled hand gripping the door jamb. His eyebrows were drawn down, and there was a sadness in his eyes that made me feel like I should comfort him, although I wasn't sure why or how, or if I really even wanted to. I felt inadequate. I didn't want them staring at me. I'm not sure what to say. The sound of my voice was shrill in my ears, and I tried to swallow the growing bubble of panic inside me. When the sad man realized I was looking at him, he ran his hands over his scruffy face, then turned and walked away. I could hear his footsteps, loud and quick, as he headed down the hallway. The dark-haired man nodded at either Danny or Chris, a single sharp movement, before following the sad man out. Cooper trotted behind them. With a smile, Chris reached for my hand again, but my gaze stayed fixed on the empty doorway where the sad man had been standing. I wondered what had made his strong features so drawn and his eyes so empty. "What now?" Chris asked quietly. Danny sighed. "I have no idea." She turned to me. "How did this happen? Do you remember anything?" I shook my head. "I don't remember anything, and I don't know why she did this to me." "She who?" Danny asked. "Clara." Danny's mouth opened, then immediately closed as her eyes shut, almost like she was wincing in pain. "I should have made sure she was dead before she could run." She shook her head. "I'm so sorry, Zoe. This is all my fault." "Nonsense," Chris said. "You couldn't have known." She reached out and offered me her hand. "Come on, Zoe. Let's get you out of here. We'll tell you everything we know." "Wait," I said, and walked back to the bed. I picked up the manila envelope, wondering if I should know what was in it. I headed over to Danny and handed it to her. She looked at me confused. "I was told to give this to you." Her eyebrows rose as she reached to accept it. "What is it?" Chris asked. She took a step closer, glancing between us. I shrugged. "I have no idea." "Danny?" Chris seemed barely able to curb her curiosity. Danny stared at the envelope, her name written in block letters across it, and she shook her head. "There's only one way to find out." Epilogue. Dear Danielle, if you're reading this, it means you found my little girl. I don't have much time before I am missed back at the colony, but there is much I must tell you. I'm sorry. I'm so incredibly sorry. I didn't step in when Gregory took you to turn you into a TR for a reason. RV1, a regen with the strongest prophetic ability we've come across, assured me Gregory and Clara would fail in their attempt to transform you. She did not, however, inform me of the torture you'd be subjected to. For that, I am truly sorry. I hope you believe me. Maybe this will give you some comfort. Clara is dead. She took my little girl and turned her into something. I was too late to stop her completely, but I did interfere. She was extremely frustrated with Zoe when I showed up, so I believe my daughter was somehow able to interfere with the process as well. I don't think she's completely wiped, but there's no way to tell. If there is any piece of her left inside, please, I beg of you, find it. If anyone can do it, you can. I don't know what your plans are now, but you must run far from here. RV1 believed she would end up in your company. Use her to keep yourselves safe. She may prove to be one of your strongest allies. She foresaw much over the past few days, including the Regen Rebellion and your escape. She also saw the resurgence of the colony. You are safe for now, though I don't know for how long. Perhaps this will help you. I've included several invaluable documents in this packet. These things should help protect you from Gregory and others like him in the future. His control reaches so much farther than you could ever imagine. There is much that I didn't have time to tell you, but I have been assured that our paths will cross again. I fear I shall anger you one last time. Included with this letter is another, one to my children. It explains much of what has happened over the past few decades and why I have made the choices I've made. As you know my children far better than I do, I trust your judgment as to whether or not my letter should be shared with them. I don't wish to hurt them any more than I already have, but I cannot pretend I don't yearn for them to know me. Whatever you decide, watch over them for me. Until we meet again, Anna. This has been Into the Fire, the Ending Series, written by Lindsey Fairleigh and Lindsey Pogue, narrated by Natalie Duke. Copyright 2013 by Lindsey Fairleigh and Lindsey Pogue. Production copyright 2014 by Lindsey Fairleigh and Lindsey Pogue.
You have reached the end of Book 2. If you're enjoying the ending series, please like this video and subscribe to our channel. You can find links to other audiobooks in this world and series information in the description below. Enjoy Out of the Ashes, the third book in the ending series, coming up next. Thanks for listening.